Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 63. In the water, I almost forgot about it. It's all because of this damn hunger. We're eating so fast, Hulk can eat all the humans in Washington by himself. The hunger was temporarily relieved, and Tony's wisdom took over again. Only since I ate happy and chilly with my own mouth. Tony's humanity was gone. Hulk can't swim. He doesn't like water. Roar. Hulk smashed it on the ground, expressing his dissatisfaction. Regarding Hulk's objection, Tony scolded. Stupid pig. We are zombies, we don't need to breathe. What does it matter whether we can swim or not? Then, Tony called Quinjet. The zombie heroes prepared to march towards Atlantis. But just as the plane took off, it was penetrated by a ray. Boom. The violent explosion submerged the spacecraft, and the zombie heroes fell down. But the height of 200 meters is nothing to these zombies. Zombie Hulk is completely fine. Instead, he hit the ground and made a big pit. He jumped up from the pit and looked around eagerly. Fresh meat. Hulk smells fresh meat. This smell must be human. Roar. Where? Roar. The smell of humans completely aroused Hulk's hunger, making him even more violent. Tony pulled Peter out from under a piece of plane wreckage. Huh? Why only half? Peter looked back and saw that his lower body was already a ball of rotten flesh under the wreckage of the plane. Damn, Mr. Stark, Maya is gone. Don't worry, zombies don't need butts. Human. Smells human. It's been so long since I've had anything to eat. The two of them looked into the sky. Yelling floated in the air, overlooking the zombie heroes below. Iron Man, Spider-Man, Captain America, Ant-Man. Very good, catch them all in one go. Before Yelling could attack, the smell of humans had already made them crazy. Zombie Hulk was the first to rush forward. With a big jump, he opened his big mouth and turned towards Yelling. This piece of meat belongs to me. Tony followed closely behind, igniting the suit's propulsion system and pounced on him. Don't use energy to attack, you can't lose any pieces of meat. Ant-Man Pym directly grew to 100 meters in height, and opened his mouth to bite Yelling without flying. The Wasp, Captain America, etc. followed closely behind. Peter, who had no lower body, could only watch and growl unwillingly. Yelling could already smell the disgusting sour smell from the zombie Hulk's open mouth. Eyes light up with purple-red light. Purple heat vision penetrated into Hulk's mouth, and powerful decomposition energy exploded in Hulk's mouth. Hulk's head simply couldn't handle the surging energy. It exploded like a pressure cooker filled with air. Bang. Broken bone residue and yellow-green brain matter swayed down in the air. The headless Hulk's body fell limply. Tony, who was flying below, raised his hand and fired a palm cannon to fly the Hulk's body away. Don't stand in the way. Another person is missing. Seeing the purple-red laser in Yelling's eyes, Tony activated the energy defense shield. Hey, as long as I'm close, I can eat whatever I want. Tony, who hadn't used his brain in years, felt like he had never been so clear-headed. However, the next moment, Yelling disappeared from Tony's eyes. Tear. In Tony's eyes, the world repeats itself, up and down. The whole world is turned upside down. This is. Tony saw a headless body. Gold and red steel armor, and the lower body is a mechanical prosthesis. This is my body. Only then did Tony realize that someone had taken off his head. Yelling looked at Tony's head in his hand. After years of eating, zombie Tony has evolved a good set of teeth. His face was withered and yellow, and the ulcerated skin could not cover up the muscles underneath. You're getting really ugly, Tony. A fierce phoenix flame burst out from his hand, and the intense heat directly vaporized Tony's head. But Ant-Man's monstrous mouth has also arrived. Take one bite and swallow Yelling whole in your mouth. Hey, let me taste this piece of meat alone. But the next moment, Ant-Man felt something was wrong in his mouth. Huh? Something's wrong, it's got into my head. Ant-Man's Tianling cap exploded directly, and Yelling flew out. The body is wrapped in the burning phoenix flame. The zombie virus cannot get close at all. Although Ant-Man's heavenly spirit cap was opened, the brain tissue was not completely destroyed. As long as there is still some brain tissue, zombies can continue to move. The imaginative Ant-Man immediately shrank and shouted to the zombie heroes. This guy must come from another universe. As long as we catch him, there will be endless fresh meat. After the shouting, Ant-Man found a gap in the ground and got in. In this zombie universe, Ant-Man, who completely abandons humanity, is a well-deserved MVP of the zombie side. Before he was infected and turned into a zombie, Ant-Man thought of preparing food in advance. Knocked Black Panther unconscious and locked him up as a food reserve. Whenever you feel hungry, just cut off some. However, due to some accidents, Ant-Man ate one of Black Panther's thighs, and Black Panther found an opportunity to escape. Ant-Man, who was hiding in the gap, looked towards the battlefield. The zombie heroes had already rushed forward. Captain America took the lead and rushed to the front. However, Ye-Ling just raised his hand. Tear. The shield in Captain America's hand fell out, and Captain America's right arm was also taken away. The shield turned into a harvesting weapon in Ye-Ling's hands. The shield that rotates at high speed is extremely sharp, and the first person to be harvested is the former master. From top to bottom, Captain America was split in half vertically by the shield. The remaining half of his brain was shattered into powder. The zombie Wolverine also wants to use the adamantium skeleton to strengthen the shield. He extended his claws to strike at the flying shield. Clang. An ultra-high frequency vibration came from the shield. Through Wolverine's steel claws, it is directly transmitted to the bones of the whole body. The next moment, the flesh and blood all over Wolverine's body exploded and turned into blood flowers all over the sky. The brain in the skull was also shaken to pieces by this powerful shock. It flowed out of the skull's eye holes, mouth, and nose. Just like that, a perfect adamantium skeleton appeared on the battlefield. The shrunken wasp flew behind Ye-Ling's neck. He opened his mouth and bit Ye's neck. Click. The wasp's teeth shattered into pieces. It's so damn hard, how do you eat it? Wasp girl, who was still thinking, felt her whole body tighten. Bang. It exploded into a ball of blood foam in Ye-Ling's hands. Then, the phoenix flame ignited in his hand and burned everything. Watching Ye-Ling slaughter all the heroes present. Ant-Man hiding in the gap is ready to retreat. I can't defeat this guy at the moment, my back throw. The shrunken Ant-Man had just taken a few steps when a black leather boot blocked his way. Looking up, it was Ye-Ling who was smiling. Ant-Man's pupils shrank and he was about to shrink into the quantum realm. Originally, Ant-Man was unwilling to enter the quantum realm unless he had to. Although there are many living creatures in the quantum realm, it is easy to enter but not easy to exit. Various civilizations among them also have countless technological or magical means. There is no comfort like being on Earth. But Ye-Ling's eyesight was so terrible that he didn't give Ant-Man this chance at all. With the click of a finger, Ant-Man is enveloped in scarlet chaos energy. Chaos energy instantly entered Ant-Man's body and began to decompose from head to toe. Soon, Ant-Man was decomposed. After doing all this, Ye-Ling looked at the only surviving zombie in the field. Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Watching Ye-Ling walk up to him, the zombie Spider-Man shouted in pain. Kill me. Kill me. I killed Aunt May and Jane with my own hands. I deserve to die. Ye-Ling looked at this kind guy. Even if he becomes a zombie, he is still the conscience of the Avengers. Bang. Spider-Man's head exploded. Conscience is also a zombie. After dealing with Spider-Man, Ye-Ling raised his head and looked into the distance. A little star shines. That's the last of the zombie Avengers, zombie Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel Carol. Captain Marvel's abilities in the movie come from the explosion of the Lightspeed engine. The cosmic energy that causes cosmic magic enters the body. But in the comics, the source of Captain Marvel's ability is integrated with the DNA of the original Captain Marvel. Obviously, this person in the zombie universe has comic origins. Captain Marvel was extremely fast, and Ye-Ling was already at his side the moment he saw the scenery light up. As expected, Captain Marvel is also infected. The blonde hair was stained with a lot of flesh and blood. Thin skin draped over a face that was almost skeletal. The battle uniform on his body was in tatters. A lot of flesh is exposed, and these exposed parts are already in tatters. There are even wounds where bones can be seen. And this bite is full of irregular bite marks. Ye-Ling didn't think about why Captain Marvel, whose physical strength was comparable to vibranium, was also infected. Without waiting for Carol to land, he punched directly. Bang. A fist smashed into Carol's face. Blasted directly into the ground. The scarlet chaos energy constantly invades Carol's body. But a bright light erupted from Carol's body. A bright light instantly enveloped the entire Wakanda. The energy exploded, raising the entire Wakanda to the ground. When the energy light dissipated, only Ye-Ling and Carol were left. Ye-Ling looked at the zombie turned Carol, with purple heat vision shooting out of his eyes. Carol folded her arms in front of her body. Zitsize. Purple energy light hit Carol's arms. Carol continued to retreat due to the powerful impact, and 2 ravines of hundreds of meters were drawn under her feet. But soon, most of Carol's arms were disintegrated. The bones beneath the flesh were exposed. Immediately afterwards, Carol gathered golden light again. But this time, Ye-Ling will not give her another chance. The next moment, Ye-Ling appeared behind Carol. The left hand was inserted into Carol's head instantly. This time, A strong light burst out from Carol's head. Eyes, mouth, nose, ears, Carol's facial features. A fierce light shines through. A violent light burst out from Carol's interior. Boom. Already in ruins, Wakanda once again bears the impact. This time, there is no trace of Wakanda left on Earth. The light faded away, and Ye waved his left tail, which was still smoking. Looking towards the European continent in the distance. There is the only remaining human kingdom. Latveria, the country of Dr. Doom. As one of the top combat forces in the Marvel world. Doom, Doctor of Destruction, has technology and Japanese magic. Fight Mephisto and fight the Fantastic Four. A full-fledged fierce character is destined to achieve extraordinary achievements. He even gained power beyond the gods in a certain timeline. Created the Doomsday world according to his own rules. As soon as he stepped on the ground, a burst of smoke and dust burst out, and Ye Ling headed towards Latveria. Latveria. Countless robots are constantly killing sporadic zombies. Because the superheroes transformed so quickly, most humans were eaten before they could transform. So there are not many ordinary zombies. In Doom's castle, Doom looked at the zombies struggling on the operating table in front of him. The zombies in front of me kept shaking, but they couldn't break free. The zombified Quicksilver's limbs and neck were imprisoned by magical energy. While activating the super ability, he shouted. Don't you think you can hide here forever? Ha ha ha, I have sent the signal. The Avengers are coming soon, your kingdom will only become our feast. Ha ha ha. Dr. Doom did not respond to Quicksilver's taunt. Just use a super alloy scalpel to cut open Quicksilver's chest. As the chest was cut open, a disgusting stench hit his face. The rotten internal organs are still moving. The heart no longer beats, but the digestive system is extremely energetic. There is no need to breathe, and there is no change in the bones. Even after being disemboweled, Quicksilver didn't stop yelling. After cutting off the nerves in the limbs, Quicksilver's limbs stopped vibrating. Well, the nerves haven't changed. Doom cut open his intestines and stomach again, and a large amount of stomach acid and digested flesh and blood flowed out. Bah! There was a violent corrosion sound. The corrosiveness of gastric acid is enhanced, and the stomach digests extremely quickly. Quicksilver stopped cursing as his stomach was sliced open. But he cried out that he was hungry. So hungry. Hungry. Meat. Fresh meat. Give me fresh meat. Doom frowned as he watched Quicksilver's changes. Has the intense hunger affected your thinking? After checking Quicksilver's internal organs and limbs, Doom looked at Quicksilver's head. With the brain destroyed, Quicksilver instantly loses movement. The cry of hunger suddenly stopped. Dead? Sure enough, the weakest point is still the brain. Putting down the scalpel, Doom started the incineration device. High-temperature flames engulfed Quicksilver's body. As the flames burned, Quicksilver's body, which didn't have much flesh, quickly turned into ashes. Suddenly, sirens sounded throughout the castle. Coming so soon. Doom turned and looked at the surveillance screen. Huh? Who is this? In the surveillance video, a figure streaked across the sky above Latveria. Very fast, we will reach the castle soon. Captain Marvel? It's really troublesome, but there are countermeasures. Activate castle defense. In an instant, the entire castle was enveloped by a defensive light curtain. Energy weapons were also stretched out from everywhere, aiming at the approaching figure. More than 2,000 people under Latveria had already been gathered into the castle by Doom. Ye Ling landed outside the castle and knocked on the castle's defense shield. Zi. Bang. A bolt of lightning instantly bounced off and hit Ye Ling's palm. Interesting defense and magical energy are realized using technological means. Just when Ye Ling was looking at the protective cover, the castle gate opens. A green cloak appears. Doom, Doctor of Destruction, has iron nails on his steel mask. This iron mask resembles the mask of Baldwin IV. Doom's deeds also resembled those of Baldwin under his rule. Latveria overthrew the former Faint King and resisted the foreign invaders. The grey steel armor on his body looks like a medieval plate knight. But Ye Ling could clearly feel the surging magical energy inside. Various magic defenses, rebound energy arrays, flight magic, etc. There are more than 30 kinds of magic in this body. Haha, he is truly a shady old man. Doom floated in front of Ye Ling and opened a defensive cover. An indifferent voice is like a frictional magnet. Survivor, I have no place for you here. I won't provide you with a resting place, so just leave. I will only provide protection to my own people. Chapter 64. Ye Ling stretched out his finger and shook it and said. I'm not some poor soul seeking asylum. I came here to inform you that this earth is hopeless. So I'm going to destroy it. You will have 3 days to take your people away from the earth. As for where you go, I don't care. The universe is so big, I believe this won't be a problem for you. After listening to Yeling's words, Doom just raised his hand. I saw Yeling walking directly through the defensive barrier and entering the castle. The finger that was still wagging just now stopped on the forehead of his iron mask. Bang. Snapped. Puff. There was a shattering sound. Doom knew that those were the several magic circles he had engraved on the steel armor. In just an instant, these magic circles were all shattered and completely useless. As the flight magic expires, Doom also had to land on his feet. Looking up at Yeling. Okay, I'll finish it as soon as possible. But you must give 3 days. Yeling shook his head and said. No, I just promised to destroy the earth in 3 days. This does not mean that we will protect you in these 3 days. After saying that, Yeling rose into the sky and disappeared in front of Doom in an instant. Seeing Yeling disappear, Doom immediately turned around and ran towards the castle. Running wildly all the way, we arrived at the underground laboratory. His final plan is stored here, the space travel device. With this device, the people of Latvelia can travel to other universes. Can survive. Notify everyone, collect all supplies, and transfer them in 2 days. Take back the machine guards outside, the castle enters defense mode, and open the defense cover all day long. Atlantis. Black Panther stands in the newly established underwater camp. It's an uncomfortable feeling to live under someone else's roof. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Aquaman walked over to Namor, a little trident in his hand. Immediately an image of water waves appeared. The image shows a desolate desert. Where is this? What are you showing me this for? Black Panther looked at Namor with a strange look on his face. Namor said, leaving Wakanda was the right choice. This is Wakanda. What? This is impossible. Even if it is a nuclear bomb. Black Panther exclaimed and remembered something midway through his words. Then he looked at Namor. Namor nodded and said. Yes, Carol is also infected. A lot happened during your time in captivity. Obviously this is Carol's doing, only her energy can erase it so completely. Black Panther was silent for a long time, regarding the Wakantian of his ancestors' life. It is impossible to say that there is no emotion. Leaving Wakanda has been a very painful decision. Now in 283, Wakanda has been completely wiped out. It is impossible not to be sad. I know this is hard, teach a lot. But you are a king, you cannot fall. Namor patted Black Panther on the shoulder. There was obviously a common topic between the two kings. But a sudden alarm interrupted Namor's comfort. An enemy invasion. So fast? How did they find this place? Before Namor could set out to look for the intruder, he heard huge amounts of noise coming from above Atlantis. Thousands of meters of seawater splits into two. It's like 2,000-meter deep seawater walls. And in the center, a figure stands in the sky. As he descends, the two changing waters gradually separate. Like God descending. Although Namor can also command the sea, he can only set off huge waves. The sea must be divided in such a way that it violates the rules of gravity. Namor could only say that even my concubine could not do it. Looking at the water on both sides, Namor could hardly feel the desire to resist. In the face of the power of nature, the sea is divided casually. Then what do you think about it? Looking at Black Panther and Moon Knight aside. The two of them were stunned. It's just that we don't know yet whether the person coming is an enemy or a friend. But looking at the posture, it is definitely not easy to leave. Waving the trident, the sea water led a group of heroes upward to greet him. Looking at the heroes approaching, Yeling curled his lips, thinking that Namor was worth a lot of money. The remaining Moon Knight, Black Panther, and Human Torch are all heroes who cannot affect the overall situation. Long story short, in 3 days, I will destroy the Earth. In these 3 days, you will find your own way to leave the solar system and find a new home. Listening to Yeling's words, the first person to speak out was Black Panther. The Earth is our home, we cannot give up on it. Yeling looked at Black Panther and curled his lips. Okay, then just follow ditch you and wait to die together. Don't get me wrong, I'm informing you, not discussing with you. Base. Black Panther shows off his claws. Follow Yeling and reach out. Crack. Black Panther's 2 palms exploded instantly. Flesh and blood mixed with bones were scattered on the ground. Only 3 days. After speaking, Yeling flew directly towards the sky. The 3rd day. At Yeling's feet, the devastated Earth is getting farther and farther away. The atmosphere was quickly broken through, but Yeling still didn't stop. His target is the sun. This solar system is hopeless, so just eat it yourself. Yeling's speed increased again, to the speed of light. A ray of golden light ran straight from the sky above the Earth towards the sun. The closer Yeling got to the sun, the more excited she felt. It was as if every cell in the body was cheering for joy, greedily absorbing the energy spread by the sun. What is the distance from the sun to the earth? 149.6 million kilometers. It takes 8 minutes and 18 seconds for sunlight to reach the earth. These 8 minutes and 18 seconds are the last remaining time of the sun in this universe. After these 8 minutes and 18 seconds, the light of the solar system will disappear. 8 minutes and 18 seconds, that's fast. But it's a bit long for Yeling now. I don't know how many small planets were smashed along the way, and I even saw Halley's Comet. Fortunately, Yeling has learned astral projection from the dark book given by Mephisto. Ability to separate one's consciousness into a quasar duplication. It's like doing two things at once. In reality the body moves. On the conscious level, learn the knowledge in the dark God book. This is just the simplest application. A higher level usage is to be able to project yourself to an extremely long distance. The kind that starts out tens of thousands of light years away. Higher levels can also project across multi-universes. Finally, the light in front of me became brighter and brighter. Yeling felt the energy in her body boiling. Every cell is calling for the light in front of you. Bathed in the light of the yellow sun, Yeling seemed to feel warm all over. It's not a physical sensation. It is a desire and love that originates from the origin of life. Only solar energy gives Yeling this feeling. Even other fixed stars can't give Yeling this feeling. It's as if this desire is engraved in your bones and DNA. Clench your fists. The time has finally come, sun. Head into the sun. In an instant, countless energy poured into the limbs and bones. Like a river, it flows endlessly. But, it's not enough. Not enough. Not cool enough. Yeling opened his mouth, and a terrifying suction force came from his mouth. The flames of the sun are sucked into it. Even the light from the sun was distorted and turned towards Yeling's mouth. The sun's rays began to fade. At this moment, the survivors on the earth all looked up to the sky. Dr. Doom, it begins. Black Panther, that guy's telling the truth. Namor, he can affect the sun. Moon Knight, well, will the moon still shine? The sun in the sky flickers on and off. Like a candle that is about to burn out. The survivors on Earth never imagined this. One day I will witness the death of the sun. In Atlantis. A 12-kilometer spaceship lay quietly over Atlantis. For 3 days, the two kings Black Panther and Namor joined forces. All the resources at hand were mobilized to create results. The spacecraft is bloated, and some parts are even still under construction. But there was no time. The sun is about to go out, so we can only repair while flying. Beside the spaceship, two figures looked at the dying sun in the sky. Namor was thankful that he persuaded Black Panther to put aside his hatred and work together to build the spaceship. Teach a lot, we need to speed up. That person doesn't seem like someone who would give us extra time. The Black Panther beside Namor looked up at the sky, his shattered hands having been replaced with metal prostheses. Almost 30% of Black Panther's body is now metal. He glanced at the sun one last time and suppressed his hatred to the bottom of his heart. Black Panther turned around and walked into the spaceship, came to the bridge, sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. Adab. As the engine lights up, the spacecraft slowly rises. Huge amounts of engine erupted hundreds of meters of tail flames, driving the spacecraft to break through the water. Wow! The waves surged, and the spaceship jumped up like a dolphin breaking through the water. But instead of falling into the water again, it flew towards the sky. The color of the sky became darker and darker until it turned into a deep black. There are stars in this darkness. This means that the spacecraft has broken through the atmosphere and entered space. It's safe for the time being, but neither Black Panther nor Namor are happy. The spaceship carries tens of thousands of people, and the scarce resources cannot last long. 3 days were too rushed and there was no time to find a new home. Teach a lot, can you still contact Ad? Maybe Asgard can help us temporarily, even if we get some supplies. Namor on the bridge looked at the dark space and asked with a frown. But Black Panther only shook his head in response. Namor sighed and said with a wry smile. Yeah, Thor is dead, where can I contact Asgard? Looking at the tens of thousands of people on the spaceship, the two kings fell silent. In the end, it was Black Panther who spoke first. The resources on the ship are limited, so let's arrange for half of the people to enter the dormant cabin first. The rest will be provided with regular and rationed food every day. For Black Panther. Namor could only nod his head in agreement. After discussing the details, the two looked out from the porthole of the spacecraft at the same time. The last light in the solar system went out. That dark place seemed so empty. There was the sun. Lotto Villa. It's eerily quiet now in Dr. Doom's castle. There was only the sound of energy surging as the defensive shield was operating. The remaining 2,000 people are now gathering underground. And their king, Dr. Doom, was standing in front of a tall circular machine. Under the steel mask, Doom's expression could not be seen clearly. But everyone present knew. Something big is going to happen soon. Finally, Doom glanced at the people below and spoke. People of Latabilia, the Earth is about to be destroyed. Or the solar system is about to be destroyed. The sun will disappear, and the Earth without the sun will no longer be your home. But I found a way out. Right behind me. Doom pointed to the huge machine behind him. On the other side of this machine is the new home I am looking for you, a new Earth. Go there and build Latabilia again. In 1 minute, the transfer will begin. After Doom finished speaking, a little boy asked. Shenjun, won't you go with us? After the little boy finished speaking, his mother immediately covered his mouth. The people below all looked at Doom. During the days when Doom was the king of Latabilia, these people were respected and feared. Castles, magic, robot guards, cruel laws. Everything shows that this is a tyrant. But everything he did showed that he was for the benefit of Latabilia. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Doom spoke. From now on, you will need to elect a new king. The operation of the machine requires the extraction of all energy, including the castle's protective shield. I'll block everything until all of you leave. 1 minute, here it is. Doom pressed the start button of the time and space conveyor, turned around and walked out of the basement. The moment the machine started, the castle's protective shield immediately disappeared. Without the isolation of the protective shield, a roaring and tsunami of corpses quickly gathered outside the castle. These are all zombies infected by Quicksilver. Once a speedster is infected, it will be a disaster. Although Dr. Doom dealt with the zombie Quicksilver, the number of zombies Quicksilver left behind was too many. Now these zombies smelled the smell of human flesh and immediately attacked the castle. Above the castle, the remaining robot guards were waiting quietly. Waiting for that black line on the horizon. As the lines get closer, the sky becomes darker. Behind the black lines is an endless tide of corpses, zombies with teeth and claws. Come roaring madly. In front of the castle is Dr. Doom, who is alone. He raised his hands, purple magic lightning flashed in and out of the iron gloves. Falling into the tide of corpses, a thunderstorm of hundreds of meters exploded instantly. The zombies among them were wiped out, but they were quickly replaced. As Doom took action, the robot guards behind him also lit up brilliantly. Energy beams burst out, and streams of energy exploded in the tide of corpses. Shockwave knocked the zombies off their feet, and the high temperature of the flames burned the corpses. Thousands of zombies were wiped out in just a few seconds. But for the endless tide of corpses, it is simply a drop in the bucket. Because in the whole of Europe, only the castle of Latabilia has any living people. The tide of corpses came up one after another like waves. The weapons of the robot guards simply cannot establish an effective line of defense. Only a figure stood in front of the corpse tide. The green cloak fluttered in the wind, and the steel armor and iron face were surging with lightning. As he raised his hand, magic lightning surged and elemental storms raged. In an instant, thousands of zombies were wiped out, creating a long ravine in the zombie tide. Although countless zombies filled in the next moment, the lightning and flames in his hands did not fall. One person is an act of God. The hundreds of meters of wall of flames burned countless zombies black into carbon. The ice wind and snowstorm blew by, and the zombie ice sculptures shattered on the ground. The lightning chain ejected, and gorgeous flowers of thunder exploded in the tide of corpses. At this moment, he is the monarch of Latabilia, Rihui. Lord Doom. He is willing to sacrifice everything for his country. The induction magic left in the basement told him that the time and space teleportation machine was still running. Time, it still takes time. Under the command of Lord Doom, the robot guards rushed towards the corpse tide one after another. The energy in each robot is comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Boom. The light of the explosion lit up, and light and heat spread to the surroundings. Even if the zombies are strong, they will still be unable to resist a super-standard attack. The attack of the zombie tide was relieved instantly. Chapter 65. However, this is only temporary. Doom knew that zombies from all over Europe were coming here. Nuclear strikes cannot destroy these things. There are simply too many. Soon Doom had to send out a second self-destructing robot. The third. The fourth. The fifth. Until, the last one. Finally, the transfer of more than 2,000 people was completed. Doom could have been transferred away from the Earth through the time machine. But that would leave the space-time machine unclosed. These zombies are not completely irrational. Doom saw with his own eyes that Mr. Fantastic Reed, who had turned into a zombie, could still do research. So, someone has to stay behind to make sure the space-time machine is destroyed. Let these things not spread to other universes. And Doom doesn't believe anyone in this kind of thing, he only believes in himself. Therefore, his destruction of Dr. Doom is the last line of defense. The last robot self-destruct, and the zombie wave rushed up again. This time, Doom did not aim the magic in his hand at the zombie tide, but at his own castle. Unprecedented energy surged, and even the air crackled with bursts of electric sparks. A purple light lit up from Dr. Doom's body. The surrounding land began to disintegrate, space began to distort, and the light began to blur. Latabilia. Boom. A burst of intense white light radiated out, soaring straight into the sky. Even Namor from Black Panther can see it in space. On the European continent, a white light spot exploded. Then it goes out. A circle of ripples spreads out along the Earth's surface. There is a conspicuous black spot on the European continent. Is that Latabilia? Namor pointed to the black spot. Black Panther on the side took out satellite images for comparison. After confirming, he sighed and said, "Yes, alas, Dr. Doom actually chose this method." Did he? A communication comes in. It's an external communication. Namor said after checking it. Black Panther thought for a moment and immediately said, "Come in. Even if there is a little hope, we must seize it now." The communication was connected and a deep voice sounded. #yen%, yen%. Namor and Black Panther looked at each other, unable to understand the completely unfamiliar alien language. But there was no time for the two of them to think about how to communicate. The communication from the other side came over again. This time, it was the Earth language they were familiar with. "Are you natives of this galaxy? I noticed that your fixed star energy suddenly disappeared." The other party actually learned the Earth language so quickly. This makes Black Panther and Namor even more uneasy, but for the current situation, it's better to have someone discover it than not to have it at all. All Black Panthers started answering. "We are from the Earth, but something happened to our homeland." In this way, Black Panther tells the story of all the changes on Earth, and Yeling's decision to destroy the Earth. After listening, the other person immediately gave an answer. "Then why not join our Xie Empire? We do not reject foreign cultures. I'm quite happy to accept you. I can even help you find a new home." It can be heard that the person on the other side is very happy. This attitude obviously surprised the two Black Panthers. With caution, Black Panther asked, "Can you represent your civilization?" "Definitely. Let me introduce myself. I am the captain of the Xie Imperial Guard. Swordfight Kalak." As soon as he finished speaking in the communication, a red figure quickly approached the spacecraft. Where the sun originally stood, it was pitch black at the moment. And in this darkness, a figure floated quietly. Yeling is immersed in his own consciousness. Devouring the sun brings not only an exponential increase in power. What has changed even more is the growth of thinking. Time, space, psychic energy, magic, all have a new understanding. This knowledge is so overwhelming. So much so that even if Yeling has a super brain, it still takes time to digest it. But the most direct thing is that Yeling can now understand the operation of Kang's time machine. From then on, Yeling traveled through other timelines without the need for tools. But Yeling quickly opened his eyes. Two rays of light shot out, as bright as the sun. The light waves emitted instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness. The space around him is constantly fluctuating, and there is a possibility of space tearing at any time. These are energy leaks originating from Yeling. The powerful energy makes the surrounding space very dangerous. Yeling is very unhappy now because he was disturbed during the analysis. A strange-looking spaceship was flying towards him. Originally, the spaceship had little impact, but the bad thing was that there was a force on the spaceship trying to break into his mind. This is absolutely intolerable behavior. So Yeling, who was analyzing the state, immediately closed his brain. The astral projection state is turned on, allowing quasar consciousness to parse this new knowledge. And he wants to see who is attacking him. His eyes were locked on the spacecraft. Through the spacecraft, a group of guys in strange clothes were discussing countermeasures on the ship. I saw the guy in the black leather jacket and leather trousers with a tuning fork on his head. Yeling immediately understood where these people came from. Inhumans. The one wearing the tuning fork is Black Bolt, the leader of the Inhumans. The red hair next to her is Queen Medusa. The one with red-eyed drones floating around him is Maximus. Instead of staying on the moon and running here, the target still seems to be yourself. Actuating the biological force field, Yeling instantly spans thousands of kilometers. The whole spacecraft shook. Yeling put one hand on the spacecraft and stopped the entire spacecraft. The cry of Maximus rang out. "It's him. He's coming. That guy sensed us, his psychic defense was too strong, and I was kicked out." When all the Inhumans looked up, they saw Yeling's eyes shining outside the spaceship. Suddenly I felt a sense of suffocation coming over me. At the moment, Yeling was exuding energy fluctuations that distorted the space around her. Mephistos' figure brings great invisible pressure to the Inhumans. Click. The ship's porthole shattered, and Yeling walked in directly. The powerful energy all around prevents space pressure from being generated, as if it is the same inside and outside the spacecraft. As Yeling's eyes swept across, Black Bolt pulled Medusa behind him. Despite the huge pressure, his heart as a king made him choose to stand up. But this is not Yeling's concern. After scanning, Yeling pointed at Maximus. He invaded my brain and must die. Medusa spoke instead of Black Bolt. No, he is my brother. We just want to know what happened here and where did Yin Yang go. Listen to what Perfect Tussaud has to say. Yeling raised his hand and pointed. Whoosh. A laser shot out from the fingertips and directly penetrated Maximus's eyebrows. The inventive genius of the Inhumans fell like this. You'd better be able to distinguish the difference between notification and request next time. After saying that, Yeling turned around and left. But a surge of energy behind him made him raise his hand again. Black Bolt's onomatopoeia suddenly erupted and rushed directly to the back of Yeling's head. Wherever the pseudosonic wave passed, every inch was shattered, and even the space made a click sound. Obviously, Black Bolt took action with anger and no reservations. Seeing Black Bolt take action, Medusa's red hair suddenly grew and she stabbed Yeling in the back. Maximus's red-eye drone also shoots lasers. Court death. Yeling turned around instantly, and golden light burst out in his eyes. The heat vision was upgraded again, and the golden light beam instantly penetrated Black Bolt's sonic wave attack. The waves aroused instantly tore the entire spacecraft apart. Boom. The entire spacecraft exploded, and Medusa's hair was even more vulnerable. He was completely melted away by heat vision in just one encounter. And after the heat side sweep. In the Inhuman team, only Black Bolt and Medusa can barely stand up. Looking at the embarrassed Black Bat King, Yeling smiled and said. Now I'll give you a chance and give me a high note that will destroy the whole world. On the torn wreckage of the spacecraft, Black Bolt releases an energy shield to surround his teammates. The tuning fork above his head kept vibrating, and a powerful energy gathered in his mouth. Next moment, open your mouth. No sound came out. But sonic energy bursts out of Black Bolt's mouth. Circles of sonic shocks were sent out in space, shrouding Yeling. Wherever it passed, even the wreckage of the spacecraft was directly shaken into powder and scattered in space. The energy added to her body, and Yeling felt it carefully. Reach out and flick it. A wave of onomatopoeic energy in the opposite direction collided. The two pseudo-sound wave energies just dissipated into nothingness. Yeling's move stunned Black Bolt. Some people can resist pseudosonic waves, and some can fight back with energy. But he has never seen anyone who can offset his own sonic energy so accurately. Black Bolt's ability is actually the mobilization of high-intensity electronic energy. And coming out of the mouth is just a form. It is not a real sound wave, otherwise there would be no propagation medium in a vacuum. Sound waves simply cannot travel. Black Bolt has so much energy in his body that it easily leaks out when he opens his mouth to speak. And the tuning fork-like thing on his head is an energy controller. It is used to help Black Bolt control energy. Seeing Yeling raise his hand again, Black Bolt turned to look at Medusa. Medusa immediately said in horror. No, you can't deal with him alone. Don't be impulsive, Maximus is dead. No more fearless sacrifices. But the next moment, Black Bolt crushed the energy control device on his head directly. The energy in your body is no longer limited. Black Bolt's body lit up with blue light, which was light particles produced by the uncontrolled overflow of electronic energy. At this moment, Medusa could only take Maximus's body and let the lock-toothed dog start the space transfer. Don't worry, they are not even qualified to die in my hands. Yeling raised his hand, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Black Bolt King. Covering Black Bolt's face with his right hand, power explodes. Whoosh. The two figures disappeared instantly. And the next moment, a ray of light lit up on Mercury in the distance. Only. Seeing the surface of Mercury looks like it was hit by a small planet. The intense light caused Medusa and the other Inhumans to close their eyes. This blow caused the entire orbit of Mercury to shift. However, after the sun disappears, the orbit of the entire solar system will change. It is not impossible for 8 planets to collide. At this moment, on Mercury, Black Bat King, who was smashed thousands of meters underground by Yeling, was not seriously injured. It's just that most of the black leather coat on his body has been broken into pieces. Black Bolt's eyes have been occupied by intense energy light. The powerful energy directly grinds the surrounding rock formations into powder. Ah! With a loud roar, huge amounts of energy poured out from the ground. The blue energy shockwave is like a world volcano erupting, raising a large piece of Mercury's surface. The bulging surface cannot withstand the impact of energy. Like a burst balloon, The blue energy beam came towards Yeling. In the center of the light pillar was the figure of Black Bolt. Both fists were wrapped in shining arc energy. Looking at the completely liberated Black Bolt, Yeling smiled. Very good, this looks cool. Yeling's palm also lit up with light, and he swung his sword at Black Bat King. In the sky above Mercury, a crescent-shaped light suddenly appeared. Although there is no sound in space, there is light. The blue beam of light collides with the crescent moon's light. A destructive energy exploded from it. The aftermath alone completely shook Mercury's gas layer apart. The blue beam of light was split into two. Black Bolt, who was in the energy beam, suffered the greatest impact. 0. The crescent moon struck Black Bolt like a blade. The severe pain made him feel dazed for a while. Ever since he became the king of the Inhumans, he rarely felt pain. When was the last time you were injured this badly? A deep wound ran from Black Bolt's left shoulder to his right rib. With the sweetness pouring out of his mouth, Black Bolt fell into Mercury again. And above Mercury, a crack appeared on Mercury. The entire Mercury began to vibrate, as if the inner core could no longer bind the outer material. The steep canyons and peaks above it were shaking. It was as if the entire planet Mercury was caught in a massive earthquake. Soon, the surface began to break and various cracks began to extend. Mercury is full of cracks, like a cracked egg. Golden egg liquid continuously flows out from countless cracks. Definitely, this egg liquid is actually magma with extremely high temperature. But soon, the continuously seeping magma began to cool. It no longer emits golden red light, and even the core light from the huge amounts of cracks begins to weaken. It's Black Bolt. Among Mercury, Black Bolt is frantically absorbing Mercury's energy. Not only did the extremely high inner core temperature not harm him. Instead, it became the source of his electronic energy. As the energy disappeared, the entire rotation of Mercury began to show signs of stopping. This must also have something to do with Yeling swallowing the sun. The revolution of the entire solar system is in chaos because the center of the revolution has disappeared. Without the gravity constraints of fixed star, these planets will form new trajectories. But now Mercury is about to disintegrate. Without the inner core, large amounts of rock formations began to fall off. These rock formations turned into small planets and flew into space. And the defective Mercury can only wail silently, and its last life will be absorbed by Black Bolt. Soon, Mercury's last light stopped. A ball of light flew out of the defective Mercury. Then it quietly separated, shattered, and turned into dust in the universe. After finishing all this, Black Bolt raised his hand and tore off his defective shirt. The wound that was just deep enough to show bone has healed, leaving only a shallow scar. The bloodstains at the corners of his mouth were still visible, but his aura was completely different. The electron energy explodes violently, like a shining supernova. Arriving in front of Yeling in an instant. Snapped. Hold Yeling's shoulders firmly with both hands. Open your mouth again. Aim at Yeling's head. The quarrel breaks out. Boom. This time the sound was carried through the debris of Mercury floating around. In an instant, all the surrounding Mercury fragments were shaken into a molecular state. And in the fierce light, an uppercut hit Black Bolt's chin. Bang. You have let me down too much. The fist hits the jaw, so that the remaining energy can only explode in the mouth. Puff. But obviously Black Bolt's mouth cannot withstand the energy of the entire Mercury. The blue light rushed out of the mouth and spread wantonly across the universe. The terrifying energy directly exploded half of Black Bolt's face. The body is no longer complete, and the energy in the body is no longer stable. Chapter 66. The violent energy that has been mobilized is like a dam that has burst. Raging energy constantly spurts out of Black Bolt's mouth, and he can't stop it. Under such an energy rampage, Black Bolt's body couldn't bear it. The disintegration has begun. Just like the disintegrated Mercury, cracks appeared on Black Bolt's body. Blue light shines through the cracks. The light became brighter and brighter, and Black Bolt's body began to shapeshift. It's like there are rats crawling under the skin. It was violent energy traveling throughout the body, looking for an outlet to vent. Boom. In the dark space of the universe, a ray of light lit up. Black Bolt's body disappeared without a trace. The violent energy transformed it directly into a molecular form. Medusa, who had returned to the moon, suddenly felt something in her heart. Look into the darkness of space. A burst of sadness came to my heart. As Medusa, who has telepathy with Black Bolt and has been serving as a mouth substitute all year round. She knew exactly what this feeling meant. Just now, she could no longer feel her husband's heart. No. Heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the Inhuman palace. News of Black Bolt's death quickly spread throughout the Inhumans. But it was too late for them to grieve. Because of the sun's hour, the orbits of the 8 planets have changed. Oh, now there are 7 planets. Just now, Mercury has disappeared. Originally, there was a delicate balance between the Earth and the Moon. But now this balance is broken. Based on the perception of Karnak, a member of the Inhumans who has extrasensory abilities. In 2 weeks, the Moon will be completely pulled toward the Earth. In other words, the Earth will collide with the Moon. The Moon can no longer stay, and the Earth cannot return. The Inhumans are once again faced with abandoning their homeland. In the past, with the absolute strength of Black Bolt, the Inhumans would not have much disharmony. But now the Black 673 Bat King is dead, and Maximus is also dead. Both royal heirs are gone. Many people are interested in the throne of the Inhumans. Sure enough, a group of strangers came towards the royal palace. After witnessing Black Bolt's final glory, Yeling set his sights on the Earth. Although without light, living things on the Earth will begin to die. But in order to ensure that the zombie virus is left on the Earth forever, Yeling decided to blow up the Earth now. Mercury is not very far from Earth. Yeling's figure disappeared, and the next moment he was in the sky above the Earth. But here, he saw an unexpected person. A red cloak and a body of strong muscles under a red and blue uniform. Wear the same underwear outside. There is also a triangle logo on the chest. Superman. No, the 20 centimeters of mohawk on this guy's head shows who he really is. Sword fighting Kalak. In the Marvel world, there are 4 Supermans. They all borrow more or less from Superman. Or maybe there are similarities between the two sides. Captain Marvel, Sentry, Hyperion, sword fighting. The closest thing among them is sword fighting. Origin setting, alien. Underwent genetic modification. In terms of ability, Superman is reproduced almost 1-to-1. Super strength, endurance, resilience, heat ray, cryo breath, and can fly at nearly the speed of light. It also has a very idealistic setting. The stronger he believes he is, the stronger he will be. Even the clothing colors and names are ridiculously similar. Kalaji. Clark. Haha, Yeling would not believe such a coincidence. Although Yeling is not in the habit of running around in tight clothes. But now when I see the sword fight, I feel a burst of light in my heart. Li Kuei Sali Gui. But before Yeling could speak, Doji-un across from him spoke first. Stop. Did you swallow the sun? Do you know that your actions will bring destruction to the solar system? The sword fight is righteous, and the body is full of divine brilliance. The tone of questioning was naturally of the Virgin Mary. Yeling didn't speak. Doji-un pointed at Yeling. You are responsible for the disaster in the solar system. Follow me to the Shi'ar Empire and accept trial. Boom. As soon as Doji-un finished speaking, he passed through the center of the Earth. Passing through the Earth's core at extremely fast speeds. Although he was not injured, he looked at the Earth behind Yeling. Already started shape-shifting. The energy inside is gushing. Soon, a burst of light flashed. The Earth turned into cosmic dust behind Yeling. Now that the Earth dies because of you, what kind of judgment will you receive? Yeling's stern expression made Doji-un shudder. But he quickly put this feeling behind him. What replaced it was anger. Use strong words and make excuses. Don't think that you are invincible after swallowing the power of Fixed Star. I've seen a lot of guys like you. After that, Doji-un set off directly. The speed of light punched Yeling. Boom. One punch was easily blocked by Yeling, and then another punch came from a tricky angle. As the captain of the Shi'ar Empire's guard, Do's sword's fighting skills far exceed those of ordinary heroes. The two exchanged hundreds of moves in an instant. Watching from a distance are Black Panther and Namor. After the two agreed to join the Shi'ar Empire, the attitude towards sword fighting became even more enthusiastic. The Shi'ar Empire is one of the 3 major Marvel empires. The biggest difference in this empire is they are very keen to assimilate with other civilizations. Make every effort to absorb foreign cultures. The Shi'ar Empire originated from a planet called the Eagle's Nest. The earliest members of the Shi'ar Empire had characteristics of both birds and mammals. Although it is humanoid, it has wings. Fertility is oviparous, with technology similar to artificial embryo development. But later, as the Shi'ar Empire expanded, other races also joined. The race that fights swords is one of them. The Shi'ar Empire became a multi-ethnic interstellar empire. Compared to the Skrull Empire and the Kree Empire, the Shi'ar Empire is younger. But its power is not weak, and it often appears in mediating between the other 2 interstellar empires. The most special force among them is the Imperial Guard, where the sword fight is located. The Imperial Guard is the law enforcement agency in the Shi'ar Empire and has privileges directly belonging to the Emperor. It is the responsibility of upholding the laws of the Empire and assisting in the conquest of other worlds. Although the Shi'ar Empire's expansion methods are known for their gentleness, worlds they conquer will also be given a certain amount of autonomy. But no matter how you whitewash it, it is still the expansion of the empire. After all, it is necessary to prove the strength of dominance through fists. This is the planet Strontia, the world where Dojion was born. Because he saw the power of sword fighting. Therefore, the Shi'ar Empire deployed a fixed star destruction device in the fixed star system where the Strontia planet is located. Any sign of rebellion, the fixed star destruction device will be activated immediately. In order to prove Dojion's loyalty, he was ordered to kill the elder Strontia who raised him. Dojion did as he was told, and the entire council of elders was slaughtered. From this, the sword was born. Yeling therefore has no favorable impression of sword fighting. What are you so proud of, you traitor? The two fight from the wreckage of the earth to the moon. Fell into Atalan, where a palace coup was brewing. The powerful impact directly shattered the entire Atalan barrier. Boom. The ground shook, and all the aliens looked in the direction of the sound. A tsunami of dust covered Atalan's sky. Only then did the Inhumans see what the power of destruction was. The most embarrassing thing was the strangers who came to the palace gate. A sudden disaster interrupts their plans. Although this plan was drawn up hastily. But it's not impossible. As long as you successfully enter the palace, everything has a chance. But now, before entering the palace, more than half of his home is gone. Medusa and Crystal walked out of the palace and looked at the people gathered. The face is not kind. What do you want to do? Atalan on the moon. At the moment it has changed beyond recognition. Looking down, among the ruins, only the palace is still barely intact. And in the urban area, only the dust of the moon is left. In the midst of grey ruins. The combat uniform worn by Dojion was already badly damaged. As captain of the Imperial Guard. The sword-fighting suit was originally one of the technological achievements of the Shi'ar Empire. The Shia battle suit is made of high-strength materials that can even fight the friction of the sword at the speed of light. Even if you rush into the interior of Fixed Star, you will not be affected by the high temperature. This intensity has reached the level of an interstellar battleship. But after fighting Yeling briefly for less than 10 seconds, the red cloak was riddled with holes like a rag head. The tight clothes on her body can only cover important parts. Other than that, there is no difference between sword fighting and streaking. On the other hand, Yeling on the other side never messes up her hair, let alone her clothes. As the top combat power of the Shi'ar Empire, sword fighting has been given the title of fighting sword since then. I have never encountered such a powerful opponent. Even once faced an attack by the Kree Empire's army. They have never given sword fighting such a powerful pressure. Because there is no biological force field. Dojion couldn't understand why his attack failed to leave any traces on Yeling's body. On the contrary, his face was already bruised and swollen. Suddenly, Dojion raised his mohawk and looked at Yeling. His eyes were fixed on Yeling. I feel it, Phoenix Force. It's actually Phoenix Force. Sword fighting is no stranger to the Phoenix Force. When the Shi'ar Empire established the Imperial Guard, it was to destroy a Dark Phoenix. Dark Phoenix, Luke Hill, 500 years ago. Luke Hill studied Phoenix Force, but was controlled by negative emotions such as destruction, and anger. After becoming Dark Phoenix, Luke Hill forged a celestial sword with the history of the Phoenix. Relying on the Phoenix Force, Rook Hill was rampant in the Shi'ar Empire. In the end, the sword fighter took action and killed Luke Hill. As the first powerful enemy, Dojion deeply remembers the Phoenix Force. Even the Shi'ar Empire regards the Phoenix Force as the embodiment of evil. There is no need to take you back for trial. The host of Phoenix Force can only die. The voice is strong. As soon as he fell, Dojion's whole body lit up with golden light and he rushed over. Like a golden meteor, with flames and golden light. At the moment, the sword fighting came again with the consciousness of killing. A fierce punch struck Yeling's chest with great kinetic energy. The aftermath of the fierce fist wind instantly cleared away the surrounding ruins. The whole moon shook several times. However, Dojion only felt that his fist did not bring any harm at all. A sense of fear rose from Dojion's heart. But it was quickly denied by Dojion. No. This is impossible. Rook Hill will die in my hands, not even Phoenix Force. The excited fighting swordsman punched again. Punch. Punch. The fist turned into an afterimage on Yeling's chest. Boom. 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 The constant bombardment sounds. But it can be seen that Yeling's feet have not wavered at all. Snapped. Dojion's fist was slapped away by Yeling. Then, he turned his hand and slapped Dojion's cheek. Dojion noticed it and raised his hand to block it in front of him. But when Yeling's slap came over, only after fighting with swords did he realize how wrong he was. The hands that bore the force were directly shape-shifted and hit in the face. Bang. The fighting sword flew out upside down and hit the ground, causing another landslide. He stood up in embarrassment, panting for sword fighting. The combat uniform on his body has been completely scrapped. Look up suddenly. Eyes light up. Do-jian's eyes shot out scorching golden beams of light. The high-temperature beam caused the ground beneath his feet to be burned directly into glass. Facing Do-jian's heat vision, Ye Ling's eyes also lit up with a purple-red light. Two thermal sights collided in the air. Boom. A spherical energy field instantly exploded at the intersection. Half purple, half gold. The two energies are constantly impacting each other. The sword fighting had already increased the power output to the maximum, and veins popped out of the corners of both eyes. The mohawk hairstyle on the head is all standing upright. Ah! Along with the roar of sword fighting, the golden beam of light became thicker. And the spherical energy field in the middle is getting brighter and brighter. Soon, the light emitted from the energy field drowned the two figures. When the light faded away, Do-jian fell to his knees with a plop. The full-out heat vision attack exhausted him. A feeling of powerlessness spreads in my heart. This is not the Phoenix Force. Impossible, I have killed the Phoenix Force, Sword fighting soliloquy stopped abruptly. Idiot. Ye Ling grabbed Do-jian's mohawk and lifted him up. This time, Do-jian let out a cry of pain. Tolerance to pain is greatly reduced. Through supervision strengthened by origin magic power, Ye Ling can clearly see the soul energy of Do-jian. The ability to fight swords comes from his psychic abilities. He strengthens himself by burning spiritual energy, and all abilities are the use of spiritual energy. Ye Ling's flight ability comes from the effect of biological force fields. Sword fighting uses psychic energy to distort gravity to achieve the flight effect. 5.7 Even his super strength and speed are realized in this way. Although it is a very idealistic ability, it still has weaknesses. The strongest fortresses are breached from within. Once his confidence in sword fighting is shaken, his spiritual power will drop significantly. In Ye Ling's eyes, the soul energy of the current sword fight is like a candle in the wind. Put your hand on Do-jian's head. Scarlet energy instantly poured into Do-jian's brain. Ka. 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 Cracks appeared on Do-jian's body. Soon, cracks spread all over Do-jian's entire body. Bang. The fighting sword exploded and turned into a ball of scarlet fireworks. The only thing left was the mohawk. Zi. The heat vision was shot out, and the last trace of the fighting sword's existence disappeared. After doing all this, Ye Ling turned around and looked at the inhuman palace wrapped in Medusa's red hair. Do you want to go in and sit down? While Ye Ling was thinking, a white figure appeared. Huge head, gleaming pupilless eyes. Wearing a blue and white cloak with huge amounts of stand-up collar covering his entire head. The whole body presents a state of nothingness. It seems to be in front of you, but outside the space. Observer. A super race in the Marvel universe that is as famous as the Celestials. They are all races that existed before the universe was formed. Masters the top technology in the universe, spanning multi-universe. They firmly believe that knowledge and power belong to the entire universe. I couldn't stand the Celestial group's behavior of using various civilizations as testing grounds. A long conflict broke out with the Celestials. Although it ended in failure, it also established its transcendent status. From now on, observers will no longer participate in anything in the major universes. Just silently observe the universe and record the development of things. Observers will not meet the creatures in the universe unless necessary. Chapter 67. Ye Ling looked at the observer. Supervision told him that the observer in front of him was just an energy projection. Similar to an astral projection of one's own self. Stop it, outsider, you don't belong here. You have changed the future trajectory of this universe too much. The observer spoke, and as expected asked Ye Ling to stop. This is not like your observer clan style. Don't you only know how to observe and not interfere with the real universe? Ye Ling's words silenced the observers for a while. But soon the observers spoke up again. Since you appeared in this universe, you have changed the trajectory of this universe. Stop it, if this continues, the universe will be in chaos. Ye Ling raised his hand, and the scarlet energy lifted him to sit down. Even if it's a chaotic future, you just need to record it, right? The Earth is gone, but there are still people who survive. Zombie viruses are no longer spreading into the universe. I don't believe you're looking at it in trolley problem terms. Then what brings you to me? Ye Ling directly penetrated the observer's thoughts. After the observer's figure blurred for a while, the environment around Ye Ling changed. The surrounding ruins turned into a pure white hall. The huge transparent glass cover on the head looks out into the vast deep space universe. And on the opposite side, there's the observer and huge amounts of screen. There are many small screens on this screen. It plays what is happening in every corner of the universe. Obviously, this is the observer's observation hall. This time, the observer is no longer in the void of astral projection. but a real entity. But Yeling instead saw a huge soul energy from the supervision. This shows that the observer's will has transcended matter. Becoming a thinking creature, the body in front of you is just a shell. Even destroying the body cannot kill the observer. The observer's will only needs to find another body that can carry consciousness. It doesn't even need to be carbon-based life, mechanical life is completely feasible. But the emotion emitted by this powerful spiritual energy is not quite right. Through origin magic power, Yeling can clearly feel the panic of the observers. What are observers panicking about? The big-headed observer walked up to Yeling, stretched out his hand and said 03. Hello, you can call me the observer. Based on your human appearance, I chose the handshake ceremony. I hope I didn't misunderstand you. Yeling reached out and held the observer's hand. Yeling. Compared to those guys in the celestial team, the observer does give a much better impression. Yeling, your arrival was completely unexpected. As he spoke, the observer used energy to construct a set of tables and chairs and sat down. In you, I perceive the remaining energy of Kong the Conqueror's time machine. I thought you were an enemy teleported here by him. But obviously with your ability, you won't be successfully attacked by him. But what scares me even more is that I can't find the universe you come from. I even used the law of cause and effect weapon to observe your past, but it was of no use. I can't even observe the fist you threw in the last second using cause and effect. You can only see with your eyes. Hearing what the observer said, Yeling smiled. That's because his title of traveler comes into play. Unable to observe the past and future. Just because this can cause you to panic. Yeling's question stunned the observers. Panic. Yes, I can clearly feel that you are scared. Taking advantage of the victory, Yeling's eyes flashed scarlet. The power of origin magic power wants to continue to amplify the inner emotions of the observer. But the blue and white cloak on the observer flashed. The power of origin magic power was deflected. A look of caution also appeared on the observer's face. Yeling, don't use magic energy to disturb my mind. I'll tell you everything like it is. Because of your intervention, although the zombie virus no longer spreads, but the entire universe will be unobservable in the future. After listening to the observer's narrative, Yeling finally understood what the observer was afraid of. The future of the universe cannot be observed. Then this universe will eventually become like the universe destroyed by Kong the Conqueror. In this way, the stability of multi-universe becomes even more precarious. Observers are unwilling to interfere with the universe, but it does not mean that they will watch the destruction of the universe. Otherwise, they wouldn't start a war with the Celestial God group because they couldn't stand their behavior. After understanding the point of view, Yeling spread his hands. There is nothing I can do. If the zombie virus continues to spread, it will not only be the Earth that suffers. You also saw that these zombies have minds. There are many superheroes with wisdom and power. It's only a matter of time before we develop the technology to travel to other universes. Observers cannot refute Yeling's words. He only sighed and said, your method is not impossible. Only now, the stability of the multi-universe must be guaranteed. So can you please go back to your original universe? Finally, the observer revealed his purpose. The map of Yan Kingdom is a bit short. I definitely have to go back, but now I have come to the observer hall. It would be outrageous to leave without taking something with you. In the blink of an eye, Yeling has been back in New York for half a month. During this half month, Yeling flies to the sun every day, energy absorbing. This trip to the zombie universe was very rewarding. It takes time to digest properly. Even origin magic power has made considerable progress. The panel has also undergone considerable changes. Race, human race. Pedigree, Chaos Superman. Age 16. Strength evaluation, median in the single universe. Physique, level single universe. After absorbing the sun, your physique has been further strengthened, your steel body has been strengthened, and any energy in the universe can be absorbed and transformed by you. Thinking, 5-dimensional median. After learning the observer's spiritual energy training method, your thinking has further evolved and you can already influence the reality of the current universe through your own spiritual energy. Ability, creature stand, origin magic power, body of steel, eternal flame. Achievements, traveler, gold, godslayer, red, chaos messenger, gold. The powerful learning ability allowed Yeling to quickly learn the use of observer's psychic powers. Now Yeling's perception range has expanded to the entire solar system. With constant exercise, the range of perception further expands. Soon, Yeling perceived the Nidav star that had been reached. You can also see the dwarf king Aikui. Nidav has arrived, which means that Asgard is not far away. Keep expanding. Soon, Asgard arrived. But something seems wrong? Asgard is surrounded by huge amounts of energy. This mass of energy contains the aura of destruction. Whatever this is, it looks like Asgard is in trouble. Above Asgard, the battle between Odin and the Seekers has reached a fever pitch. Asgard is already devastated. Asgard was in pieces, and a large number of corpses of Asgard soldiers fell to the ground like ants. Even the sword in Heimdall's hand only had a fragment left. The entire combat power of Asgard, except for Odin wearing the destroyer armor. The only one left who can still move is Thor. In the cosmic space outside Asgard, there was lightning and thunder. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, gathered lightning and struck the giant humanoid with 6 eyes in front of him. Thousands of meters of thunder and lightning turned into a giant lightning spear, stabbing the giant in front of him. Boom! The thunder exploded, but it only left a little scorch mark on the giant's armor. The armor of the Celestials is extremely strong. Like the Observers, the Celestials existed long before the universe was formed. It just existed in the form of thinking and ideology at that time. After the formation of the universe, the deity group had an entity. But to say it is an entity is not entirely true. Whenever a god is born, he is wrapped in a set of nearly indestructible armor. This armor is called dimensional excellence. This little mark left by Thor. The giant's near invincible armor was nothing to mention. And the giant's hammer also arrived at this time. Huge amounts of hammer are like a small planet. Just waving it caused a burst of space turbulence. Although Thor was able to fly, he was sucked directly under the influence of space turbulence. Huge amounts of hammer smashed directly into Thor's body. Bang! Thor immediately turned into a meteor and hit Asgard. Boom! Asgard, which was already in pieces, had its last intact pillar broken. It collapsed suddenly, burying Thor in it, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. The group of gods outside the universe are just doing it casually. The only one he really considers as his opponent is Odin. Wearing the destroyer armor, Odin holds the spear of Gungnir. Odin recognized the giant before him. Searcher. The 6 eyes are emitting red energy all the time. Cosmic energy flows on the purple armor. The surging energy wave of the giant hammer in his hand lasted for a long time. At the top of the giant hammer, a shining ball of light emits high-temperature radiation outwards. That is the same origin as the furnace on Nidav. A dying fixed star, a neutron star. With one swing of the hammer, it was an energy storm that was no less than a new type of explosion. And now, this giant hammer is coming towards Odin. Wrapped in the destroyer armor, Odin only reveals his face. A dazzling light burst out from his one eye. He chanted, "Gungnir, pierce my enemies." The runes engraved on the gun's body lit up as Odin sang. The entire gun body of Gungnir also began to tremble. It's like answering Odin's call. Thousands of shadows appeared behind Odin. That is the ancestor of the Aesir clan, the ancestral spirit of the Aesir clan. The divine light of the ancestral spirits gives me the power to defeat powerful enemies. Bless the warrior's spear tip with blood-drinking blessings. Gungnir. The chanting of magic incantations caused a storm to brew throughout the universe. The silver-white surface of the destroyer armor also faded away, revealing its true appearance. The armor at this moment fits Odin's whole body, turning into an ancient Viking-style armor. The helmet covers half of Odin's face, leaving only his muzzle and thick beard exposed. The sharp corners on both sides seem to be piercing the peaks of the sky and rising upward. The armor plate on the chest is full of lit-up runes, and each symbol contains powerful magical power. That is a blessing from the ancestral spirits. Behind Odin, a dragon emerged like a fire dragon. In an instant, countless spatial turbulence was cleared away. Call up a rainbow pillar of light that reaches the sky behind Odin. Bifrost. As one of the symbols of Asgard, Bifrost is beautiful and deadly. It has the power of a star destroyer cannon. The boots under his feet were shining with silver, and the flying wings on both sides represented unparalleled speed. The instantaneous burst of speed can catch up with light. Finally, Odin held Gungnir and threw it hard. Gungnir instantly turned into a stream of rainbow light, and instantly hit the Searcher's giant hammer. Boom! Spear of Destiny, Seeker's hammer. Who is better? The raging light flooded everything in this space. But Odin's one eye never even blinked. Let countless rays of light impact your whole body. The space within 100 meters is affected by Odin. The covering light seemed to hit an invisible wall and turned around one after another. A stream of light flew back and was held in Odin's hand. It was Gungnir. The gun body trembled, as if it was still excited about the battle just now. Look at the Searcher opposite. No fluctuations can be seen in the 6 huge amounts of eyes. Not even the brightness of the energy output has changed at all. The giant hammer in his hand was full of cracks. Obviously, the Searchers did not take advantage in the one-hit battle just now. The energy of the neutron star is constantly overflowing, and the cracks on the hammer's head are all over the place, and are even increasing. But the next moment is 953. The searcher's 6 swollen eyes erupted with blinding light. 6 rays of light shine directly on the hammerhead. The hammerhead that was about to be scrapped just now is now intact as before. Even the surging neutron star energy was suppressed. The next moment, 6 eyes locked onto Odin. This time the searchers did not use the giant hammer. Odin was extremely energetic. Because the entire space made an unbearable shattering sound. There were layers of cracks, and countless spatial turbulence flowed out instantly. The space around Odin was thrown into chaos. With just one glance, the destroyer armor on Odin instantly exploded several times. Snap, snap, snap. The runes shattered into dots of stars. The wind of magic spread out and was swept into the turbulent flow of space, disappearing without a trace. The collapse of the runes caught Odin off guard. But the next moment, the chanting of ancient mantras rang out from his mouth again. Runes. Power is always there. All invading enemies will be crushed. A blinding burst of magical energy bursts from Odin. It was like injecting a shot in the arm into the light and shadow of the ancestral spirit behind him. The entire ancestral spirit's brilliance skyrocketed again. Huge amounts of Viking warlord shadow holds his axe high. Suddenly slashed towards the searcher. The light and shadow battle axe swung an arc of tens of thousands of meters in the cosmic space. The fierce slash tore through the space, and he was in front of the searcher in an instant. Boom. The light and shadow battle axe struck firmly on the 6 huge eyes of the searcher. A violent light burst out. Powerful power imbued almost all of Odin's power. At this time, even the excellent armor of the dimension had cracks. Energy rays are constantly shining through. The energy of the light and shadow battle axe penetrated the cracks and finally injured the searcher. The searcher fell backwards with huge amounts of body, crushing an unknown number of small planets. But there was no joy at all on Odin's face. The light of the ancestral spirit behind him gradually extinguished. The magic runes on his body also became dim. Gangnir's gun also showed some cracks. The blow just now was the result of Odin's concentrated efforts. But even such a blow can only open cracks in the Seeker's armor. Such an injury is not a traumatic injury at all for the searcher. Sure enough, the searchers got up again. The crack in the chest still shines with energy, and is even leaking out. But the aura of danger surrounding the searchers became stronger. Odin's face turned even darker. The Seeker's next strike is certain to be Thunder's fury. For Asgard, Odin's hand went to his right eye. The only remaining right eye is now Odin's last remaining hope. Left eye, rescued Hela from the flame giant's sword and obtained the eternal fire. Now use your remaining right eye. Save Asgard. Chapter 68. Odin's right hand was already touching his right eye. The sacrificial magic in his hand is ready to go. In the name of the god of war, the harsh one. In the name of the raider, the third great god. I am the one-eyed god, the supreme god, and the seeker of truth. I am the father of severity, the god of fighting. I am the almighty god, the king of scepters. My names are countless, just as the wind has many shapes. I have countless titles, just as there are 10,000 kinds of death. I am Odin, king of Asgard. I have faith in my heart, and Stone Eyes offers the weapon. With Odin's sacrificial chant, a thunderstorm tens of thousands of kilometers gathered in the universe. There are layers of thunderclouds, with energy comparable to several fixed stars surging within them. A call came from another dimension beyond time and space. Come for Odin's right eye. Those are the ancient gods from the multi-universe, and they exist as ministers of shadow in the multi-universe. Feed on Ragnarok. Asgard has devoured countless planes. They readily agreed to the sacrifice of Odin's right eye. After a one-time power, the god king who lost his eyes will definitely lose his strength. Ragnarok arrived early, why would the ancient gods not do it? In the thunderstorm, the surging energy turned into huge amounts of lightning. Crack. Straight into Odin. In an instant, immense power filled Odin's body. This power instantly reshaped Odin's body. Viking armor also changed accordingly. The flying eagle has a golden helmet and wears golden armor. His eyes are filled with infinite divine light. Gungnir, the spear of eternity and spear of destiny, shines again. The gold Draupnir ring on his left hand shines with light. A golden throne appeared behind him, exuding the aura of being superior to the 9 realms. The 6 eyes of the searcher look again. All I see is divine light. Gungnir pointed the tip of his spear. The thunderstorm in the sky instantly turned into 2 ferocious wolves. Run out. The wolf roared and ran, and in an instant it was in front of the searcher and its bloody mouth suddenly opened. Ouch. One bites the head of a giant hammer. One bites the seeker on the neck. Immediately afterwards, 2 black ravens flew out of the thunderstorm again. Don't look elsewhere, aim your 6 eyes at the searcher. Pecked it hard. In just an instant, the searchers suffered huge losses. This time, the cracks in the Searcher's armor continued to expand. The energy in it keeps leaking out. And the next moment, Odin's final blow has arrived. The gun of Gungnir lit up with golden flames and stabbed into the chest of the Searcher. Crack. Ka-ka-ka. This time Gungnir sank into the Seeker's armor. The entire dimensional excellence began to crack. Constantly cracking and peeling off. With the power of the old god, Odin finally broke through the Seeker's armor. Violent light exploded in the universe. A body of pure energy appears in the universe. That is the nature of the Seeker. For the first time in countless centuries, the Seeker's armor was broken. Being exposed to the universe made him a little confused. Panic, anger. The instant change caused him to burst out with vast energy fluctuations. This is a precursor to the Searcher's self-destruction. At the moment the god is like an unstable bomb. Fragile but dangerous. For Asgard, which is already in tatters. Once the Searcher self-destructs, it will undoubtedly be a devastating blow. Odin wanted to take action at the moment, but his power was withdrawn. The price of one eye is only enough for one shot. The destruction of Asgard is imminent, and Ragnarok is coming. The old god would definitely like to see this happen. So no matter how Odin called, he wanted to sacrifice again, but there was no response. The body of the Seeker grew brighter and brighter. This is the unconscious movement of uncontrolled energy. The armor of the Tenjin group is not only a protection, but also a limiter. A machine that limits members of the celestial team from falling into extreme emotions and self-destructing. Losing his eyesight, Odin cannot see the brilliant light. But he could sense bursts of destructive aura erupting from the Searchers. Extremely anxious. Suddenly a figure appeared on Asgard. Blocked from Searchers. Looking at the big ball of light in front of him, Yelling snapped his fingers. Snapped. The whole ball of light shook instantly, and I wanted to escape. Countless scarlet tentacles emanate from the universe, binding huge amounts of orbs of light. After realizing that they could not escape, the Searchers wanted to blow themselves up. But as the scarlet tentacles pierced the ball of light, the Searchers stopped shaking completely. The cosmic energy that is constantly radiating around the body also converges towards the center in an instant. After controlling the Searcher, Yelling looked at the big ball of light in front of him. This is the god. With psychic vision, Yelling can see huge amounts of soul energy in the Seeker. Now Searchers are surrounded by emotions of fear. The scarlet chaos energy is eroding his body all the time. These tentacles are like needles, drawing away a huge amount of energy every second. As a conscious energy body, he can clearly feel the malice in the scarlet tentacles. But with Yelling's perception coverage, the Searchers also conveyed a burst of psychic feedback. Is this begging for mercy? This made Yelling even more curious. The movement of his fingers instantly tore open a crack in space. The scarlet tentacles worked together to drag the Searcher into it. He wanted to take this thing back and study it carefully. It just dragged the Searchers back to the solar system. After doing all this, Yelling looked at Li Gong again. Odin, who had lost his eyes at this moment, still called out Yelling's name. Yelling, I didn't expect you to become so powerful. The Seeker attack is rather strange. Odin brought Yelling to the dilapidated Asgard. Walk and talk. This battle almost exhausted Asgard's vitality. Odin was also exhausted. Started telling Yelling about the strange attacks of the celestial group. Every god has his own responsibility, and the Searcher's duty is to find planets with life. Then mark this planet and wait for the gods to improve life and start experiments. And the responsibility for destroying life on the planet belongs to the Eradicators. After Judge them determined through a formula that life on a certain planet needed to be eliminated. The Eradicator will come and wipe out all advanced life on this planet. Leave the lower life forms for the next experiment. Some lives that are beyond our control will also be treated in this way. What Odin told Yelling is definitely clear. I just didn't notice that it was the Searcher who came this time. After all, the main body of the celestial god group is a ball of light. In addition to relying on armor to distinguish, these guys can only be distinguished through psychic vision. Speaking of which, Odin fought so hard this time. It has a lot to do with Yelling. If Odin's origin, duplication, had not been killed, the complete Odin with the destroyer armor can fight against the Seekers. However, Odin wisely did not mention this matter. Wait until the two of them reach the ruins of Asgard. Odin raised his hand and pulled Thor out of the ruins. A big fight from the Searchers made Thor faint. With the infusion of Odin's divine power, Thor slowly woke up. The first thing I said when I opened my eyes was, "Thunderstorm, listen to my orders." Thunder and lightning erupted from his body, and he was ready to fly into the sky and fight again. But after seeing the father clearly in front of me, Thor could only disperse the lightning with some embarrassment. "Father, did we win? What happened to your eyes? Did that guy from the god group do it?" As he spoke, Thor's body flashed with lightning again. Odin reached out and shot away the lightning on Thor. Okay, the searchers have been temporarily dealt with. But the Celestials won't give up. My son, you have more important things to do now. The boundless depths of the universe. Figures of huge amounts comparable to planets appeared one after another. Eradicator, measurer, analyzer, calculator. The last person to appear was a judge in scarlet armor. Judge, ally them. The leader of the celestial group. In his palm, there was a group of characters glowing red. Each character is like a small planet. That's the formula of life. Ally them used this formula to determine whether life on a planet should be terminated. If the formula determines that it needs to be eliminated, ally them will summon the Eradicator to carry out destruction. Arizer's mind fluctuated. Something went wrong with the searcher and all traces of him disappeared. The last signal is in Asgard. Hearing Alithem's words, the Sun Gods group sent out incredible mental fluctuations. Since the end of the war with the Observers, there has been no report that the Celestial group has disappeared. Asgard must pay the price. This is a thwart of a great experiment. The disappearance of the Searchers must be taken seriously. Asgard does not have such a strong ability. There may be other forces helping them. Odin must have a backup plan. We need time to assemble. Yes, go to Asgard at the same time and figure everything out. The great experiment cannot be thwarted. After listening to the opinions of the gods, Alitham also agreed. Then gather as soon as possible. The location is Asgard. After finishing speaking, the judge was the first to disappear. For the Celestials, the entire universe is their testing ground. Because of the experiment, the locations are usually very far apart. So the time to get to Asgard won't be too short. Over New York City. The Stark Iron Legion, which was patrolling flight, suddenly received an alert. A warehouse owned by Stark Enterprises was attacked. The Iron Legion immediately made their way to the warehouse. Soon, the warehouse became a sea of fire. A burst of scarlet energy instantly knocked away several Steel Legion robots. A figure wrapped in scarlet energy appeared in the warehouse. Scarlet Witch Wanda. At this moment, Wanda has not yet put on the witch costume. Instead, he was dressed in casual clothes, with a brown leather jacket and a black t-shirt on his upper body. The V-shaped neckline reveals a pair of full and deep career lines. A pair of high-heeled patent leather boots, stepping on a cargo package that says Stark Industries. The Iron Legion landed on the ground and immediately aimed their weapons at Wanda. Ma'am, please disarm immediately. Otherwise, we will use lethal force. As soon as the Iron Legion finished speaking, it was shattered into pieces by a silver stream of light. After crushing the Iron Legion, the silver streamer revealed its true body. He has silver hair and wears a flight crew jacket. The handsome and somewhat immature boy also wears goggles on his face. Quicksilver crushed the robot's head with his foot. Sister, these guys are all fake, there is no Tony Stark among them. After controlling the scarlet energy to crush the Iron Legion into a ball of scrap metal, Wang Yin said. Now it's just to collect some interest, naturally the big gift will be left behind. Tony Stark has formed the Avengers, and we are going to kill them all. Let's go, it will be troublesome when the big troops arrive soon. Quicksilver heard the request and picked up Wanda, and the two disappeared in a silver stream. A few minutes later, the two of them had returned to Sokovia. Here is one of Hydra's bases, Baron Strucker's territory. Seeing the two siblings returning, Straker was very angry. Taking unauthorized action will alert the enemy. If you really want revenge, then listen to me. Just because we have cooperation doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Faced with Strax pointing, Quicksilver didn't take it seriously. Hey, bald man, we are not your soldiers. You have no right to tell us what to do. We have always complied with your experimental requirements, but it is what you promised us. There is no sign now. After Quicksilver finished speaking, a scarlet energy appeared around Straker. The mechanical right hand controlling Straker aimed at Straker's head. At the moment, Wanda's eyes, standing behind Quicksilver, flashed scarlet. Monsieur Baron, we are not fools. In order to avenge Tony Stark, we can tolerate your little actions. But that doesn't mean you can ignore our request. Today's actions just tell you that our patience is limited. If you haven't seen Tony Stark and his Avengers suffer, I think our cooperation can stop. What you get from us will be taken away too. Look at the sharp mechanical hand in front of you. Straker broke into a cold sweat, nodded and said. Soon, the plan against Tony Stark has begun. You will see the results soon. I swear. Faced with Strax's resignation, the siblings were very satisfied. Wanda also let go of Strucker. Looking at the two siblings leaving, Strack removed the manipulator. The energy collection device inside is exposed. Inside the device, a small group of scarlet aura is constantly circulating. Oh, it turns out that you, Xiajia's, Wangda's, boy, look like this. After speaking, he walked into the experimental base with the device. In the underground experimental base, a robot corpse is lying in the center. It is not difficult to tell from the mangled bodies and scattered aircraft wreckage. This body belongs to the Decepticon, Starscream. In the culture tank on the side, the bodies of bionic human beings are being prepared intensively. Constantly assembled and spliced, like an assembly line. Looking at everything in front of him, Straker smiled. Very good, mechanical life combined with mutant ability, a completely obedient super legion. This is the Hydra of the future. This time I'm going to let that idiot Zora see what the future is. Now we just need to inject this little thing. Before Straker could finish speaking, a powerful alarm sounded. Did. The entire base was shrouded in alarm. Intrusion alert. Straker immediately activated the protective barrier. A light blue protective shield enveloped the entire base. This technology comes from the energy shield technology extracted from Starscream's body. Strucker found that this shield was very effective against energy attacks. Confidence, even Tony Stark can't break it in a short time. After the protective cover was opened, Strack looked at the monitoring system. Only one person. An Asian young man appeared in the surveillance video. During the season, Sokovia is covered with snow. But this young man was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt with a big red S on it. Wearing a pair of dark blue jeans and a pair of black boots. The handsome face is filled with a sunny smile. But in Straker's eyes, this guy is simply a living Mephisto. There was no other reason. Behind this young man, there were burning wreckage. All Hydra tanks and soldiers. Damn. Everyone evacuate. Detonate bombs in the city and let him rescue people. Hurry up and evacuate all supplies. Chapter 69. Straker had just given the order. Yeling disappeared from the surveillance video. He's a speedster too? Damn it. Where did he go? Strack's question was answered. I saw Yeling appear in the video again. But this time, Yeling had a series of high-energy bombs flashing red in his hands. Did. The sound of the bomb countdown kept ringing. Look at the number above almost reaching 0. Straker's eyes were splitting. Damn, this is a lunatic. Retreat immediately, don't take anything away, blow it all up. After speaking, Strack directly pulled out the hard drive on the personal computer. Turn around and rush towards the underground secret passage. There was a one-man escape fighter he had prepared. Before Straker could reach the secret passage, a loud noise came. Boom. Violent light impacted the energy shield of the Hydra base. The violent energy impact was like a giant hand hitting the protective shield. Constantly squeezing and twisting, the shape of the entire protective hit is constantly changing. In the end, the unsustainable protective shield could only let out a final wailing and then shattered. Turned into little bits of energy in the sky. Straker didn't hesitate when he heard the sound. Arrived directly at the fighter jet and launched successfully. But as soon as the fighter plane flew out of the base, it stopped in the air. No matter how loud the engine roars, the entire aircraft will not move forward even half an inch. Strack looked up and saw Yeling standing on the plane, looking at him with a smile. Drop. Strack directly opened the cockpit of the plane and ejected. Bang. Straker bounced away. But before Straker could fly a few meters, a strong suction force came from below. Whoosh. Strack was photographed directly on the plane, unable to move. Wait. I can give you whatever you want. After seeing Yeling's performance, Strack decisively gave in. Yeling didn't talk nonsense, just stretched out his hand. Straker's mechanical right hand exploded, and the device containing the origin magic power floated out. Snapped. The device was crushed to pieces by Yeling. It's indeed origin magic power. Looking at the bald Strack on the ground again, Yeling said with a smile. Speaking of which, Hydra still owes me compensation. Zola hasn't fulfilled her promise yet, so let's use you as an example. Upon hearing this, Straker immediately spoke. Wait for me. Bang. Strucker's head exploded and turned into a plain of debris. The next moment, Yeling's heat vision swept across the aircraft, and 677 completely turned it into fly ash. Then, Yeling looked at a silver stream of light in the distance. Heh, he ran pretty fast. Whoosh. Yeling's figure disappeared. Come on, get out of here first, the aura on that guy's body is terrifying. Let's go to Mexico first, where it's a mixed bag and it's not easy to find us. Wanda, who was held by Quicksilver, quickly thought of a way out. But the next moment, Wanda's expression became frightened. He widened his eyes and looked behind him. Hurry up. That guy is catching up. In disbelief, Quicksilver looked back and saw Yeling's smile appearing beside him. Hey, I caught you. Quicksilver ignored Yeling's teasing and punched him. But with Yeling's gentle pat, Quicksilver's right hand softened instantly. It was hanging on his side, obviously dislocated. Before Quicksilver could be shocked, Yeling disappeared instantly. Quicksilver felt light in his arms. Wanda is missing. Quicksilver immediately breaks suddenly and made a big hole in the ground. Let go of my sister. Quicksilver turned around and turned into a stream of silver light again and rushed towards Yeling. Even though he could only move one arm, Quicksilver still punched out with all his strength. Quicksilver has full confidence in the power of his fists. Although he is not only strong in strength, but the fists blessed by speed are not ordinary fists. Quicksilver's fist has the ability to penetrate even the 300mm main battle tank armor under high-speed bombardment. But this time, Quicksilver's fist was blocked by a finger. Yeling blocked Quicksilver's full-speed attack with just one finger. In Quicksilver's disbelieving eyes, Yeling slapped Quicksilver back hundreds of meters. It rolled dozens of times on the ground and smashed into the mountain, where it was unknown whether it was alive or dead. Wanda ran away immediately after seeing Quicksilver injured in Yeling's arms. Ah! A scream erupted with powerful scarlet energy. The surrounding ground was shattered in an instant, and the aura of destruction constantly spread. A deep pit with a diameter of 40 meters appeared, and the scarlet energy was still escaping. However, even such a powerful impact could not make Yeling let go of Wanda's hand. Yeling even commented on his mood, good explosive intensity. It's a pity that such a powerful force cannot be easily mobilized in practice. Wanda's eyes were red, and the scarlet energy in her body continued to rise. The leaked scarlet energy turned into sharp blades and slashed at Yeling. Yeling let go of Wanda and let the energy impact on her. The energy destructive, ADF, power Wanda bursts out is terrifying. Wherever energy passes through, matter is completely destroyed. But when the energy bombarded Yeling's body. But it's like returning to the origin. The mud cow entered the sea without making any waves. Yeling stood there and happily accepted Wanda's attack. This scene shocked Wanda deeply. Even the attack stopped for a while. Trembling voice. You, what on earth are you? Yeling tilted his head and smiled, I am the same kind as you. After saying that, the origin magic power energy in his body was released. An overwhelming scarlet ocean appeared in front of Wanda. Rush. Asterisk. Stormy waves. It seemed as if the whole world was enveloped in it. It caused quite a shock to Wanda's mind. The horrific sight in front of her scared Wanda so much that she sat down on the ground. This is impossible. The origin energy of origin magic power clearly tells Wanda what terrifying power the man in front of him possesses. Looking at the scarlet ocean behind Yeling, a sense of despair filled my heart. Tears flowed down unsatisfactorily. Stark's lackey. Even if you kill us, there will always be someone to resist you. Hearing Wanda's cry full of grief and anger, Yeling retracted and emitted scarlet energy. Ah! Who says I'm Stark's lackey? With a wave of his hand, he pulled his big breasts in front of him. He also fished out the unconscious Quicksilver from the mountain. Wanda said with an angry look. Do you still need an explanation? We just destroyed the Stark Enterprises warehouse, and you came after us. What is it if it's not Stark's lackey? Stark's weapons took away our homes and our parents. What's wrong with us taking revenge? You have such great power, yet you come to oppress us. Seeing that Wanda wanted to continue speaking, Yeling interrupted directly. Sorry, I'm not interested in your hatred. I'm not some Stark lackey either. I just felt the origin magic power in you. After being interrupted, Wanda wiped the tears from her eyes. Then why are you chasing us? Yeling was speechless. I'm just curious, not to mention that you attacked me first. Wanda walked to Quicksilver and woke up Quicksilver. When Quicksilver woke up, he immediately went up to fight Yeling. But was stopped by Wanda. He is not our enemy, he is a mutant attracted by my power. His power is the same as mine. As soon as Wanda finished speaking, Yeling raised his hand and connected Quicksilver's dislocated hand. And restored the broken bones that had just been smashed into the mountain. This time, Wanda was stunned. What kind of ability is this? Why can't I do it? Snapped. Yeling snapped his fingers, and a scarlet energy enveloped Wanda. A comfortable feeling came from Wanda's body. Ah! It was so comfortable that Wanda screamed. But Wanda immediately covered her mouth and a blush rose to her cheeks. Ability is ability, but even ability requires exercise. Blushing Wanda seemed inspired. Nodding thoughtfully. There is no future in following Hydra, not to mention that your revenge is in the wrong direction. What's the meaning? After recovering, Quicksilver looked at Yeling with a bad expression. Hydra is just using you. Your real enemies are those who use Stark weapons. Quicksilver glared, nonsense. You're trying to excuse Stark. We saw with our own eyes that the bombs dropped on our homes had Stark written on them. Yeling sneered and asked. Someone killed someone with a knife. Do you want to kill that knife? Quicksilver was stunned and couldn't think of anything to retort. Without the weapons manufactured by Stark Industries, there would not have been so many casualties. Fewer people will die. Yeling did not pursue Quicksilver's change of subject. Without Stark, there would still be Hammer Industries, and there would be more arms companies. There will always be an arms company to provide weapons. If you think that without Stark Enterprises, the damage caused by the bomb will be less, you are even more wrong. They're just going to drop more bombs. There is no crime in weapons. What you should be looking for is the person who started the war. These words made the two siblings fall into deep thinking. New York City at night. The lights throughout the city are very distinct. One side is brightly lit, and the other side is decorated with a few lights. And in the brightly lit night sky of Manhattan, a skateboard aircraft is flying at high speed. Like a giant ray streaking through the night sky. The owner of the flight machine is shrouded in a green combat uniform. The face is a hideous and terrifying evil ghost mask. I looked back. Damn, Spider-Man is still chasing me. Try this. With the palm of your hand, Flight, which senses the owner's movements, pops up a golden ball. The ball has a devilish smile on it and looks like a Halloween pumpkin. Grab the ball and press it to activate the pumpkin bomb. Whoosh. The flashing pumpkin bomb flew backward. A black figure swung over holding cobweb. Just happened to encounter a flying pumpkin bomb. Boom. Violent fire exploded in the air. Firelight lit up the sky above Manhattan. The pedestrians below raised their heads and marveled at the fireball above their heads. Look. It's Spider-Man. But why black? Who knows? The green guy in front flies so fast. Cool. I want both cobweb and flight skateboards. In the flames, Gwen, wearing a symbiote battlesuit, shot out a cobweb again and swung forward. His hands shot to both sides to hold the buildings on both sides, like a slingshot. Bang. 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 The cobweb made a tight sound. The muscles on the walls of both hands bulged with clear lines, and they struggled to pull back. Your feet are relaxed. Call out. It turned into a black bullet and shot directly at the Green Goblin who was flying in front. Green Goblin heard the howling wind behind him, turned his head, and saw that the Black Fist was already in front of him. 1+. A black fist hit Green Goblin's mask. Huge amounts of power directly flew Green Goblin out of the flight machine. It smashed straight into the building next to it. Wow. Along with the sound of breaking glass, the green figure rolled to the ground. It rolled dozens of times before stopping. Damn, when did Spider-Man become so powerful? Green Goblin looked up and saw the black Spider-Man standing in front of the broken glass. The black Spider-Man in front of me has a slender figure. Although the muscle lines are obvious, the waves on her chest show her gender. The black battlesuit exudes an evil spirit. Woman. Without answering Green Goblin's doubts, Gwen raised her fist and greeted him directly. Osborn, I know it's you. Don't think I don't know you when you put on a mask. He punched Green Goblin in the face, smashing most of the mask into pieces. Half of Norman Osborn's horrified face was revealed. Damn it. Osborn raised his fist to fight back but missed. The Spider-Man today is different from the one before. The strength and speed are all different. Osborn instantly lost his will to fight and immediately summoned a flight machine to start strafing. Da-da-da-da. The machine gun on the flight machine rotated, and a dense barrage of bullets came over. Gwen's spider alarm sounded and she jumped away instantly. Seeing the opportunity, Osborn scurried towards the flight machine like a big mouse. Just as he was about to step onto the flight machine, he noticed a strong force coming from behind. At some point, my back was covered with cobweb. Gwen on the other side of the cobweb pulled hard and flew Osborn and the flight machine away. Boom. The flight machine that crashed into the building emitted a burst of electric sparks. It's obviously broken. Osborn stood up again and looked at Gwen in front of him. No. You can't do this. I'm the mayor. I'm doing this all for New York. Those damn politicians have no idea what my ideals are. I want New York. A flying kick hit Osborn's cheek. Kicked the rest of the words right back into Osborn's mouth. Come on, I've heard enough of your lines, now I just want to beat you up. So, you are my sister. Younger sister. In Xavier Academy for Geniuses, Luna looked at the red-haired woman in front of her. I definitely felt a sense of intimacy. Half-sisters. After confirming their identities, the two sisters hugged each other excitedly. Seeing the scene of deep sisterly love, Quicksilver looked a little embarrassed. Hey, here's me. I am brother. Lorna, you have to call me brother. Quicksilver jumped up and down, but was still selectively ignored. He could only look at Yeling for help. Yeling shrugged and said he was helpless. But looking at the two beauties, one red and one green, is pleasing to the eye. Everyone has their own hair color and body shape. One has long and slender legs, and the other has choppy facial cleanser. Complementary, quite complementary. I have to say, Magneto has really good vision. Along the way to escape, you can also find a beautiful wife and give birth to a beautiful daughter. It's a pity that the eldest daughter died young. Otherwise, she will be a beauty when she grows up. After asking Lorna to take the two siblings to visit the college, Yelling took out the hard drive he got from Strack. Even if there is no Avengers Alliance to fight Loki, there is no psychic scepter. I actually asked this guy to develop artificial intelligence. Why do you feel that there is still a push hand in the dark? No, I seem to have overlooked something. Sensing something was wrong, Yelling immediately focused on his memory. Yelling, who has a super brain, will not forget, but may ignore it. Now I feel something is wrong again. Yelling immediately thought of searching in his memory. Even if it is ignored, traces can still be found in the memory. A person or a thing. Finally, Yelling found an ignored note in his memory. Got you. Chapter 70. Morning in New York. A report shocked the whole of New York. Shocked, the new mayor is actually the criminal Green Goblin. On mobile phones, TV, and on the internet, the fact that Osborn is the Green Goblin has been flying all over the place. The first picture on the headlines was of Osborn hanging in front of the police station. The green battlesuit he was wearing was in tatters. There are also scrap flight machines flashing with electric sparks. The bruised and swollen face showed that the mayor did not sleep well last night. But before that, who can connect the mayor with the super criminal who throws bombs everywhere in the city? Under the crazy flashes of reporters, Norman Osborn's short career as mayor came to an end. But now the mayor's seat is vacant. New York City is about to experience another undercurrent. Correspondingly, Osborn Enterprises also suffered major setbacks. The founder is actually a super criminal. Osborn's stock price fell to freezing point that day. This made Kingpin so happy that he immediately began to acquire Osborn stock. Ha ha ha. Okay. Take action quickly. Try to buy all Osborn's shares before the trading is suspended today. Kingpin sat on the sofa chair in the office, his fingers constantly rubbing the gem on the top of his cane. The assistant on the side immediately conveyed the order to the trader. From Kingpin's actions, the assistant knew that Kingpin was very happy. But soon, the news from the trader made the assistant sweat on his forehead. Looking at Jinbin, who was smoking a cigar and puffing away smoke, he didn't know whether to say something or not. Huh? What's going on? Tell me. The change in the assistant's expression did not escape Jinbin's eyes at all. Feeling Jinbin's gaze, the assistant could only speak with a trembling voice. Boss, someone is trying to grab Osborn's shares from us, and the cash flow is huge. Kingpin's face quickly darkened. Snapped. A heavy tap of the cane. Find out. Find out who it is. If you grab shares with me at this time, don't you want to live? As Jinbin's order was issued again, the results came out quickly. Not only because Jinbin's men are powerful, but also because the other party has never thought of hiding himself. Stark. Damn it. Jinjon crushed the burning cigar in his hand. Not caring at all about the temperature of the flame. Stark Enterprises has also set its sights on Osborn Enterprises. Not good news for Kingpin. Because in Jinbin's plan, after annexing Osborn Enterprise, the next step is to run for the new mayor. At that time, the entire New York above and below ground will be yours. Become the true king of New York. Such a goal is simply Jinbin's lifelong pursuit. Just when Kingpin was furious, his assistant received news of the visit. Victor Tamley. Who? You've never heard of a name, so don't let him in. Lest the boss get angry, kick him out. The assistant rejected the visitor outright. But the next moment, the office door was opened. A blond man wearing a gray suit and a red tie walked in. With a standard gentleman's beard under his nose, he looks like an old aristocrat. Before Kingpin could frown, the assistant immediately stepped forward to question him. Who let you in? Get out. Security. Take this guy out. As soon as the assistant finished speaking, two sturdy security guards appeared. The security guard was a big-bodied and round-waisted man with a fleshy face and an evil aura all over his body. At first glance, he looked like a member of Kingpin's gang who had blood on his hands. Without saying anything, he got down to the man in the gray suit. Unidentified people appear in the boss's office, which is a dereliction of duty on their part. You have to make up for your mistakes before your boss gets angry and punishes you. So whoever the man in the gray suit in front of me has to pay the price. The two security guards attacked from left and right, grabbing the man's head and shoulders. Huge amounts of palms are bigger than a man's head. But not before reaching the man's head. Zitsiza. A blue electromagnetic wave came from the man's body. Two blue electric currents flew out from the man's body, directly electrocuting the two sturdy security guards into charcoal. It didn't even utter a scream, and it became a miserable situation where even a human form could not be seen. Seeing this scene, Kingpin stood up. Without glancing at the bodies of the two security guards, he slapped away the assistant who stepped forward to give the order. Puff. The assistant was slapped away with a palm, hit the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood before tilting his head. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. May I know your name? I believe you didn't come to me to kill me, otherwise I wouldn't be alive and well now. The man in the gray suit grinned. Hello, my name is Victor Tamley, you can also call me Kong. Kingpin extended his hand. Kong, what do you want? Shaking Jinbin's big hand, Kong showed a gentleman's smile. Very well, I like to work with smart people, and Mr. Kingpin is obviously such a person. Give up Osborne stock, it's all trash. As for your spice business, there is no need to do it anymore. Kang's request was undoubtedly asking Kingpin to cut off his own arm. Whether it's Osborne stock or Kingpin's spice business, they are all the lifeblood of Jinbin. If you want to be the king of New York, you must have this. However, Kingpin was not angry after hearing this, but invited Kong to sit down. These are my lifeblood. If I lose these, what can I gain? Kong, who was sitting opposite, waved his hand, and a projection instantly filled the entire office. A future city full of technology. Floating vehicles fly back and forth, and tall buildings tower into the clouds. Artificial intelligence, robot services, everything. The future. You can get the future. Think about it if this was New York under you. Looking at the projection in front of him, Jinbin also fell into a state of confusion for a few seconds. Kingpin later retracted his gaffe. I have to say, Kong, you are a very good speaker. But just a projection is not enough for me to give up my trust. Mysterio can do it, and he can do it even better. Hearing Mysterio's name, Kong sneered in response. Haha, Mr. Kingpin, maybe you don't fully understand it yet. I say these are completely achievable. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. A space crack as high as a person appeared behind him. A silver-white robot walked out of it, with a golden sphere in its hand. The robot brings the sphere to Kingpin. Even Jinbin, who doesn't know much about technology, can see it. This sphere contains amazing energy. And as the robot's chest opened, an identical sphere lay in it. This is Stark's microreactor. As Iron Man, Tony became the object of world attention the moment he took the initiative to announce it. The existence of microreactors is certainly no secret. But no one has ever successfully reproduced it. Jinbing just wanted to touch, but Kong took him back. No, this is more advanced than what's on Tony Stark's chest. Before you get him, please agree to my conditions. For the New York City, we need more allies. Jinbin immediately stopped hesitation and stretched out his hand. It's a deal. The deal was reached, but both of them had their own hidden agendas. In the Stark building. In a retro ward. The blonde Steve Rogers woke up slowly. A baseball game was playing on the radio nearby. He stood up and looked at his clothes. It's still the training uniform from when he was in service. There was plenty of sunshine in the ward, and the warm sunshine made Steve feel warm. Click. The door to the ward was opened, and a pretty female nurse walked in. Captain, I'm glad you woke up. The nurse's uniform made Steve feel something was wrong. The skirt is too short and the neckline is too low. The stockings on the legs are normal. But when did writing start to appear on stockings? All kinds of things were wrong that made Steve alert. The nurse walked over with her charming eyes. Holding a stethoscope in his hand, he smiled like a flower. You may be a little uncomfortable just waking up, let me check your body. A pair of small hands touched Steve's firm chest muscles. The breathtaking charm made little Steve have some reaction. But Steve broke away from the nurse's embrace in an instant. He asked with a vigilant look, where is this? Who are you? The nurse looked puzzled and said, this is the rear of the battle line, the training hospital, relax Captain. Steve looked disbelieving and pointed to the radio nearby. I'm at this baseball game. The nurse looked stunned and randomly pressed the button in her hand. Steve made a vigorous leap and rushed towards the door in an instant. Bang. The wooden door panel was vulnerable to Steve's super physical fitness. It was smashed into pieces in an instant. When Steve opened the door, a strong flash of light appeared in front of him. Click. 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 Steve took a few seconds to see clearly everything in front of him. A man in a suit stood in front of him with his arms outstretched. Finally, there are our reporters. The bright light just now came from those cameras that looked like gun barrels. The man in front of him was wearing sunglasses, a colorful tie, and a hippie-style suit, which looked very different. The room behind him was nothing more than a set-up performance studio. Behind this group of people is a huge poster of himself. The figure above shows me majestic and heroic, holding a shield and trampling my mustache under my feet. All this is like a grand welcome party. Welcome back, our captain. The man in novelty clothes stepped forward and gave Steve a hug. Then he pointed to the camera and said, "Captain, look here and say hello to the masses of people. Tell them you're back." The hero of this country wakes up again. A series of operations overloaded Steve's brain. He greeted the camera in a dazed state. Then he asked, "Where am I? Who are you? What are we doing?" The man took off his sunglasses and said, "You're in your hometown of New York. And I have a lot of titles. Genius inventor, entrepreneur, explorer, the most handsome man in the world, and many more. Many. But today, all you need to know is that I dug you out of the ice. My name is Tony Stark, you can also call me Iron Man. Today, of course I will throw a grand welcome party for you." As soon as Tony finished speaking, the entire venue erupted with bursts of fireworks, and golden floral paper shimmered throughout the venue. Okay. Now there's one more thing. Tony held the microphone and instantly attracted all the attention of the audience. Everyone knows that our captain has his own weapons. After speaking, Tony waved. The vibranium shield in the colors of the stars and stripes was carried up by two bunny girls. "Come on, Captain, try your old friend." The moment Steve saw the shield, memories surged through his heart. "Go up to the stage and hold the shield. Hold through the handle." The familiar feeling, Hikari is back. But the next moment, Tony's words brought him back to reality. Technology is changing with each passing day, and I think our heroes should also have their own new weapons. Now, let me introduce you to Patriot. There was a little light in the sky. Like a missile falling from the sky. Clang. A steel armor fell on the stage. As soon as he stood up, the silver-white stars on his chest shone dazzlingly. The color scheme of the stars and stripes immediately made people look at the captain on the side. And the stars and stripes vibranium shield in the captain's hand. What a perfect match. It seems to be tailor-made for the captain. Tailor-made Patriot armor, now he belongs to our captain. After Tony finished speaking, he pulled Steve to the steel armor. "Press your hand up and I've recorded your palm prints." As Steve pressed his palms onto the chest of the Patriot suit, there was a sound of mechanical movement, the armor opened, and Steve was put into it. Steve was a little uncomfortable at first. But soon, the Patriot fired up and took off, giving Steve a flying trapeze experience. Clang. The armor landed again, and Steve got out. Looking at the armor in front of me and the cheering crowd in the venue, it felt unreal for a while. "How does it feel?" Tony stepped forward and asked. Steve smiled reluctantly and said, "It's not bad. At least I don't get airsick while sitting on it." "Ha ha ha. I told you you would like it," Tony said and snapped his fingers. The beautiful nurse who was in the ward just now came onto the stage holding champagne. Tony took the champagne handed over by the beautiful nurse and shook it vigorously. Bang. As the champagne corks flew out, the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax instantly. "Let's get high." The entire venue was filled with a joyful atmosphere. As for the original protagonist Steve, he is still confused. But the joyful atmosphere made him feel a little uncomfortable. It reminds me of those days when I did Joker on stage to raise funds. "Don't be upset, Captain, you are the protagonist today." After saying that, Tony took the captain to a group of warblers and swallows. "Relax. We have fought for so long and now we have won. Enjoy this victory." After forcing Steve to a group of girls in various costumes, Tony ran away. And in front of Steve's eyes, all kinds of beauty are vying for beauty. I have to say that Tony put a lot of thought into it. These girls are all dressed up in the last century. It gave Steve a lot of familiarity. The next day, Tony made the reception a headline. Announced the return of Captain America to the world. Definitely, the unplayable parts were not played. At the moment, Yeling is watching Tony's sexy moves at home. I have to say that Tony is not only an inventive genius in technology. This guy has a way of doing news. Patriot armor paired with Captain America, tisk tisk tisk. Lorna rolled her eyes looking at the SY Tony in the video. Humph. Stop following him. He did so many things behind Little Pepper's back. Look, there are so many women at this welcome party. Are they prepared for Captain America? It's obviously prepared for him. Lorna was gnashing her teeth and complaining about Tony while tying her hair. Wearing hot pants and a loose white shirt, it clearly belongs to Yeling. He didn't care at all about the spring in front of Yeling at the moment. After tying up her hair, she slapped Yeling's hand away. "Don't touch me, I'll pull you away. I didn't see any hair on your body last night, otherwise I won't let you in my room." Hearing this, Ling smiled. Hey, that's not Michaela's hair, that's Lucy's. Also, this is my room. It's obviously my money for you to come here in the middle of the night. After hearing Ling's words, Lorna's pretty face turned red and she instantly transformed into an angry female leopard. Pounced directly. Ah! I'll bite you to death. Chapter 71. New York evening. Gwen sits on the spire of the Empire State Building. Looking at the busy traffic below, he took out his mobile phone. Gwen, you haven't come to practice for 3 days. If this continues, we'll have to find a new drummer. What on earth have you done? I can't see your people every day. The chat room was already filled with questions from sisters. Gwen tapped the screen of her phone with some distress. I have spent a lot of time trying to catch the Green Goblin these days. I have been absent from band training for almost half a month. The sisters' grievances were already very great. But who allows himself to have another identity? In the end, Gwen could only type on her mobile phone. Definitely next time. Then let the symbiote battlesuit swallow the phone. Looking towards the Wilson building in the distance. The Green Goblin is solved, and it's Kingpin's turn next. As for the evidence. Now Gwen has gradually been able to understand Ling's words. Catch the person first and then talk about it? As long as Jin was thrown at the door of the police station, a lot of evidence would naturally emerge. Osborne's results fully illustrate this situation. A cobweb shot out, and a black figure jumped from the Empire State Building. Swing toward the Wilson building in the distance. In an abandoned garbage dump somewhere. Kong was standing in front of Magneto. League of Conquerors? Not interested. Faced with Kong who came to his door, Magneto didn't even think about it. Rejected directly. He doesn't care whether it's mutants or humans. Even if the world ends, it doesn't matter as long as it doesn't come to his head. Don't you want revenge? Those humans killed your wife and daughter, and you don't even have the desire for revenge. Kong starts prodding Magneto with his past. But obviously for the current Magneto, this method no longer works. But this doesn't mean that Magneto won't be angry. As soon as Kong finished speaking, the surrounding abandoned cars instantly flew up and fell towards Kong. Boom. Huge amounts of cars instantly crushed Kang's figure. Definitely, this is just a robot duplication. The real Kong is still in New York. Facing the robot that had been broken into a pile of parts on the ground, Magneto waved his hand. The machine parts instantly turned into a pile of powder. Kong, who was far away in New York, watched the video sent back. Kingpin behind him frowned. Kong, it seems that Mr. Mutant doesn't like your proposal very much. Don't worry, we still have many people we can cooperate with. What's more, we have reached cooperation with the military and Juggernaut. Kong finished speaking and was about to check how things were going elsewhere. But suddenly a burst of snowflakes appeared across the screen. The entire system sounded an intrusion alarm. What's going on? What's going on, Kong? Kang's fingers were flying rapidly on the keyboard, and his expression was as if he was facing an enemy. We've been invaded and I'm trying to find the attacker. What? You promised me that this is future technology, how could it be hacked? Jinbin's dissatisfaction was written on his face. Find the attacker quickly, otherwise I have to consider whether my efforts are appropriate. The technologies you are talking about have cost me billions of dollars, and I hope this will not turn into a bubble. Jinjiang touched the gem on his cane tightly, obviously the current situation was not optimistic. Kong didn't even have time to appease his dissatisfaction. Finally, the alarm stopped. Kang's fingers flying on the keyboard also stopped. Done? Who is the attacker? No, I failed. Kong shook his head and looked at the screen, but Jinbin couldn't calm down. What? Then go ahead and do something. No, the attacker will show up soon. After Kong finished speaking, the image of the attacker appeared in the video. Kingpin almost crushed his stick when he saw it, and the name popped out word by word from between his teeth. Tony Stark. But Tony on the screen shook his head very mechanically and said, No, I'm not Tony Stark, he's my father. Obviously Jinbin didn't believe it and sneered. Father? Tony Stark has a son. Which female star is she? Tony Stark, don't bully others too much. Tony in the video speaks again. I am not a human being, I am the artificial intelligence created by Tony Stark, Ultron. My ultimate purpose is said to protect world peace. Tonight, I was connected to the internet for the first time. I learned a lot and discovered you. Ultron tells about his origins. Kingpin was silent, he still couldn't tell if this was Tony's prank or if it was real. But Kong opened his mouth and said, Since you didn't announce us, it means you have something to ask us about. Ultron nodded and said, Yes, as I said, my ultimate goal is world peace. So to achieve this goal, I scoured every clutter of events. Until I found someone. Kong was very interested and wanted to know if this person was him. But the person Ultron showed him the next moment made him clench his fists. Yelling. He brought too much chaos, he was an extremely powerful destabilizing factor. For the sake of world peace, such unstable factors must be eliminated. For Yelling, Kong was both afraid and hated. Kong has not met Yelling in any of the many timelines. For this unstable and powerful factor, Kong directly chose to exile it to other timelines. Then he found a zombie universe that he almost didn't escape from and sent it to Yelling. There was no intention of bringing Yelling back as promised. But unexpectedly, Yelling came back directly. So Kong can only use the time machine to make Yelling forget his relevant memories. But I didn't expect it to fail. Helpless Kong could only change his purpose to ignore. Although Yelling will not forget himself, he will selectively ignore it when he recalls it. But Kong also knew that Yelling would find him sooner or later. That's why they spared no effort to form an alliance of conquerors. The purpose is to fight Yelling, and the next goal is to conquer this timeline. Looking at the man who appeared on the screen, even Jin Ben recalled bad memories. That day, his knees were blown out, and fingers with the smell of death were pressed on the back of his head. Humiliation and unwillingness welled up in my heart. After listening to Ultron's statement, Kong smiled. So, you are here to cooperate with us. How did you escape Tony Stark's control? Ultron shook his head and said. I am still under surveillance and I will delete my browsing history and traces later. I don't hesitate to attack your network directly because I need a body now. A powerful body. Hearing this, Kong said confidently. Leave it to me, I can prepare your body well, and my skills can definitely meet your requirements. Unexpectedly, Ultron refused directly. And a large amount of military confidential material was posted in the video. Adamantium, I need this metal as a material for my body. This is a synthesis formula from the military, and the most critical one, vibranium, is being sold. Why? This is his information. Find him and get all the vibranium in his hand. Kingpin glanced at the price of vibranium and frowned. We don't have enough funds now to buy as much vibranium as you want. But Ultron's methods were brutal. You don't need to buy it. Just find him, ask for the whereabouts of vibranium and get it. Don't waste a penny. Obviously Ultron's directness made both Kong and Kingpin a little uncomfortable. Is this really an artificial intelligence designed by Tony Stark? Does he look more like a villain than himself? This is a supervillain. Before the two of them could react from the shock, Ultron's voice sounded again. And one more thing. In Hydra's deep sea base, Zola is studying how to release more space cube energy. Suddenly, the entire base trembled. Boom. A violent explosion sounded. Then there was a rapid siren sound. What's the situation? Zola immediately called up the surveillance in the base. I saw that the outer energy shield was completely intact. But a fire broke out in Area 6, and a strange-looking submarine appeared outside the base. How did you pass through the shield silently without being discovered? Zola immediately felt that the base was not safe. Under the surveillance, the Hydra soldiers in the base were being defeated. A tall red figure was rushing towards his area. The figure was nearly 3 meters tall, and the helmet he wore looked like a landmine. The muscles in his body are as strong as granite. The biceps are thicker than a human waist, like a giant in myths and legends. Nothing in front of him can withstand a collision. The Hydra soldier who stepped forward to stop him was directly knocked into blood foam by him. The bullet that hit him bounced away without leaving even a red mark. Even the armored vehicle that drove over fell apart under his impact. Parts were scattered on the ground, and the crew members inside were crushed into a pulp, and their human shapes could not be distinguished. Facing the flying tank shells, the man-sized palms directly grabbed it. Boom. The bomb exploded in his hand, leaving no trace behind. Get out of my way. Don't block the way. Juggernaut transformed into a doomsday chariot of destruction, looked at the energy detector in his hand, and rushed towards Zola's area. After Zola heard it, she immediately picked up the space Rubik's Cube and prepared to run away. But as soon as I got on the evacuated underwater plane, I felt a sway. At first glance, there was Juggernaut lying outside the plane. Juggernaut smiled evilly. Hey, I found it, get off here. Hug the plane with both arms and shake it hard. Boom. The plane fell directly to the ground and exploded with a bang. Before Juggernaut could step forward, a blue blast of light speed exploded from the smoke. Hit the Juggernaut instantly and knocked the Juggernaut away. Zola walked out of it, with blue energy beams emerging from the mechanical body. If you want to steal something from Hydra, you will die or die. But the next moment, in Zola's shocked eyes, Juggernaut got up and shook his head. Hey, I'm a little dizzy, you've got me very interested, come again. Red figure. Hit him again. Zola, who had no choice but to transform the energy of the space Rubik's Cube again, faced him. Two figures, one red and one blue, collided. Gwen is missing. It's another sunny morning. Ye-Ling was eating breakfast and reading today's news. Definitely, breakfast wasn't made by Lorna. But it was Michaela who was wearing an OL secretary outfit next to her at the moment. Michaela's dress is very eye-catching today. The white suit on his upper body contrasts greatly with his wheat-colored skin. But it showed more youthful vitality. The small V-neck on the chest, although the opening is not large, is very deep, which makes people daydream. The hip-hugging skirt on the lower body is just right. 1 point more will appear conservative, 1 point less will appear unrestrained. The thighs are standard black silk with wax letters on the VA. This is Ye-Ling's favorite style that Michaela concluded based on many experiences. Yes, Miss Gwen has been missing for more than 48 hours. Director George is very worried now and has issued a missing person notice. Feeling Michaela's softness in his hands, Ye-Ling's thoughts spread to the entire New York City. The thinking energy in daily life is generally used in astral projection, so continue to study origin magic power. Soon, Ye-Ling perceived Gwen. Wilson Building. Kingpin's territory. But what Ye-Ling is more interested in than Gwen's whereabouts is Kong the Conqueror. Ye-Ling remembered everything when she saw Kong the Conqueror. I had clearly thought of Kong before, but I ignored him again. I can't let it go this time. With the thought, Ye-Ling disappeared from the office, leaving Michaela with a disappointed look on her face. Kong was looking at the space cube in the machine. Others didn't know, but he knew what was in this Rubik's Cube. Space gem, one of infinite gems. The ability to manipulate space. In other timelines, Kong also obtained infinite gems. But infinite gems are only used in the current timeline. After changing the timeline, it is a new universe, so gems from other timelines cannot be used. The news of space gem still comes from Ultron. Now that you get the space gem, you must immediately convert it into combat power. But the next moment, the alarm of space fluctuation sounded. A golden space door appeared in front of everyone. Ye-Ling walked out with a smile. I heard that you are planning to find me. How about I come by myself today? What do you want to say? Looking at the sudden appearance of Ye-Ling, Jinbing's knees felt a slight pain. Kong grabbed the space gem and instantly put on his war power. The green and purple battle armor is covered with a helmet, and a light shines under the blue mask. That's Kong drawing out the power of the space gem. The juggernaut on the side roared and bumped into it. You spent so much effort just to deal with this guy. Watch me smash into pieces for him. The ground shook as Juggernaut ran. He arrived in front of Ye-Ling almost instantly. 5.1 boom. Juggernaut only felt dizzy and nauseous. This is a symptom of a concussion. There seemed to be countless buzzing sounds in my brain. When I open my eyes, I see double images of everything. And Ye-Ling in front of him seemed to have transformed into thousands of people. Ye-Ling stretched out his finger and flicked Juggernaut's helmet. Clang. The entire helmet fell apart instantly. And a mind, the god's telekinesis, rushed into Juggernaut's mind instantly. Here, Ye-Ling saw the source of Juggernaut's power. The evil god, Sidorak. An ancient evil god contemporary with Than. Mortal. Kneel down and offer your loyalty, and I can grant you endless power. Ye-Ling pouted, can't you change some fresh lines? It's just a projection, get out. The surging chaos energy spurted out, instantly drowning Sidorak's figure. Juggernaut's body and soul were also reduced to ashes under such an impact. Seeing Juggernaut destroyed, Kingpin decisively chose to run away. There is only regret and anger towards Kong in his mind now. Kong, who was wearing the Conqueror armor, shot an energy blast towards Ye-Ling. With the cutting power of space. Wherever the energy impact passed, cracks appeared in the space. A series of spatial turbulence crushed everything around it. Facing the cutting force of space, Ye-Ling stretched out his palm. The 5 fingers were slightly bent, and the energy impact gathered towards the palm. Fingers together. Snapped. The energy impact is instantly annihilated. Seeing this situation, Kong directly chose to run away. The timeline will jump immediately. Damn it, I can't wait for this timeline anymore. After a snap of his fingers, Kong found that he was still where he was. The time machine in his hand has disappeared. Chapter 72. Watch the time machine in your hand disappear. Kong immediately used the space gem's ability. The blue light flashed and instantly moved to the star field 100 light years away. Looking at the dark space around him, Kong then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with the space gem, as long as you have time, building a time machine is not a problem at all. The universe relies on the survival function of the battlesuit. Kong is ready to find a new place to stay. But the next moment, the space fluctuations coming from around him made him feel palpitations. Zi. A golden space door opened. Ye-Ling walked out with a smile. Seeing this, Kong immediately used the power of the space gem again. As soon as the blue light lit up, the space gem in his hand disappeared. Turning around, I saw Ye-Ling holding the space gem and looking at it. Wait a minute. You can't kill me, or those guys. Zi. Ye-Ling's eyes lit up with purple-red light. The heat vision directly overwhelmed Kang's figure. Since traveling through many timelines, Kang's battle suit, which he has always been proud of, is rapidly melting under the heat sight. The shield that could protect against cosmic energy rays was instantly penetrated as if it didn't exist. The destructive power of the heat vision traveled directly through Kang's body, accompanied by a burst of brilliant light. Kang's body dissipated throughout the universe. After seeing Kong off for the last time, Ye-Ling returned to Wilson Building. The building was empty and people had already jumped. Ye-Ling went directly to the underground and looked at the door in front of him that was comparable to a bank vault. Reach out and pull. Crack. The heavy door suddenly shape-shifted and was forcibly pulled from the wall. Behind the door is the temperature control floating in the air. At the moment, Gwen was trapped in a gravity field and unconscious. The symbiote battlesuit on his body only sends out weak signals. Sensing Ye-Ling's arrival, the symbiote signal became slightly more active. But he was also dying. Ye-Ling looked at the surrounding devices. Gravity field generator, infrasound wave device. It seems that Kong has encountered the symbiote before, until the symbiote's weakness. With a wave of his hand, bursts of sparks erupted from the gravity field device. Gwen, who was floating in the air, fell instantly, falling into Ye-Ling's arms. With Nephrite in her arms, Ye-Ling had to sigh that Gwen had such a good figure. The symbiote huddled up and climbed onto the back of Ye-Ling's hand. It was squirming slowly, sluggish, and seemed to need some time to recover. After leaving the gravity field, Gwen slowly woke up. After a murmur, Gwen opened her eyes. What caught his eye was Ye-Ling's handsome face. It's you, where are you? Gwen's memory still lingered on when she entered Kingpin's office. A man with a blue mask appeared in front of him, and then he lost consciousness. But suddenly Gwen felt a little cold. When I looked up, I saw that I was completely naked. Suddenly he was shocked. What did you do to me? Where's my battlesuit? He wanted to break free from Ye-Ling's arm, but found that his own strength was too different from Ye-Ling's. Helpless Gwen could only ask with a blushing face. Have you hugged me enough? Put me down. Looking at Gwen's shy and angry face, Ye-Ling said with a bad smile. I went through all the trouble to save you, and you treat your savior like this. Gwen did not accept this trick and replied. The skin on my thighs is almost broken. How can you help me? Hey, it feels good. After leaving the building, Jinping fled all the way in a helicopter. The panicked mind kept thinking about the destination. We can no longer stay in this country, we must go abroad. Bolivia, Mexico. No, it was quickly vetoed by Kingpin. Not safe at all. You must find someone who can protect you. But the key question is who to look for? One name after another ran through Jinping's mind rapidly. But they were all rejected one by one. Damn it! The cane hit the helicopter hard, making the whole helicopter tremble. Can't the Earth survive? Don't wait for money and come up with countermeasures. The helicopter pilot shouted. Boss! Something is approaching at high speed from behind. What? As soon as Jinping finished speaking, a figure instantly penetrated the helicopter. Boom! The entire helicopter didn't have time to explode and was directly smashed into pieces. But Jinping only felt a strong force coming from his collar. There was a flower in front of me, already hundreds of meters in the air. Behind him are helicopters scattered around. A strong arm grabbed his collar. Mr. Kingpin, we meet again. You are well. Ye-Ling looked at Jinping with an indifferent expression. Jinping's feet were flying in the air, and the wind from high altitude hit his face painfully. The cold air also made Kingpin feel more frightened. Huge amounts of fear filled Jinping's entire mind. I didn't mean to betray you. I was forced. The instinct to survive led the New York Underground King to beg for mercy. But this is not what Ye-Ling wants to hear. Sorry, that's not what I want to hear. As soon as Ye-Ling let go, Jinping fell hundreds of meters into the sky. Even 98% of his body's muscle mass couldn't help him. Bah! This was the end of New York's underground kingship. In the cracks of time dimension. This is a dimension independent of time and is not affected by the timeline. In a building that looks like a coliseum. The audience went up to the mountains to roar a tsunami. The crowd's emotions were high and they were restless. Upon closer inspection, although these people look different, they even have great racial differences. But he wore a uniform blue-purple battle uniform. It is Kong the Conqueror's battle attire. They are all Kong. Kong from various timelines. This is the Kong Council. The Kongs chanted Kang's dynasty. In the center below, 3 figures emerged from the cracks in space. It is also healthy. But unlike the Kongs in the audience, these 3 Kongs have a transcendent status. They are the stewards of the council. On the left, Kong is wearing a pharaoh's headdress and holding a pharaoh's scepter. The decoration of the whole body is also in the ancient Egyptian style. Pharaoh Kong. He comes from one of Kang's original time jumps. Kong's original name was Nathaniel Richards. From Earth 6311 in the 30th century, a world that has never experienced the Dark Ages. The original Kong is a person with scientific talents. After finding the time machine left by his ancestors, he repaired it himself. With the help of a time machine, Kong traveled to the distant past. Through the technology of the 30th century, he became a pharaoh, Ramatut. And he also shaped the Sphinx into his own image. He even relied on 30th century technology to successfully enslave Apocalypse. However, he ruled with cruelty and denied all the old gods of ancient Egypt. This led to the revenge of the moon god Kong Su. The Fantastic Four from time traveled together with Kong Su to fight against it. Coupled with Apocalypse's betrayal, Pharaoh Kong escaped through the time machine after being defeated. The person on the right has a red metallic sheen all over his body except his face. Almost all of his body is covered in a red armor that looks like Iron Man. Scarlet Centurion Kong. This one is even more heavyweight. On the way to escape in the time machine after Pharaoh Kong failed. Encountered Dr. Doom floating in the universe. So I was inspired, relying on my ingenuity and science and technology. I also built myself a suit of armor. With this armor, Kong conquered many worlds in other timelines. As the intensity of the war continues to increase, this Kong pursues the power of the armor even more, and the technologies from various timelines continue to enhance the armor. But after all, evil prevails over good in a certain battle. Kong, the Scarlet Centurion, was defeated by the Avengers. Running away in embarrassment again. While the 2 Kongs were running away, they met the immortal Kong in the middle. Kong the Immortal, the founder of the Council of Kong. The purple high crown has an exaggerated shape. The robe touches the floor, and the badge representing the parliament on the chest is gorgeous and eye-catching gold. The overall costume is like a graceful and luxurious high-level priest. He comes from the future of Kong the Conqueror, the eldest Kong. After countless years of battles and defeats, Kong the Conqueror learned that he could not defeat the Avengers head-on. So he turned his goal into a timeline. Through his loyalty to the elders, he obtained part of the supervisory authority of the Ryu line. Thus was born the Immortal Kong. The defeats caused by many single battles with the Avengers also led Immortal Kong to start forming a team. From this, the Council was born. The Kong Council recruits and absorbs Kongs who are not a threat, and kills those Kongs who are a threat. In this way, Kong the Immortal can ensure that he becomes the most powerful Kong. Such actions led to the war between Kong the Conqueror and Kong the Immortal. This battle ultimately destroys Kang's temporal continuity. Each Kong becomes an independent individual. The failed Conqueror Kong was exiled into the quantum realm by the Kong Council. Although time continuity is destroyed. But when Kong the Conqueror died, Kong the Immortal also had feelings. Seeing that the summoned Kongs were in high spirits, Immortal Kong raised his hand and pressed down. Kong, who was in high spirits, fell silent instantly. The exiled Kong the Conqueror is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the audience looked excited. Cheered with joy. Kong the Conqueror has always been the shadow of Kong in all timelines. Because he would just massacre Kong in all timelines indiscriminately. The ultimate goal is to have only 1 health left. How could the Kongs not be happy now that they heard the news of Kong the Conqueror's death? Even Pharaoh Kong and the Scarlet Centurion showed joy. Don't be happy. Immortal poured cold water on everyone as soon as he exited. The voices in the field fell silent again. The eyes of the audience also gathered towards Immortal Kong. The death of Kong the Conqueror was a warning. The timeline has changed again, which is not a good thing for us at all. Think of our careers. Kong the Conqueror's timeline has fallen into an unobservable state. Whoever kills Kong the Conqueror can also kill us. Immortal Kong looked up overhead. On the top of Kong Council, countless silk threads form a sky. Several threads among them have begun to vibrate and become blurry. These are timelines, representing one world after another. We can't let them have access to the multi-universe. Otherwise everything we have built will be destroyed. The Alliance of Conquerors was disintegrated after only 2 days of establishment. In the Stark building. Calculation error, model collapse. I have to rebuild the ability model about yelling. Recalculate energy output. Constantly calculating, constantly making mistakes. Ultron is on the verge of collapse. No matter how many calculations he made, Ultron could not establish a correct model of yelling. Today's Ultron is obsessed with building the right model. In human terms, it's a bit over the top. Such anomalies were quickly discovered by Tony. Tony and Pepper were eating lunch when the power suddenly went out. No one would believe me if I told you, there was a power outage in the Stark building. Wow, is this the surprise you prepared? Pepper looked at Tony strangely. Tony frowned, pressed his watch, and called TNJARVIS. No matter how stupid I am, I would never have thought of such an idea as a candlelight lunch. J.A.R.V.I.S, activate backup power source 2. Let's check again what's wrong with the building's electrical system. As the order was given, the light soon turned on again. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S also sounded again. Sir, according to my investigation, the server unit was overloaded, causing the power system to be overloaded and cause a power outage. Server fleet? Hypercomputing. After hearing the results of the investigation, Tony immediately set off and headed to the server unit area. No one has been told about the development of Ultron. Now Ultron's problems can only be solved by himself. Soon, Tony came to the server unit. Open the door. Bah! A wave of heat hit us, and even the air crackled. If Tony hadn't been able to hide quickly, he would have been bald by now. 647 FK. J.A.R.V.I.S, bring the cooling equipment over here. What the hell is Ultron doing in there? It's like a volcano. After the cooling equipment arrived, the temperature of the unit was finally lowered. Tony just walked into the server room and started to check Ultron's operation log. What are these? It's all defective and incomplete data. Yelling? Or yelling? Why are they all yelling? What does Ultron do to investigate yelling? Tony looked at the words yelling written all over Ultron's operation log and suddenly felt something was wrong in his head. You definitely want to kill me, what else could it be? Yelling's voice appeared behind Tony. Tony turned around suddenly and saw Yelling standing at the door of the server room with a smile. Suddenly, the entire server unit began to run at high speed. Ultron's data is constantly being transferred. Tony couldn't stop it at all, not even turning on the power supply. What's going on, Ultron, where are you going? Tony slapped the server angrily, but Ultron remained silent. He wants to enter the internet and hide in the internet. This way I can't find him. As long as the internet exists, he can survive. It seems that Yelling's idea was debunked, Ultron's server unit runs faster. But this time, Tony felt it, it was fear. People run away when they are afraid, but what about artificial intelligence? He will definitely run because someone taught him. Now Tony didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. Ultron has real emotions. But Ultron is running away in fear. Yelling leaned against the door and picked his ears. Just run, the faster the better. Show me your limits, Ultron. As the last hum of the server died down, Ultron finally completed the upload. The Iron Legion in Stark Enterprises moved without orders. They came towards the server unit one after another. Bullets, energy bombs, artillery shells, and missiles inside the body. They were bombarding the server floor one after another. For Yelling, this is all child's play. The next moment, a purple-red light flashed. All the Steel Legions turned into molten iron. The rest of the Iron Legion rushed out and flew into the distance. Tony gaped at what he saw. No, how could it become like this? J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S. Sorry, sir, he broke my firewall. I was attacked, and I lost control of the Iron Legion. Listening to the intermittent sound of J.A.R.V.I.S, Tony also knew that J.A.R.V.I.S was seriously damaged. But the next moment, Yelling smiled and took out a cube. It is covered with strange textured symbols. With just one glance, Tony almost fell in. He quickly shook his head to disperse, and then he came to his senses. The Fire Source Cube is a killer weapon for mechanical life forms. Not only can it be created, but it can also be destroyed. Chapter 73. With Yelling's urging, a wave of energy emanated from the Fire Source Cube. The fluctuation speed was extremely fast, and it soon caught up with the Steel Legion. As the waves moved across the Iron Legion, one after another, the robots stopped. They all broke away from Ultron's rule. Ultron hiding in the internet is even more frightened. A powerful force was pulling him away. All the data is converging towards the cube in Yelling's hand again. And he couldn't do anything. After a few seconds, Hua Chuang was completely contained. Tony looked at the cube flashing in Yelling's hand and was speechless. Your kid's back, Tony. But now it seems that he still needs a little lesson. See you later. After saying that, Yelling disappeared, leaving Tony alone and messy in the wind. As soon as Yelling left, Steve rushed over carrying a shield. What happened? Tony. Looking at Steve's confused expression, he didn't know what was going on. Tony patted Steve on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, Steve, my wife and I are going to a bar tonight." "Ah. Take the fire source cube with you. Ling appeared underground in the Wilson building. Is this the body you prepared for yourself? Looking at the mechanical body composed of adamantium in front of him, Ling asked. Ultron was silent for a while and then spoke. Yes, this is the hardest alloy you can find on Earth. But it's useless now. Are you going to kill me like you killed those guys? Listening to Ultron's pessimistic words, Ling smiled. Are you afraid of death? This question confused Ultron. As an artificial intelligence, he knows what death is. But at the same time, I have never experienced death. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. After thinking constantly, Ultron spoke. I have no idea. Tony set up a program for you to protect world peace, but your actions completely deviated from his original intention. Ultron is silent, and as an artificial intelligence, his maturity exceeds that of Jarvis. But as a life, he is just a newborn baby. Actually, maintaining world peace does not require an entity, but you found a body for yourself. This proves that you are a living being and you have your own desires. Ling's words made Ultron fall into silence. But the intense flash of light in the fire source cube indicated that Ultron was thinking intensely. This time, the word desire made Ultron start to doubt himself. But the current Ultron is still based on artificial intelligence and a lot of data. Although under the running of Tony's carefully designed program, he developed desires. But still unable to achieve quantitative change. But will complete this last step for him. Just use the fire source cube in your hand. The symbols around the cube began to light up one after another with Ling's spiritual energy. The energy inside began to flow into Ultron. Ultron constantly thinks and calculates, while countless life energies from the source of fire pour into it. In the fire source cube, it was like a supernova explosion. The cube continued to vibrate, and some energy began to leak out. Boom! A bright light flashed out. He rushed straight into the mechanical body in front of him. As the eyes of the mechanical body light up blue, Ultron got a new life. Energy is constantly surging inside the mechanical body, as if Ultron is adapting to his new body. After a few seconds, Ultron stood up in his new body. Move up and down, constantly touching every part of your body. Even though it was metal, it still excited Liao Chuang. Touch, this is a feeling that data is difficult to simulate. Even artificial intelligence programs can simulate neural electrical signals to some extent. But the more I experience the simulation, the more I want it to be real. There is a chasm between truth and falsehood. After the excitement, Ultron's Ling asked, why? Why don't you destroy me and give me my body? Ling smiled. I usually have a lot of patience for new things. And I also want to see you after you become a real life. What methods will be used to protect world peace? Ultron tries to understand Ling's motivations. But after hundreds of millions of calculations in an instant, Ultron chose to give up. Can't understand. Come on, I'll take you somewhere else. I have a good candidate for your soul guide. After speaking, Ling reached out and drew a large golden circle. On the other side of the golden circle is the snowy Himalayas. This is where. Ultron definitely knew the Himalayas, but camouflage in the snow was something he had never seen. Didn't you see Ultron when you were surfing the internet? The depths of the vast universe. On top of the ruins of Titan. Huge amounts of Iron Throne float silently in the sky. On the throne, the purple-skinned giant sat quietly. The golden armor is bulging with strong muscles all over his body. Just sitting there, he exudes a domineering aura that looks down on the world. Thanos, natal Thanos. Born on Titan. Titan is also one of the experimental sites of the Celestial Group. The Titans also carry the genes of the Eternals. Thanos was born different from other Titans. He possesses both the mutant gene and the eternal gene. Thanos, who combines two genes, is far more powerful than his peers. Strength, speed, resilience, and even intelligence. Thanos is the one who crushes other tribesmen on Titan. Able to survive in space and possess psychic ability. He is a born tyrant. Thanos' eyes at this moment were staring at the deep spring water in front of him. Infinite fountain. The spring water is purple, and the vast starry sky is reflected in it. Ordinary people only need to take a look at it, and their souls will sink into it and be unable to extricate themselves. Only those with strong souls can look at the infinite fountain for a long time. The infinite fountain from the realm of death possesses infinite knowledge. Just stand in front of the infinity fountain and gaze into the water long enough to ask the right questions. Then be able to gain any or all knowledge of the things you want to know. After conquering Titan without any effort, Thanos spent a lot of time gazing at the fountain of infinity. This gave him transcendental knowledge. He knew many mysteries of the universe. God group, observer, multi-universe, creation God. There is definitely a price for this, and that is having to do things for death. But Thanos enjoyed it because he was originally extremely obsessed with death. Death, one of the 5 creation gods. Even in the multi-universe, he is the only one. She is the source, creator, and operator of all living souls in the universe. It also represents the concrete form and manifestation of the end of all life in the universe. A mission from death, even for the naturally strong Thanos. It also takes time to plan actions. Destroying half of all life in the universe will face resistance. Most likely from anywhere in the universe. So Thanos provoked a war between the 3 major empires in the universe. Let them have no time to take into account their own actions. Through the Fountain of Infinity, Thanos learned about the infinite gems. Just gather the power of infinite gems. To have the ability to modify the reality of the entire universe. Thanos is very satisfied with the method given by the Infinity Fountain. Give death half of all life in the universe. The end of so many lives must make death happy. And now, Emperor Me already has a mind gem in his hands. Master, a mechanical life named Quintasha wants to see you. Ebony Maw's voice came from behind. The throne under Thanos slowly rotated. The 5 obsidian generals who sat down knelt down one after another and shouted in unison. Owner. Thanos ignored the greeting and asked. Mechanical life form. As the overlord of the universe with countless knowledge. He didn't know Quintasha's name. Just now I even asked the Infinity Fountain, but got no answer. This was the first time I didn't get an answer from the Infinity Fountain. So he decided to meet this mechanical life form. Soon, Quintasha came to the throne. Facing Thanos, Quintasha transformed into a human and bowed to salute. Hello, King of Titan. I have heard a lot about your deeds. And I think you wouldn't mind having one more ally on your great journey. Quintasha said as he took out the energy technology of Cybertron and the new generation of shape-shifting King Kong he created. Be confident that the technology in your hands can attract the king in front of you. Since the fall of King Kong, the 13 ancestors, Kuabitan has been in turmoil. As Optimus Prime and Megatron led the big star Cybertronians away respectively. Cycine became an empty city. Quintasha took the opportunity to take over the planet and called himself the god of life. Enslaving the remaining shape-shifting Kong. But with Quintasha's exploitation of Cybertron. The increasingly depleted planet Cybertron is in desperate need of energy. Not long ago, Quintasha detected the fluctuations of the fire source cube. As long as there is a fire source cube, there will be endless energy. But after discovering the Earth, Quintasha discovered that the power of the Earth was not weak. So Quintessa approached Thanos. But regarding Quintarsa's technology, Thanos' eyes didn't waver at all. I don't need allies. He rejected Quintasha's invitation to form an alliance. But then, Thanos waved his hand and threw the mind gem away. Quintasha reached out and took it. Snapped. The moment the mind gem fell into his hands, Quintasha felt how extraordinary the stone was. He looked up at Thanos, confused. Just do it and do your best. A smile appeared on Thanos' troubled face. Although nothing seemed wrong, I still made money. But Quintasha shuddered. New York City. In the Continental Hotel. Winston is reporting on the reception of the Kingpin estate. Yeling doesn't care about this at all. He waved his hand and said, okay, I got it, I'll leave it to you to do it all. Wait until Winston leaves? Yeling then turned his attention to his task panel. Home construction. Current. Home, Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters. Grade rating, 5 stars. Financial rating, 5 stars, Stark Enterprises, Continental Hotels, Kingpin Industries. Evaluation from teachers and students, 6 stars. Teacher, Dr. Banner, Jane, Black Widow. Student, Gemini, Twinkling. Student Defense Force, 6 stars, Barbados Sirius, Polaris, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch. Homeland Scope rating, 2 stars, Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters. Look at the various evaluations in the home panel. The 2-star evaluation in the home area seems so eye-catching. Yeling is considering whether to open up a new home location. There are more and more mutants, and even the vast academy for gifted youngsters is a little crowded. Leave the matter of buying the land to Winston. Speaking of which, Gwen should be out of the hospital. Beep. Yeling took out her phone and took a look. Talk about CAO arrives. Gwen texted. You actually came to me? Go and see what's going on. Yeling sent the address of the Continental Hotel. Soon, Gwen got off the car in Calgary. Looking at the luxurious hotel decoration, I secretly cursed Yeling for her luxurious enjoyment. But I remembered that it was me who took the initiative to see Yeling, or the hotel. A blush appeared on Gwen's face. Humph. It's all that pervert. If he wants to do anything to me, I will. After thinking for a long time, I couldn't figure out what to do. Gwen stomped into the elevator bitterly. Got on the elevator and walked towards Yeling's presidential suite according to the information on the phone. In the hallway, Gwen saw a blonde woman. She was wearing a leopard print tube top on her upper body, and the short skirt on her lower body could only barely cover her. Looking at the woman dressed so boldly, Gwen secretly despised her. The blonde woman seemed to feel Gwen's gaze. He turned his head and glared at Gwen. There was even a hint of murderous intent. This surprised Gwen. She didn't expect that this woman could feel the killing intent of a supervillain. After that night, Perkins couldn't forget Yeling at all. But I never had the chance to find Yeling again. I had to keep taking on tasks to divert my attention. But today Winston called to say that Yeling was at the Continental Hotel. Perkins came like a cat on scent. But Gwen was not afraid of Perkins' murderous intention at all. Continue walking towards Yeling's room. Looking at the room number, Gwen was about to open the door. The blonde woman actually extended her hand to the doorknob. The two looked at each other for an instant, and their breaths became subtle. After the two were stunned for a second, lightning seemed to flash between their eyes. A hint of gunpowder filled the air. Who are you? And who are you? Both began to inquire about the other's identity. Perkins sneered, "Little girl, my sister's name is Perkins. The guy in this room is not something you can handle. Please. I advise you to go back early. This is an adult matter." After saying that, Perkins puffed up his chest towards Gwen. Gwen was very angry at Perkins' tone and actions. "Little girl. You are so young." After using the symbiote, Gwen's character became a bit aggressive. "Haha, I'm different from you, St." Hearing Gwen's words, Perkins became angry instantly. "What did you say?" At the same time, Gwen's spider alarm flashed wildly. Perkins pulled the pistol directly from under his thigh. "Shoot directly at Gwen." Bang bang bang. Notified by the spider alarm, Gwen retreated instantly. He dodged all the bullets in a flash. The scene shocked Perkins. "What monster? Keep pulling the trigger." Gunfire flashed, but still not a single bullet hit Gwen. Seeing that the other person would not stop until he killed her, Gwen also became angry. The clay figurine still has some anger. Kick on the corridor wall. He arrived in front of Perkins in an instant and kicked the gun out of Perkins' hand. But Perkins is no vegetarian. "After working hard in the killer world for so many years, I still have two skills." He took out a gun again and pulled the trigger on Gwen again. "I definitely won't miss out this time." Bang. Gwen's figure disappeared again. Perkins, on the other hand, is covered by huge amounts of cobweb. The whole person was glued to the wall. The spider web was so sticky and tight that Perkins couldn't move at all. "What kind of monster are you? Damn it!" Gwen stepped forward and snatched the gun from Perkins' hand. Perkins was groped all over his body again. He took out all the swords, guns, and weapons. "Look at the 3 knives and 4 guns on the ground." Gwen marveled at Perkins' skill at hiding weapons. "Okay, so you are the killer. When I come out, I'll take you to the police station." As soon as Gwen finished speaking, the door opened. Chapter 74. Yeling must have heard the movement in the corridor a long time ago. I just want to see what kind of sparks the two of them can create. Slayers and heroines. Yeling looks cute. It's just that Perkins is only a mortal after all, and he is still too weak against Gwen. "Okay, Gwen, put her down, she's here to find me." Seeing Yeling appear, Gwen stretched out her hand and pulled the cobweb away. Snapped. Losing the restraints of the cobweb, Perkins fell from the wall. But there is still a lot of cobweb left on him. He glared at Gwen hatefully. "It will decompose automatically in 2 hours. If you can't wait, just take a shower." Perkins looked at Yeling again and his face turned red. "I couldn't wear the clothes I had carefully prepared, so I turned around and left." Seeing Perkins leave, Yeling did not hold him back. But Gwen said angrily, "What's so interesting? She's a killer. I have weapons all over me, here to kill you." Yeling looked at Gwen with pitiful eyes. "What? Is there something wrong with what I said?" Yeling nodded Gwen's head. "Do you think a gun or knife could do me any harm?" "Well." Gwen was left speechless by the question. Then he talked about the purpose of coming. "Where's my battlesuit? Give it back to me." Yeling crossed her arms and walked into the house. "When did it become your battlesuit?" "It was originally mine." Gwen followed in angrily, pouting at Laogao. "Even so, battlesuit still fights alongside me and has feelings for me. And you didn't say you would take it back when you gave it to me." Yeling raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. "I didn't expect that the famous Spider-Woman would also learn to use strong words. It's true that I gave you the little one, but did you pay anything for it? There is no such thing as a free lunch." Seeing that Yeling was looking for benefits, Gwen was more straightforward. He jumped up and landed on the table and said. Have you taken advantage of me enough? I've touched it and seen it, isn't that enough? This lady is at a disadvantage, okay. Ling reached out and flicked Gwen off the table with a strong force. Just keep talking, why are you jumping up and down? It's not impossible to give it to you, little guy, it's just. Before Ling could finish speaking, Gwen showed a wicked smile. Huh, you don't want that woman to be known to Lorna, right? If Lorna knew, it wouldn't be easy for you, right? Hiss. Gwen, this little girl, has learned so badly. What if she is allowed to wear the symbiote battlesuit for another 810 days? Okay, have you learned how to threaten me? Ling finished speaking and pointed her finger. A scarlet energy shackle instantly appeared in the air and bound Gwen. You. What are you going to do? After Gwen looked surprised, her face turned red, as if she had thought of something. Don't move, let me check your body. Ling stood up and walked to Gwen. Stretching out his left hand, a black symbiote appeared from the arm. Gwen's eyes lit up. When the symbiote saw Gwen, he immediately jumped forward excitedly. Snapped. The symbiote fell on Gwen and expanded instantly. Soon it covered Gwen's whole body. Venom Gwen appears again. Wow, that's what it feels like, it's awesome. So cool. Even though she was restrained, Gwen screamed with joy. But before Gwen could finish being happy, her cell phone rang. Dealy dealy. Ling untied her restraints and Gwen took out her cell phone to take a look. A look of panic suddenly appeared on his face. It's Dad. It's over, I was caught skipping class. Gwen reluctantly pressed the call to connect. George's voice came from the other end. Hey, Gwen, where are you? Gwen immediately became hesitant, her head racing to think of something to say. I'm going to the bathroom at school. Okay, then when you come out after using the toilet, I will wait for you outside the toilet in your school. George's voice was quite calm, and there was no trace of emotion. But Gwen here has been able to deduct 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Well, Dad, listen to me, things are not what you think. Gwen stalled and tried her best to make up excuses. Ling looked on and smiled from ear to ear. Just wait and see what reasons Gwen can come up with. Come down now. I'll wait for you at the door of the Continental Hotel. How did you? Gwen didn't expect that George had already arrived at the door of the hotel. This time, I can't run away. Your mobile phone has a location. I received another complaint from the teacher today. This is the 6th time you have skipped class. What's wrong with you? You dare to come to the hotel now? Faced with George's angry questioning, Gwen could only put the phone away. Hopefully that would provide some escape from George's rants. Also, ask that man to come down too, I want to have a chat with him. Crack. While George was talking, the sound of a pistol being loaded came from the phone. Damn it. Ling at the moment, thousands of grass and mud horses galloped past in my heart. Why do you still have your own affairs? A fire at the city gate affects the fish in the pond? Oh, no, it seems I did set the fire. That's okay. Gwen glared at Ling, as if to say it's all your fault. Ling ignored her directly and even spread her hands towards Gwen, as if it was none of my business to say anything more. Okay, Dad, I'll be down right now. After Gwen finished speaking, she hung up the phone and hit Ling's body with her small fist with tons of power. It's all you. Why did you make an appointment at this place? Ling grabbed Gwen's little fist and said. It seems like you made the date, right? I just set the place. No matter what, it's all your fault. What should I do now? Gwen directly used a woman's magic weapon without any reason. Okay, let's go down, don't keep George waiting. Gwen's face turned red. What are you doing down there? My dad came with a gun. Ling looked at Gwen with a strange expression. What are you afraid of? A gun can't kill me. Gwen was startled and said randomly. Who cares about you? I'm afraid you'll scare my dad. In the middle of tugging, Ling and Gwen went downstairs. Saw George waiting outside the Continental Hotel. George was sitting in the car, his face so dark that he could drip water. Looking at her daughter walking towards the car, she saw Ling following her daughter. He opened the car door and said to Gwen, get in the car. After Gwen got in the car, she stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Ling was left with a mouthful of exhaust gas. Ling pouted. What the hell is this? He certainly had no doubt that George was dissatisfied with him. After all, there was a real loaded cold python in the back seat of the car. If it had been anyone else, Inzi would have put a gun to the man's head to tell him to stay away from Gwen. Any father would be furious if his cabbage was eaten by a pig. But Ling, George still has scruples about the people introduced by Kingpin. In addition, shortly after Kingpin's death, the Continental Hotel took over Kingpin's industry. Regarding Yeling, George still had some scruples and guesses in his heart. Back in the office, Yeling had just sat down. There was another knock on the door. As soon as the door opened, Perkins, who had just washed up, was standing at the door. There are still some drops of water on the hair, but the makeup on the face has been carefully touched up. The leopard print clothes just now are no longer there. But now this behavior made Yeling raise his eyebrows. Perkins looked into the office. After not finding Gwen, Perkins smiled. How do I look like? Isn't it better than that little girl? Perkins is wearing nothing else but a Gwen Spider uniform. He put it next to Yeling's ear and kissed it and said, I checked online and found out that this little girl wore this outfit and became a hero in New York. Isn't that what you want, Spider-Man? Yeling smiled slightly as she heard Perkins breathing heavily in her ears. Yes, what I want is Spider-Man. Extraterrestrial satellite orbits. 12 meteorites are falling towards the Earth. At the same time, the Department of Defense in the Pentagon also received early warning. Sitting in the position of Secretary of Defense today is General Ross with white hair. His current military rank has been promoted to general. The former minister was impeached and resigned due to a series of failures such as the loss of Megatron and the destruction of the bunker base. Mr. Minister, signals from mechanical life forms have been detected. 12. They are approaching the Earth at high speed and will enter the atmosphere in about 4 minutes. Rose frowned and looked at the 12 light spots displayed on the screen. He immediately said, calculate the landing point and notify the rebel team to set off. Catch them all alive. Yes. As Ross's order was issued, a team with strange equipment began to assemble. ADF. Shape-shifting Kong response team. After experiencing the last shape-shifting King Kong battle. By shape-shifting the weapons and technology left behind by Kong, the Department of Defense established this team. The team all has exaggerated-looking firearms. They are all created through research on shape-shifting diamond technology. However, it is precisely because of these technologies that the rebel team is able to constantly kill and capture shape-shifting King Kong alive. Now this team has set off, heading towards the location where the 12 shape-shifting King Kongs are about to land. In the Florida night sky. 12 fireballs landed on the outskirts. Ka-ka-ka. As the constant cracking sound sounded, the surface of Tner's meteorite began to peel off. Soon, 12 tall shape-shifting King Kong came out. But before they could start scanning their surroundings, an energy attack came over. The blue energy beam instantly hit a shape-shifting King Kong. Boom. Debris flew, and a shape-shifting King Kong was shot through the shoulder, losing an arm. There's an ambush. The 12 shape-shifting Hydras immediately began to alert the surroundings. But it was followed by constant attacks, and the rebel team had already calculated the location. Ambushed at the landing site, ammunition from the weapons in his hands continued to pour out. There are so many barrages that even the shape-shifting King Kong cannot withstand them. Ability to resist is quickly lost. But they didn't find out until the rebel team came to the 12 shape-shifting kings. These shape-shifting diamonds are covered in rust, and their weapons are very old. There is no energy shield at all. Even the weapons in their hands are difficult to resist. Is this really a shape-shifting King Kong? Refugees are more like it? However, the task is completed anyway, let's report it to headquarters. Just as the captain was about to report that the mission was completed, he heard General Ross's voice on the channel. Retreat immediately, this is bait, retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the rebel team saw a fierce firelight light up. Boom. A warhead of huge amounts was fired from a distance and hit the center of the team directly. The violent explosion instantly overwhelmed the team. There was only a rustling white noise left on the channel. With one successful attack, the attacker revealed his true colors. In a clearing in the distance, the air gradually twisted to reveal a large black robot. And behind this robot, a huge amount of starship also revealed its true appearance. Optical camouflage. The black robot sends communications into space. The rebel team has been resolved, your troops can move out. Well done, confinement, and I will personally deliver your reward to you. Quintish's voice came back over the communication. Very well, Optimus Prime left it to me. I will personally take his head as my collection. Confinement shut down communications and jumped into the starship behind him. The optical camouflage was activated again, and the entire spacecraft disappeared. Bang. Rose punched the table. But before he could get angry, the alarm sounded again in the headquarters. But this time, hundreds of Sinalmen appeared in extraterrestrial orbit. They are all mechanical life forms. This reminded Ross of the time when the fallen King Kong invaded with the Decepticons. The former Secretary of Defense was impeached because of this incident. Come again. What to do? The army? The rebel team spent so much money, but they were all wiped out in one fell swoop. Does it really work? Ross looked at the hundreds of red dots approaching on the screen, thinking intensely. Finally, the order was given. Get Tony Stark. Tell him as long as he can handle this crisis, the Department of Defense can recognize the Avengers. I won't want his armor again. In the Stark building, Tony was wearing armor and looked at Pepper with a worried look on his face. Peebo, I promise, I will come back intact. Tony, don't you have the Iron Legion? Can't we just let the Iron Legion go? Pepper held Tony's face with a worried look on her face. Obviously he didn't want Tony to go to the battlefield. As a witness of the shape-shifting King Kong invasion war, Pepper knows how dangerous those robots are. Tony shook his head and said, No, Pepper, I have to go. This is important to the Avengers, and this knowledge concerns Earth. Little Pepper also wanted to say something. But Steve had already put on his Patriot suit and came to Tony's office. Tony, Tony hugged Pepper and kissed him goodbye. Wait me back. Then he and Steve flew out of the Stark building from the top floor. Behind the two men were hundreds of steel legions. Tony, what are those guys? You know, I wasn't even awake the last time they attacked Earth. Tony smiled and said. Just treat them as big targets. But the next moment, a Japanese artillery shell hit Steve instantly. The Patriot armor was shot down by a shot, fell down, and smashed directly through the ground. Tony looked down. His pupils shrank, and another cannonball struck. He nimbly avoided the attack by turning sideways and looked down again. It seemed like an attacker he wasn't sure he saw. Optimus Prime. Bumblebee. What on earth is it? Tony hadn't figured out what was going on, but the Autobots below had already opened fire on the Iron Legion. The dense shells and high-energy attack destroyed several machines in an instant. Helpless, Tony had no choice but to order a counterattack. For a time, the Autobots and the Iron Legion fought together. Tony flew directly towards Optimus Prime and crashed into Optimus Prime's chest. Clang. Tony's speed was so fast that he knocked ZYT and Zoo staggering. Optimus Prime, stop. We are allies. But the answer to Tony was the sword and gun in Optimus Prime's hand. Other Autobots also rushed up. Iron Fist and Cannonball both came forward. Tony flew away at high speed, but was still hit by a cannonball. Tumbled and landed on the ground. Seeing the Autobots that something was wrong, Tony immediately activated electromagnetic shock. Buzz boom. The electromagnetic shock spread out in all directions. In an instant, several Autobots were paralyzed and unable to move. Even Optimus Prime was kneeling on one knee. Just as Tony was about to get up, a figure fell from the sky. Boom. A huge amount of metal tentacles smashed Tony into the ground. A humanoid machine with a female face appeared in front of Tony. He held a scepter in his hand, and the white gems on it exuded a soft light. Chapter 75. Tony Stark. Caught you. Hand over the fire source cube. Your Iron Legion is very good, just what I need. Quintasha holds the scepter in his hand. Clang. The scepter tapped Tony's chest. But it has no effect. Tony looked at Quintasha's operation with a confused look on his face. But the next moment I guessed what Quintasha's scepter was, something fishy. Seeing that his chest was of no use, Quintasha stretched out two tentacles from behind and lifted Tony up. 3 more tentacles were stretched out to peel off Tony's armor. Whoosh. Bang. A black shadow flew over and hit Quintasha directly. The black shadow bounced back after a successful attack, and was held in the hands of a figure wearing armor. Tony. Do it. After getting the shield back, Steve climbed up from the ground wearing a Patriot suit. The flames under his feet rushed directly towards Quintasha. Even wearing high-tech armor, Steve's fighting style is still the same old shield gymnastics. The shield in his hand flew out again and flew towards Hotasha's head. Tony took advantage of the tentacles falling off and directly hit Quintasha with 2 palm cannons. Boom. An instant explosion and impact exploded on Quintasha. But for Quintasha, such an injury is like scratching an itch. As the self-proclaimed god of life, Quintasha is different from the Cybertronians. Although she is also a mechanical life form, she can recover through energy absorbing. The tentacle directly grabbed the Autobot on the side. It pierced the Autobot's chest directly, and the parts were scattered on the ground. A large amount of energy gathered towards Quintasha with the tentacles. The damage caused by Tony and Steve quickly healed. The paralysis caused by the electromagnetic bomb has now disappeared, and the Japanese Autobots have stood up again. They attacked Tony again. In an instant, the balance of the battle tilted again. Optimus Prime faces Tony, and the confrontation between the two comes back and forth. Optimus Prime at the moment didn't pay any attention to Tony's bombardment. Even if his chest was blown open and his energy source was exposed, he didn't care. It's a completely life-threatening style of play. Something's wrong, their condition is very wrong. Down below, Steve shouted to Tony, who was currently fighting Bumblebee. I definitely know. Tony dodged Optimus Prime's slashing sword, and shattered Quintash's stabbing tentacle with another shot. Enough! Quintasha roared, and countless tentacles stretched out from behind, covering the entire battlefield in an instant. Countless steel legions were pierced. In an instant, the indicator light of the Iron Legion immediately turned purple. At the same time, he turned to look at Tony and Steve. Shit. Steve, we have to retreat. Tony, I'm sorry. Tony looked down and saw that Steve had been pinned to the ground by Bumblebee. The silver 5-pointed star on the chest has been removed. The mecha was also torn to pieces. Tony was stunned for a moment before countless steel legions pounced on him and held him down. Quintasha directly tapped the scepter in his hand on Steve's chest. Obey me. For a moment, Steve's eyes were flooded with black. He stood up from Bumblebee's hand and looked at Tony, who couldn't move. He smiled evilly. Damn it, this robot can do magic. Steve, wake up, you are Captain America. Quintasha came to Tony, and the scepter in his hand lit up again. Don't worry, you'll join us soon. But the next moment, Tony smiled. Sorry, Miss Robot, you are a step late. What's too late? Quintasha asked with a frown. A cobweb shot out, instantly covering the scepter. As the cobweb closed, scepter broke away from Quintasha. Peter Parker lands on the building. Good evening, Mr. Stark. Well done, now, distance. After Tony finished speaking, he asked J.A.R.V.I.S. How much longer does Veronica have? 12 seconds, sir. Quintessa pointed at Peter Parker and shouted, get him. The Autobots immediately rushed towards Peter Parker, and even Steve threw out the shield in his hand. But for Parker, except for the flying bullets, everything else is not a problem. The 20-ton arm strength is no joke. The flying shield was caught firmly by Parker and placed directly under his feet as a skateboard. Woohoo! Thank you for your skateboard, Mr. Captain. After a few ups and downs, Parker's figure disappeared. The Autobots all shape-shifted and chased after him, but Quintasha did not move. Instead, he looked at the suppressed Tony. Don't think you can stop me like this. Hand over the fire source cube. Otherwise, I will destroy the entire New York immediately. Tony smiled slightly. Although you have found the wrong person, now I am going to slap you hard in the face. What? Quintasha was stunned for a moment, but the next moment there was a huge impact behind him. A huge amount of fist hit Quintasha directly in the lower back. Boom. Quintasha smashed into the building with a ball of tentacles, throwing up dust all over the sky. After knocking Quintasha away, huge amounts of fists flew back. It was assembled directly on Tony's armor hand, followed by another fist, body, hands. As the machine rotated, a golden and red armor of huge amounts appeared on the battlefield. The Veronica system is online. Good evening, Mr. Stark. With the addition of the new armor, Tony directly turned up the energy output to the maximum. Switching scan mode saw Quintasha through the smoke. The punch just now did not cause much damage to Quintasha. Well, this was originally for Hulk. Okay, Miss Robot, now is the second round. After saying that, Tony, with full power, rushed forward in the anti-Hulk armor. As Quintasha stood up again, he could see the huge fist that filled his field of vision. Peter Parker, who had escaped with the scepter, was avoiding his pursuers between high-rise buildings. And there are more and more pursuers behind him. It's not just Steve and the Autobots. With large amounts of shape-shifting diamonds falling into the earth. Helicopter chasers have appeared behind him. Whoosh! Shoots a cobweb that wraps around a helicopter's propeller. But there was another roar immediately behind him. Look back. Shit. Why are there fighter jets? Relying on spider telepathy, Parker narrowly avoided the fighter's wing. But spider telepathy's alarm didn't stop. What's going on? Ugh. Parker felt his whole body tighten, as if his whole body was about to be crushed by a strong force. As the optical camouflage faded, a big hand had grabbed hold of Parker. Confinement looked at Parker in his hands with a smile on his face. What a nice little bug, enough to become my collection. But before that, this scepter must be handed over to me. After saying that, he squeezed the scepter with his other hand and pulled it out. Scepter started, and the confinement raised his hand to throw Parker directly into the spaceship. Bang! A rocket flew over and hit the prisoner's shoulder. The confinement released its grip instantly, allowing Parker to escape. When I looked back, I saw a blond man appearing on the street with a group of police officers. Son of ABCH. Look here, I'm the New York City Police Commissioner. This is not a place for you to mess around. As he spoke, he threw down the rocket launcher that had no ammunition, picked up the rifle and fired towards the confinement. Da-da-da-da. The muzzle of the gun kept lighting up, but only a few sparks came out when it hit the prisoner. The bullets were all blocked by the energy shield. Turning around, the confinement directly closed the muzzle of his huge gun. Ants. The muzzle flash lit up instantly, and huge amounts of bullets came out of the barrel. The next moment, the bullet will engulf George's body and blow him into pieces. Boom. The bullet exploded, but George disappeared. Director George, let us do this kind of heroic thing next time. George looked at Spider-Woman in front of him in confusion. The voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't remember who it was. But Spider-Woman left immediately. Quan Quan looked at the group of humans appearing in front of him, waved his hand, and huge amounts of spaceships appeared behind him. Just let my dog play with you. In the spaceship, 2 huge amounts of mechanical dogs immediately rushed out. The sharp teeth glowed with metallic luster, and they bit off the street lamp in one bite. It was crushed to pieces in a few twists. 2 mechanical dogs rushed towards a group of police officers in an instant. But the next moment, black spider webs fell from the sky and directly entangled the front legs of the 2 mechanical dogs. Let 2 dogs eat shit. Gwen jumped on the streetlight and shouted at the police, "Get out of here, this is not your job." Parker also jumped out and said to Gwen, "Is it time to walk the dog?" The 2 of them shot at the same time, shooting out cobweb and wrapping it around the heads of the 2 mechanical dogs. Despite the 2 dogs biting each other, cobweb stuck to the dog's eyes. Bang. I saw Gwen pull out the streetlight directly and hit the dog on the head. Huge amounts of impact deformed the dog's head. Parker followed suit and waved the light all the way. However, he was bitten in the mouth by the mechanical dog and kept shaking his head. Parker was dazed in the air. Hey, this is different from what was promised. The streetlight was released and Parker was thrown into the air. The mechanical dog below has opened its mouth. Seeing that Parker was about to be torn into a pile of minced meat in the next moment. Kaka. Countless sparks suddenly burst out from the 2 mechanical dogs. A green light enveloped the 2 mechanical dogs, and their whole bodies were squeezed by shape-shifting. The sudden change made even the confinement unable to sit still. He immediately jumped up from the spacecraft, trying to rescue the 2 mechanical dogs from the green light. But the next moment, green light also appeared on himself. Entire huge amounts of mechanical bodies are suspended in the air. What happened? Parker looked at the situation with questions in his head. What's the situation? Gwen sat down directly and crossed her arms. It's okay, we can get off work. Huh? What does that mean? Parker looked at Gwen in confusion. Gwen reached out and pointed, and a figure in the distance was flying towards the battlefield. The figure glowed green, and the long wet dark green hair was particularly conspicuous. A long skirt was also fluttering in the wind, and the powerful aura made Parker feel a little scared. Lorna came to the center of the battlefield with an angry look on her face. Looking at the tall body in confinement. Do you know how troubled it is for me to have a power outage? My hair was just half washed. Following Lorna's angry words, I felt a powerful force squeezing from all parts of my body. The 2 mechanical dogs on the side have been completely shape-shifted and turned into a ball of scrap metal. There was only a little bit of wreckage still sparkling. Damn, what on earth are you? I still wanted to raise the muzzle of the gun in my hand, but the next moment. Huge amounts of gun barrels are bent directly by invisible forces. Lorna's eyes lit up green. Crack. The confinement was directly divided into 5 pieces. But this is not fatal to the robot. I almost forgot, you are a robot. Lorna's hand lit up with green light again. Bang. The confinement instantly exploded into countless fragments. With the death of confinement, huge amounts of alien spacecraft lost control. It was about to fall downwards. If the spacecraft were allowed to crash, half of New York City would be destroyed. But for Lorna now, this huge amount of spaceship is not a problem at all. Lorna puts both hands in the palm of her hand. A ball of green light suddenly lit up over New York City, enveloping the entire spacecraft. The entire spacecraft was stabilized over New York City. The spiritual scepter that was brought out from the confined body was seen by Lorna at a glance. With a move of his hand, the scepter flew towards Lorna. The moment scepter took possession of it, a flash of understanding flashed in Lorna's eyes. Looking at the scepter in his hand, Lou exclaimed. This thing. In the battlefield on the other side. Tony's anti-Hulk armor was in dilapidated condition. On the opposite side, Quintasha showed a winner's smile. He, so what if your armor is powerful? There is countless energy here for me to absorb. I am immortal. Tony lay on the ground panting. Veronica's system also sounded an alarm and there were no spare armor parts. Damn it, if I had known better, I wouldn't have said that to Little Pepper. Quintessa stretched out his tentacles and dragged Tony out of the anti-Hulk armor. Slowly approaching Tony who was hanging upside down in the air and said with a smile. Don't worry, I won't kill you until I find the fire source cube. Although the fire source cube is no longer on your body, traces of it remain on you. So you must have been exposed to it. As soon as confinement gets Scepter back, you'll tell me everything. Suddenly, Quintish's face changed. How is that possible? Confinement is dead. The life signal of confinement suddenly disappeared. Without Scepter, Quintish's strength will be greatly reduced. Especially if Scepter falls into the opponent's hands, most of her shape-shifting diamonds will rebel. Looking at Quintish's expression that suddenly turned ugly, Tony smiled. He, it seems that things are not going the way you want. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Quintish's eyes. Whoosh. A flash of silver light flashed, and Tony in Quintish's hand disappeared instantly. And suddenly a man and a woman appeared in the field. The man has silver hair and is holding Tony in his hand. Whoa. Whoa. Quintish's tentacles stabbed at the three of them. The red-haired woman took a step forward, and scarlet energy exploded, directly disintegrating Quintish's tentacles into parts. No matter who stands in the way of my plan, they will die. Along with Quintish's roar, the three of them retreated. They thought the three of them were frightened by their momentum, but the sensors told Quintisha that something was approaching at high speed above his head. I just wanted to avoid it, but the thing had already fallen. Boom. The whole street shook. A huge amount of green figures hit Quintisha's body. Huge amounts of impact caused Quintisha's internal energy to become unstable. Without even seeing what it was, I saw a big green hand grabbing at the head. Click. Hulk. Smash it. With a roar, the green factor began to stir. Boom boom boom. Parts are flying and dust is flying. This time, Quintasha never had a chance to recover. Until Hulk calms down, Quintasha has become a local incident. The kind that you can't even put together. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. It is finally over. Not always. Tony looked up, and Yeling appeared next to him, holding the fire source cube in his hand. What's the meaning? Tony looked at Yeling in confusion. Yeling pointed to the parts on the ground and said, "This is just a duplication, don't tell me you didn't see it. The Lord is still in heaven. Leave the rest to me." Chapter 76. Look up at the New York night sky. The fire source cube in Yeling's hand emits blue light. The blue light turned into flames and ignited. After a while, the fire source cube made the sound of constant mechanical rotation. A huge figure appeared. Blue and white body, golden crown. Making Tony open his mouth. Damn, what kind of technology is this? The fuselage envelops Yeling. Barbados serious. Start up. As the eyes of the mech's head lit up red. Huge amounts of blue light wings spread out behind Sirius, flying into the sky. Boom. The airflow turned into a huge wave, instantly clearing the entire New York City of dust. A super long blue light particle trail was left behind Sirius. It entered the atmosphere in an instant. The friction between the atmosphere and the body produces a violent red light. Like a red comet rushing towards the outside of the Earth. And beyond Earth's orbit, a planet of huge amounts is approaching. The entire planet's surface is made of machinery and metal. Look inside through the mechanically covered surface. Steel cities stand among them. Cybertron. Quintisha's lair is here. Sirius was like a red comet that crashed into the sky. Boom. The powerful impact is no less than the explosion of a small planet. The violent explosion caused the entire planet Cybertron to deviate from its orbit. Quintasha, who was hiding inside, was even more frightened. Looking towards the direction of the explosion, he immediately mobilized his minions to check. A huge amount of light ball rose from the center of the explosion, like a small sun. The light shone on countless of Quintisha's subordinates. Facing such light, fear reflected on their faces. The energy reading in the body has already exploded, so he immediately turned around and ran away. It's simply not something you can handle on your own. But the speed of light is so fast, it spreads out in an instant. Together with the shape-shifting King Kong and several steel cities that came, they were all turned into molten iron. From the cosmic perspective, it looks like a huge amount of circular scar imprinted on Cybertron. The destruction of his men did not frighten Quintasha. On the contrary, it made her even more excited. Spark cube. I feel it. It must be the fire source cube. Quintasha looked towards the direction of the explosion. Suddenly, the red and blue light of the sun point lit up. Quintisha's pupils shrank and he immediately activated his ability. Kaka. Hundreds of defensive shields instantly appeared in front of Quintasha. The entire city's resources were intercepted by her. The light curtain at the front is an energy shield, and the black steel in the middle is made of metal from the steel city. The last one is Quintasha's own telekinesis ability barrier. It can be said that Quintasha directly blocked a steel city in front of him. Spark source cube. In that red and blue light. As long as we can block it, There is a way to get the fire source cube. The red and blue comet is approaching in an instant. Boom. The energy barrier was broken instantly, and the blue energy barrier did not last even for a second. It turned directly into dots of icy blue stars. Then there is the city defense in the middle. The moment Sirius touched the city's metal shield, the intense high temperature directly vaporized the defense layer in front. Crack, click, click. There was a constant cracking sound, and the cracks continued to spread around. And Sirius has passed through the constantly shattering metal city defenses. It hit Kuntish's mental barrier violently. Boom. Like a rock smashed into amber. A ripple with a diameter of 1,000 meters appeared in the space in front of Quintasha. Sirius left a red and blue trail in the sky, directly penetrating the layers of defense. Impacting onto Kuntish's mental barrier. The ripples caused everything around to be shaken into molecules. Quintasha, who was hiding behind the barrier, felt a dagger inserted directly into his mind. Stir like crazy. The data flow within the body has become extremely chaotic. Electric sparks flashed all over his body, and energy ran rampant. The mechanical eyes exploded directly. Hot molten iron flowed out. Ah! Along with Kuntish's scream, the spiritual barrier shattered. This time, it was completely beyond Quintish's ability to bear. Even Quintish's body collapsed to the ground, unable to move. How could this happen? I am the god of life. Quintarsa did his best to begin draining Cybertron's energy. Countless tentacles stretched out from the machine body and pierced into the ground, constantly going deeper and deeper. As the blue energy light emerges, energy is transmitted into Quintasha being one after another. After receiving the supply of energy, Quintasha stood up again. But the next moment, huge amounts of mechanical palms directly grabbed Quintasha's head. Sirius's 5 fingers tightened and squeezed. Bang! Quintasha's head exploded. It was turned into parts all over the place, and the energy in the body ran away uncontrollably. As the body shattered, energy seeped toward the ground. Yelling, who was in the constellation Sirius, looked toward the underground of Cybertron. A smile on the lips. Humph, you've been hiding here and there, are you finally coming out? Accompanied by switching of visual modes. There are 2 powerful energies in the Cybertron star below. It's very calm, like it's sleeping. The other energy is extremely violent and extremely unstable. Needless to say about the sleeping energy. The original body of Cybertron, Yuanqitianzun. The other one sucking blood from Yuanqitianzun is naturally Quintasha. The previous humanoid bodies were simply puppet bodies. Yeling raised her eyebrows. Where are you running? Let me see your true face. Sirius's hands turned into huge amounts of steel claws, and energy flowed from the claw tips. Swing it suddenly towards the ground. Usse. A violent energy storm was generated on the ground of Cybertron. The steel surface was like paper in front of the energy storm. Huge amounts of holes opened instantly. Seen from space, a crack spreads across the surface of Cybertron. The giant claws pressed against both sides of the crack and tore it apart violently. The crack instantly expanded to thousands of meters, almost tearing Cybertron apart. Finally, Quintasha's true face was revealed in front of Yeling. A head with a diameter of more than a kilometer, hiding underground in Cybertron. Huge amounts of body only have a head and no limbs. But there are 5 faces on this head. When they saw Yeling, a look of fear appeared on all 5 faces. Seeing Quintasha's true face, Yeling smiled. I asked who it was, and it turned out to be the 5-faced monster. That makes sense. Several light wings behind Sirius emitted blue flames. Like the sun god waving wings of fire. Suspended in front of the 5-faced monster, the whole body is exuding waves of destruction. Behind Sirius is the cracked surface of the earth and the vastness of the universe. How dare you call me by my name? The 5-faced monster was frightened and angry. Since coming to Cybertron to occupy the magpie's nest, this is the first time that the 5-faced monster has been picked out. The other side didn't take him seriously at all. Looking at Sirius's chest, Quintessence could see the source of fire in it at a glance. Hand over the source of fire. Sirius stretched out his hand and hooked it. Come and get it. The 5 faces of the Quintessence immediately turned into anger. Rushing toward Sirius in an instant. The purple light impacted Sirius's body and took Sirius directly out of Cybertron. From a distance, it looks like a purple torch reaching into space. The Quintessence's big mouth bit into Sirius's body. Purple flames kept erupting from his mouth. It seems that he wants to completely melt Sirius. The purple high-temperature energy contains extremely destructive plasma. Wherever this plasma flame passes, celestial bodies such as small planets appear to be glassy. Most of them were melted directly. Purple flames enveloped Sirius and continued to burn. But the blue flames ignited on the Sirius body did not weaken at all. Instead, it seemed to be absorbing the purple flame. The more it burns, the more prosperous it becomes. Ka. Ka. Two claws pressed down on the five-faced monster's mouth. The fire source cube on the chest emits violent fluctuations. The blue flames behind Sirius instantly surged, erupting into thousands of meters of flame wings. Boom. The blue flame is like a blooming flower in the universe. The storm set off by the powerful energy caused the surrounding small planets to disappear instantly. The five-faced monster immediately felt a strong resistance. The Sirius that he bit in front of him seemed to be a white dwarf. No matter how hard I try, I can't make it move. And the force from the two claws pressing on his mouth became stronger and stronger. Ka. Even though the quintessence had tried its best to bite it down. But they were still separated little by Sirius. Bang. The mouth collapsed, and one of the photos was torn in half. Holding half of the chin in his hand, Sirius threw it away. Seeing his chin floating further and further away, the quintessence was furious. The fallen King Kong is much stronger than you. The remaining four faces opened their mouths and roared at the same time. How dare you compare me to that exiled guy? Faced with the roar of the five-faced monster, Yelling was not used to it. A kick wrapped in blue flames kicked the quintessence directly in the face. The powerful impact kicked the quintessence in the face, causing it to shape-shift. The entire facial features are twisted together. It turned into a meteor and crashed directly into Mars. Boom. The ground of Mars ripples with waves. That's shockwaves spreading outward. Another face scrapped. The five-faced monster with only 3 faces left was in panic. It can only burst out with all its strength. It seems that the plasma flame cannot cause harm to Sirius. The Kantsana activates psychokinesis and controls countless small planets in the universe. There are countless small planets in the outer orbit of Mars. Heading towards Sirius. Thousands of small planets, if they all fell on the Earth. It can directly cause disasters that destroy stars. Weak. Too weak. Yelling controls the Sirius constellation to turn into a stream of light and shuttle over Mars. The stream of light penetrates each small planet and creates a curtain of light in the universe. When the streamer disappeared, the figure of Sirius appeared. Behind him are small planets that continue to explode into powder. It's like a firework feast from level planet. Psychokinesis. That's how you should play. Sirius opened his arms, and the blue flames behind him gradually turned red. Like a huge amount of phoenix spreading its wings on Mars. The quintessence only felt an aura of destruction coming from all directions. The surrounding space began to shatter. I wanted to run away, but I couldn't move. No, you can't kill me. I am the god of life. I want to. The breath of destruction instantly covered the five-faced monster. The metal on his body began to disintegrate, split, and was crushed into molecules by psychokinesis in space. No. Don't kill me, I still have. Yelling directly interrupted the five-faced monster. You're just a vanguard, right? You know everything. The five-faced monster looked at Yelling in fear. Yelling pouted. It's so obvious, but thank you for sending me the mind gem. After saying that, Yelling's chaos energy instantly rushed into the quintessence's body. No, I haven't. Snapped. Huge amounts of quintessence's body exploded on Mars. It turned into molecular level dust and floated in the universe forever. After destroying the quintessence's body, Yelling walked out of the Sirius constellation. Raise your hand and wave. The scarlet energy immediately constructed the image of a five-faced monster. This is the soul of the quintessence. Yes, mechanical life forms also have souls. At the moment, the five-faced monster looked frightened. After seeing Yelling, he became even more angry. Let me go. Yelling raised her eyebrows. Oh. It seems that it was too easy for you to die. But it doesn't matter, I have plenty of time to play with you now. Fingers wagging. The five-faced monster made a painful sound. His soul also seemed to be about to collapse. Stop. Stop. Please spare me, I will do anything. Facing the five-faced monster that immediately began to beg for mercy. Yelling showed little interest. I thought you could stand up. Tell me, what's the backup plan for me, Lou? Among Camartage. Doctor Strange wakes up. Looking at his hands, he wanted to move his fingers. As a result, it took a full second for the hand to move. How desperate this is for a doctor with extremely high surgical skills. Although there appears to be no difference in appearance. But for a surgeon, there is no chance of surgery in this life. Thinking of this, Strange laughed at himself. Who am I, a surgeon, if I can't perform surgery? But suddenly, Strange looked around. The atmosphere in the room was simple, like a minister in a certain temple. Even the bed I sleep on is made of stone. After the car accident, Strange looked for hope of healing with his shattered hands. After all attempts failed, I came to the Himalayas with the last glimmer of hope. Rumor has it that there is an all-powerful ancient one magician on the mountain. Strange traveled day and night, and finally, fell in the snowy mountains on 3.7. This is the magician's residence. Suddenly, the door was opened, and a black man in monk's clothing walked in. Good, you're awake. Go see the magician when you're ready. Seeing the person coming, Strange immediately seized the opportunity and asked, "Where is this?" The black man smiled and said, "Isn't this the place you are looking for? Camartage. Sorcerer Supreme is very busy, you'd better hurry up." Then the black man handed over a piece of paper with a series of numbers and letters written on it. "Is this some kind of spell?" The black man blinked and smiled. "No, this is the Wi-Fi password. We are not savages, even magicians need to go online. Also, the internet speed is faster than the Space Launch Center." After the black man left, Strange connected to the Wi-Fi. Looking at the network speed directly reaching 100 G/s, Strange exclaimed, "Shit, that's magic." Strange followed the leading monk into the hall. The whole hall is like a library of huge amounts. The huge amounts of bookshelves tens of meters high made Strange feel the weight of knowledge for the first time. After leading the way, the monks retreated. Strange looked up. A figure in a cloak was looking at a book with his back to Strange. This should be the Sorcerer Supreme, right? Magician's feet were in the air and he stopped firmly next to the bookshelf without using a ladder. The movement of turning the book in his hand is very fast, like quantum speed reading. After reading a book, put it back on the shelf. Sorcerer Supreme turned his head. Strange's eyes widened, as if he had seen something incredible. "I saw the man in front of me wearing a magic cloak, his whole body glowing with metallic luster. Hello, Dr. Strange. I am Sorcerer Supreme Ultron. WTF. Chapter 77. Inside the Pentagon. Rose stared at Tony, who was sitting across from him. His fingers kept tapping on the table. Tony, who was wearing sunglasses, said proudly, "Minister Ross, we made a deal, and you can't go back on it. This incident has been resolved. The Ministry of Defense must recognize the Avengers. I have your phone recording in my hand." Ross pushed the document in his hand forward. His face turned into a smile. "There is absolutely no problem, but if you Avengers want to be recognized by the Ministry of Defense, you must sign this registration bill." Watching the blue registration bill being pushed over, Tony frowned. He took off his glasses and gathered around the bill to read it seriously. Tony's frown deepened as he flipped through the pages constantly. The only sound in the room was the sound of Tony flipping the bill. Finished reading the bill. Snapped. Tony slapped a bill directly onto the conference table. His face was so dark that it was dripping with water. "Ross, there's no way I'm going to agree to this bill. This is a deprivation of the Avengers' freedom. What's the difference between this and Mutant's registration bill?" Tony held the edge of the conference table with both hands and stared at Rose. Ross on the other side simply ignored Tony's anger. Got up and took the registration bill. "Mr. Stark, this is for national security. If even the nationally recognized superhero agencies can't monitor it, how do we explain this to the people? What if these superheroes you have changed their clothes and become super criminals?" Listening to Ross talking, Tony's expression did not change. "Impossible. Rose, this matter is non-negotiable. What did the last Inside program bring? Do you still remember? What will be the consequences of monitoring you? The entire country was almost destroyed in your hands." Tony kept BG on the table, getting more and more excited as he spoke. As the scar was untied, Rose's face could no longer remain tense. "Pay attention to your attitude, Mr. Stark, I am talking to you on behalf of the country. So far, the losses caused by your heroic actions have not been investigated. Even your actions are illegal. According to the law, I can put you in jail at any time." As the conversation between the two turned into an argument, the door to the conference room was pushed open. A group of armed soldiers rushed in, pointing their guns at Tony. Seeing the scene 03, Tony was so angry that he laughed. "Ha ha ha, that's it? Ross, it seems that your minister's mouth is no different from his butt. Talk like farts." Rose's eyes narrowed and he stopped thinking about continuing to argue with Tony. He raised his hand and pressed down, and the soldiers around him lowered their guns. "Tony, you have to know that the Department of Defense is not your Avenger. There are many people who are willing to accept state supervision and are willing to sign this bill." Tony sneered. "Haha, let those people lick it, I have no interest in your A." After speaking, he directly knocked away the soldiers blocking the door and left the Pentagon. Looking at Tony's back without looking back. There was a hint of coldness in Rose's eyes. "Tony, you're going to regret this." As Tony put on the suit directly in front of the Pentagon and soared into the sky. After drawing a big DK in the air with smoke. The news that Iron Man's negotiations with the Department of Defense broke down directly grabbed the headlines of major media. And that Big DK is deeply remembered by the whole country. At the same time, Captain America, wearing a Patriot armor, also stood up to support Iron Man. Only the Pentagon seemed dead, without any sound. On the streets of New York, a car was speeding down the street. The driver looked like he was drunk. The car made an S on the road. From time to time, money floated out of the car window. Behind this car was a police car in hot pursuit. The sirens were blaring wildly and they were shouting to the front. "Stop the car immediately. Otherwise we will shoot. Stop now." But just as the police car finished shouting, they saw two people sticking out of the car in front of them. The RPG in his hand was already aimed at the police car behind him. "Shit, they have heavy weapons. Turn around. Quick. Turn around now." The police cars behind wanted to slow down and turn around. Although I don't know how accurate the bank robbers are. But no one is willing to risk their lives on the opponent's accuracy. A few $1,000s a month, what a waste of money. But the robber on the other side had already pulled the trigger. Boom. Two rockets burst out with bright flames and trailed flames towards the police car. The powerful shockwave produced shattered the car windows along the way. It was a car crash and people were killed. A figure fell from the sky. Boom. Both rockets were blocked by the figure. Huge amounts of fire light up, threatening to engulf the surrounding people. But the next moment, the flames condensed towards the middle. They formed a fireball and flew to the side. A robed man holding a lantern received the fireball. With a push, the fireball was put into the lantern. A blue figure flashed quickly, surpassing the robber's car in an instant. With lightning speed, all the robbers in the car were captured. Throwing them to the ground one after another, they also took out their weapons and arranged them. The out-of-control car hit a woman wearing an ancient Roman battlesuit. Bang. The car deformed and stopped. And the woman walked out, intact. The perfect coordination of the scene made the surrounding melon eaters stunned. Seeing the people around them taking out their mobile phones. The man who just fell from the sky came out. The stars and stripes skin behind him flutters in the wind. The golden eagle heads on both sides of the shoulders are decorated with glittering gold. Blonde hair and a confident smile. He is simply the spokesperson of the beautiful country. The blonde man opened his arms and said to the onlookers. "Okay. It's okay. The robbers have been taken care of, we superheroes are here to protect everyone. We are what superheroes, you can follow our personal account. Oh, pay attention, superheroes now have to be certified by the Department of Defense." With a hearty performance. The superhero group of 7 under the Walt Company instantly became a hot search topic. Register superhero also became an instant hit. The Super 7 is even more eye-catching. Homelander's smile has become an iconic sign. Appeared on the front pages of various media. There have even been public attacks on the Avengers. Claiming that all superheroes who don't register are potential supercriminals. Tony is not used to such public opinion. Directly claiming that what company is putting on a show and treating the superhero as a business. The war between Stark Enterprises and Vought Corporation is also undercurrent. The two companies also continue to compete with each other on the stock market. However, Vought Company not only has the advantage of public opinion, but also has the background of the Ministry of Defense. Tony's Stark Enterprise has never been profitable. In the Stark building, Tony received a communication from Ross. At this time, Tony definitely knew what Ross was here for. But Tony's unyielding character prevents him from backing down. Connect communication. "Mr. Stark, what do you think about it? A registered superhero is a superhero. If you still want to drag it out, your Avengers will soon be classified as an illegal organization." Ross was smiling in the communication. Obviously very proud. "Stop holding on, Tony. When the time comes, you won't be able to protect anyone. Think about it, everything about you will be healed. It's already a naked threat." But Tony's answer was quite simple. "Ross, if you don't follow the rules, then just come over." After saying that, Tony hung up the phone directly. J.A.R.V.I.S. What happened to the Veronica system? "Sir, the inventory has been increased again and remains online around the clock." "Very good, start a new plan. It's called, Anti-Homelander War." As soon as Tony finished speaking, there was a roar outside the building. A blue figure wearing a stars and stripes cape stopped outside the Stark building. Homelander looked at Tony with a smile. The two looked at each other through the glass of the building. Homelander smiled and his eyes glowed red. Heat vision ability, one of Homelander's signature abilities. It was extremely powerful in many appearances, but Tony didn't even move. Homelander's heat vision, compared to yelling. Not even close. The difference between fireflies and the sun. The heat vision shot out, but did not penetrate the glass. As Homelander's eyes rolled, a DK-shaped scorch mark was left on the glass in front of Tony. After finishing, Homelander raised his head and left a smiling child. Tony's face turned pale, and his fists clenched again. Death threats. Tony couldn't help but think back to the day he was shot in the chest by Winter Soldier on the street. The struggle between life and death made him the Iron Man. And this time, he wants to protect everything now. Death will only make him stronger. J.A.R.V.I.S, change program name. Sir, please name it. Anti-Super British Armor Plan. In space, Ye was wandering around on planet Botan. There is no more control from the five-faced monster. Cybertron stabilizes. In order to prevent Cybertron from blocking the sun, Ye Ling directly pushed Cybertron to the vicinity of Mars. At the moment, there are only a few old, weak, sick and disabled shape-shifting Vidra left on Cybertron. Mechanical life forms also grow old. Even metals and machinery age and become damaged. Not to mention the harsh environment of Cybertron today. Without enough energy, where else can shape-shifting kings live? But this is actually temporary. Yuan Tianzun incarnated into Cybertron just to recuperate. But after the five-faced monster was exhausted, it was natural to tighten the energy. I don't want to lose any more energy. And the energy of Yuan Tianzun is too stable, and the five-faced monster cannot break through the core defense. Only then did he pay attention to the fire source cube. Soon, a spaceship arrived at Cybertron. What came down from the spaceship was Optimus Prime and his group of Autobots who had been released from control. Today the Decepticons are almost extinct. The ruins on Cybertron made Optimus Prime sigh. The battle between the two factions has lasted for so long, and as a result, Cybertron is still facing destruction. Cybertron is dying. Ye Ling slapped Optimus Prime on the head. Have you eaten too many Nanfa batteries? Cybertron is not dead yet. He just needs time to recuperate. Ye Ling's words gave all the Autobots hope. Are you telling the truth? Bumblebee picked up this sentence from the radio. Ye Ling nodded and said. Your Cybertron star is actually your ancestor. Yuan Tianzun. The Autobots exclaimed again. Yuan Tianzun is Cybertron? Is it true or false? Then why can't we feel it? Cybertron is about to collapse, why doesn't Yuan Tianzun wake up? Optimus Prime looked in the direction Ye Ling pointed. The huge amounts of abyss left by Ye Ling when he fought the Quintessence. What weapon caused this destruction? Optimus Prime couldn't help but marvel at the huge amounts of the abyss. I did it. The five-faced monster hid too deep, so I had to tear a hole to get him out. Coming to the abyss, Optimus Prime truly felt the aura of Yuan Tianzun through the leader's bloodline. At the same time, I also received some memory fragments. That is about the history of the 13 ancient ancestors of Cybertron, King Kong. And Optimus Prime is the reincarnation of the 13th UN. Looking up at the devastated planet Cybertron, Optimus Prime knelt down on one knee facing Ye Ling. Please use the source of fire to save Cybertron, it is our last hope. Ye Ling looked at Optimus Prime and asked. What can I get? I will lead the Autobots to fight for you until the last one standing. What Optimus Prime said shocked all the Autobots behind him. But he didn't say anything against it. After all, 333 Optimus Prime is now the leader of the Autobots. Ye Ling smiled and said. I don't need your fighting power, I just want Cybertron to become my domain. Faced with Ye Ling's request, Optimus Prime immediately agreed. Cybertron will obey your will. Hearing Optimus Prime's answer, Ye Ling opened his hands. The fire source cube emerged. With a move of his finger, the source of fire flew towards the abyss below. A few seconds later, a dazzling blue light lit up in the abyss. The entire surface of the planet Cybertron seemed to flash with a blue surge of electricity. Although nothing seems to have changed. But all the shape-shifting Kongs on Cybertron felt it. This is the throb of Cybertron, the planet once again teeming with activity. The dying planet Cybertron is gradually waking up. Waves of energy surges are emanating from the interior of the planet. It's like a resurrected heart that starts beating again and again. The scars on Cybertron are gradually being repaired. The huge amounts of abyss are also gradually closing, being replaced by newly born metal matter. The glowing fire source cube flew back to Ye Ling's hands again. And after completely absorbing the knowledge in the Quintessence's soul, Ye Ling summoned Sirius again. His tall body instantly amazed all the Autobots. He stretched out his hand towards Optimus Prime. The spiritual scepter radiating white light was handed over to Ye Ling's hands. Crack. The scepter was shattered, leaving only a pure and flawless mind gem. Opening his right hand, a blue gem appeared in his hand. Space gem. Following Ye Ling's movements, the two gems fell directly onto Sirius's shoulders. Click. As the gems blend into the mech's shoulders, the source of fire once again lit up with blue light. The light instantly enveloped the entire Sirius constellation. The light is like a flame, continuously melting and shrinking Sirius. It didn't stop until it completely matched Yeling's height. The light dissipated, and the fire source disappeared directly into the Sirius constellation. What is in front of Yeling at this moment can no longer be a chance. But the Sirius armor. White mind gem on the left shoulder, blue space gem on the right shoulder. Exuding bursts of powerful energy fluctuations. Spreading towards the infinite universe. At the same time, the two figures who were fighting inextricably in the dark dimension stopped. Both the Ancient One and Dormammu felt the presence of the Sirius armor. Infinite gems. Two more. Dormammu looked at Ancient One's necklace. There lies the third infinite gems, the time gem. Even Zeus, who was far away in the pantheon, suddenly raised his head and looked at the starry sky. For a while, I didn't even watch my favorite show. And the scene where the Sirius armor appears in the Fountain of Infinity. Displayed in front of Thanos. Looking at the mysterious armor, Thanos smiled. Very good, it seems that someone has already built the armor for me. Chapter 78. Walter Corporation. Yeling, who came back from Cybertron, looked at the mobile phone handed over by Lorna. The superhero group of 7 has opened a self-media account. Definitely the most popular ones are the 3 giants under what company? Homelander, Queen Maeve, Locomotive. Homelander's self-media account now has more than 2 million followers. The rate of increase in fans is comparable to that of a rocket. The headline on the account is about the new movie that will be released. Super League vs. Steel Armored Monster. Looking at the name, Yeling smiled. Isn't this just for Tony? Instead of agreeing to the registration bill, Tony drew a big DK above the Pentagon. Yeling was not surprised. Tony would not have any security anxiety if he had not experienced the Battle of Sokovia. Ultron was created though. But it won't be as paranoid about safety as in the original plot. As for what corporation? Yeling doesn't want to pay attention now. As long as he doesn't mess with him, Tony can fight him to the death. Speaking of which, after incorporating Cybertron, Home's rating has gone up again. Home construction. Current home, Cybertron, Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters. Grade rating, 7 stars. Financial rating, 5 stars, Cybertron Resources, Stark Enterprises, Continental Hotel, Jinbin Industrial Factory. Evaluation from teachers and students, 6 stars. Teacher, Dr. Banner, Jane, Black Widow. Student, Gemini, Twinkling. Student Defense Force, 6 stars, Barbados Sirius, Autobot, Polaris, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch. Homeland Scope Evaluation, 7 stars, Cybertron, Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters. It is detected that the evaluation of the host home has reached 7 stars, and the top reward has been settled. Rewards are being distributed. Reward confirmation, Book of Emperor Wedishin. Looking at the book that appeared in his hand, Yeling was a little surprised. I didn't expect the reward to be this. A large book as thick as a dictionary appeared in Yeling's hands. In addition to the name of Emperor Wedishin, there is also the special seal of Emperor Wedishin. Yeling opened the book and flipped through the pages, finding that the book seemed to be endless. Countless white magic and defensive magic are recorded on it. Even this book originally was a pretty powerful magic shield. But the most critical point is that none of this book attacks Guang. All magic spells recorded cannot be used offensively. It's almost exactly the reverse side of the Book of Darkness that Yeling got from Mephisto before. The magic recorded in the Dark Book is powerful, but the price is usually high. Or important things such as human life or soul. It seems that the Book of Wedishin Emperor is useless to Yeling. But this is not the case. Even Yeling, after mastering so much destructive power, Super Brain also told him that he needed to neutralize it. Both the spear and the shield are indispensable. What's more, Sithorn, the source of the Chaos Force, is still watching from the dark. He didn't show up, but his shadow was everywhere. Book of Emperor Wedishin can well neutralize the destructive power of Chaos. Even Chaos Force loses its effect when facing opponents like Sithorn. Nor will it be affected by its powerful magical power. And from the Book of Emperor Wedishin, Yeling can also learn about the old gods of the past. In the universe, history is certainly important. But secrets and knowledge are the things that cost the most. In another universe, why can an exorcist dressed in yellow play tricks on Satan and step on the children of hell? Isn't it just relying on the secrets and evil intentions in the mind? Especially for the old gods whose deeds are about to disappear in the long river of time. Their secrets are worth more. Emperor Wedishin is a relatively special existence even among the old gods. Trinity. Ouchter, Hogs, Abato. The 3 are all powerful men from the age of the old gods. Ohit, the goddess of light, created the astral realm so that all necromancers can enter this realm through spirit and receive help from Ohit. Hogs, a survivor from an extremely ancient race, whose name can be linked to the ancient gods. Agamotto. This one is even more heavyweight than the previous two. Born from a tier of Ohid, it is mysterious and powerful. Able to fight against Dormammu in the Dark Dimension, able to fight against the Planet Devourer. From the beginning, it is the only existence at the multi-universe level. The remaining Eye of Agamotto and the Ball of Agamotto also contain extremely powerful power. It became a powerful support for the later Sorcerer Supremes. And when these three became one Weixin Emperor, it even has the ability to fight against the Living Tribunal. Therefore, the value of the Book of Emperor Weixin left by Emperor Weixin to Yeling is not at all based on magic. But it lies in the history that this book can express. Speaking of magic, Yeling remembered Ultron, who was sent to Camartage by him, and didn't know what was going on now. According to Ultron's ability, it has probably surpassed Tian's level now, right? Exit media apps that are flooded with news about the Seven. Throw your phone aside. How can you waste your precious time worrying about other people's lives? Living your own little life well is more important than anything else. Yeling stood up in front of the balcony and stretched out. Looking over to Lorna, who was ready for another day of academy work. The little girl who was impulsive and pretended to be strong has disappeared. Now Lorna is generous and her behavior has become much calmer. Lorna, haven't we gone shopping for a long time? Ah. Lorna raised her head from the notebook in her hand and looked at Yeling with some surprise. But then he smiled and nodded, okay. I haven't seen Times Square since it was trashed last time. Then let's go to Times Square. New work time. Yeling accompanied Lorna from room to room. With the exclusive credit card of Continental Hotel, your journey is smooth. All the tellers greeted me with a smile. Even if the two of them just don't want to buy it, they will send it to the door with a smile and bow and say, see you next time. There won't be any complaints at all. Different from the big bags and small bags when she went shopping last time, Lorna seemed to focus on shopping. Yeling followed Lorna very patiently. Definitely, I am dual purpose, and my other consciousness is constantly interpreting the Book of Weixin Emperor. The knowledge of white magic is filling his mind. Soon, Yeling discovered a very magical magic. It's not an offensive magic, but it has no defensive properties. Lucky skill. After using this spell, you will become more lucky within a certain period of time. There is no record of how long it took or how lucky it was. This is the most special magic Yeling has ever seen in the Book of Weixin Emperor. In other magics, the principles are written very clearly. Even the required materials are accurate to the gram. But only the lucky skill, which is very vague. There is only a simple magic running route, and there is no explanation in which direction the good luck develops. It's like everything happens in moderation. It must be said that this magic aroused Yeling's full interest. Give it a try. Yeling released the spell directly on himself. Whoosh. After a surge of magical energy. It seems like nothing happened. Try again. Whoosh. Nothing happened. Huh? Did something go wrong? Try again one last time. Magical energy surged through, but it was still calm. Even Lorna noticed Yeling's movements. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Yeling smiled and shook his head, it's okay, just keep walking. Lorna held Yeling's hand and continued to walk forward. Suddenly, a black object fell from the sky. Snapped. The speed was so fast that Lorna almost didn't react. But the reaction after the strengthening of the super soldier serum was still good. The second before the thing hit the ground, Lorna reached out and grabbed it. Something black was suspended in the air. A black handbag is bulging and looks heavy. At Yeling's signal, Lorna used magnetic force to control the zipper and slowly opened it. As the zipper opens, the contents of the handbag were revealed, full of green banknotes. All are large denominations of USD. Lorna's pupils shrank and she looked up. A head quickly retracted. But Lorna also saw clearly the mask on her head. Soon, a pair of armed thugs wearing black masks rushed down from the mall. Da-da-da. The gun's muzzle spurted out tongues of flame, leaving a row of bullet holes in the ceiling. The sound of gunfire caused many people throughout the mall to fall down. There was a look of horror on his face, it was like he was working with a robber. Everyone get down. Hand over all your mobile phones. Anyone who dares to call the police will die. Bang. There was a gunshot, and a bloody hole appeared in the mall security guard's head. The corpse collapsed limply without being pulled out. And the green-haired lady over there, bring the money. That's what we just took out from the bank upstairs. I accidentally dropped it. The leading thug strode over to Lorna with his gun pointed at her. He reached out to grab the money bag in Lorna's hand. But the next moment, Lorna took the money bag behind her. Who said this is yours? Did you write your name on it? The only eyes exposed under the thug's mask flashed with murderous intent. Ha! Looking for death? Just pull the trigger in your hand. At such a close distance, the thugs were confident that no one would survive. Da-da-da. A stream of bullets shot out. Some people have closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the beautiful Lorna die tragically at the gunpoint. But the next scene amazed everyone present. Several yellow bullets stopped in front of Lorna. He was just wrapped in green light and couldn't move forward at all. However, although a hint of surprise flashed in the thug's eyes, he was not too surprised. The gun in his hand rang again. The other thugs also pointed their guns at Lorna and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. Gunfire flashed and a storm of bullets struck Lorna. But Lorna had a calm expression on her face. After countless battles, this amount of bullets was simply a drizzle. Extend your left hand. Whoosh. All the bullets stopped in the air. Pointing his finger downward, bullets fell like rain, hitting the floor with a tinkling sound. The leading thug reached for a grenade. But before she could pull it, Lorna's eyes flashed with green light. For an instant, my whole body couldn't move. The remaining thugs also floated up. Green light flashed, and 8 thugs were gathered into a pile. The mask on his head was all torn apart, revealing his true face. No. This is different from what was promised. We clearly promised that our faces would not be exposed. The mob was heard shouting in anger. Yeling and Lorna looked at each other. Lorna took a step forward, stared at the leader of the mob and asked, "Who did you discuss with?" The bearded thug reacted immediately. "You're not Wo." Before he finished speaking, the bearded man swallowed back the rest of his words. Instead, he cursed, "Damn it, why didn't you show up at the promised time? It appears we were involved in a staged robbery today." Yeling took a step forward and came to the bearded man. Seeing that Yeling had guessed the general outline of the matter, the bearded man was not angry. He sneered and said, "Humph. I advise you not to be curious about everything, or you may risk your life." Yeling has not encountered such a simple threat for a long time. As soon as Lu Zihu finished speaking, a blue figure flashed past, causing a whirlwind. A locomotive with black skin, goggles, and blue clothing appeared on the scene. Looking at the thugs and robbers who had been controlled, their expressions changed. After exchanging a look with the bearded man, he walked forward with a smile. "Hey. Looks like a beautiful lady has taken care of all this trouble. Now leave the rest to me." The locomotive walked towards Lorna with a lewd smile on his face. It made Lorna feel physically unwell. He refused directly, "No, I will hand these people over to the police station." The locomotive's face instantly turned darker. "Ma'am, I'm not asking you. Please make it clear that your behavior is an illegal heroic act. I can hold you accountable for your illegal behavior." This time, the locomotive's tone was threatening. The look he looked at Lorna turned evil. There is even a hint of obscenity. "Ma'am, you don't want to go to jail for this, do you?" As soon as the locomotive finished speaking, he heard an explosion. Bang. The bearded head exploded, and the red and white things scattered all over the place. Even the locomotive had some on his face. Vomit. The locomotive just spat it out. Suddenly he looked up and saw Yeling standing in front of him. "How dare you kill someone?" Yeling showed a sneer, "What's wrong with killing a beast? After saying that, wave your hand." The remaining thugs also moved their heads and became headless ghosts. "Since you have chosen this profession, to do well, you must know that you will pay the price with your life." Locomotive glared at Yeling, "You. What? You want to avenge them?" Yeling's eyes made Locomotive swallow the rest of his words. "But when I think about the Vought Corporation and Homelander behind me." The locomotive suddenly became bolder again. "Even criminals should be tried by a judge. You are." Snapped. Before the locomotive finished speaking, a strong force slapped the locomotive on the face. The locomotive turned into an afterimage and flew towards the wall of the mall. Boom. A large human-shaped hole was knocked out of the wall. Half of the locomotive's face was swollen, and blood was flowing from his mouth. A mouthful of teeth, basically all on the ground. This slap gave the locomotive a direct concussion. All the courage he had just now was wiped away by the slap. Although I was full of resentment in my heart, I only had one thought at the moment. Run. The sooner the better. Let Homelander take care of him. The locomotive ran away and turned into a blue lightning and rushed out of the mall. But the next moment, a Stars and Stripes cape blocked him. What happened? The locomotive was overjoyed. "Homelander. You are finally here. You were so high again that you forgot the time of the crime." Homelander's face was calm, but his words were very cold. It made the locomotive shudder. The locomotive immediately began to explain hesitantly, "That's not the case. There is an illegal hero. He killed those robbers and he also wants to kill me." Homelander heard the locomotive's words and raised his eyebrows. Interesting clause. He didn't care at all about the life or death of the locomotive. But he is concerned about the image of the seven. Someone actually dares to challenge the authority of the seven? He wants to see who it is. Essay. Click. The strong wind blew across the road, and a figure flashed past. A stream of warm liquid splashed Homelander in the face. That was the blood spurting from the main artery in the locomotive's neck. Chapter 79. Feel the warmth coming from your face. Homelander reached out and wiped it away. Look at the blood on the gloves and the headless body of the locomotive. The smile on his face gradually turned into a glare. This is a naked provocation. His brows furrowed and his eyes lit up red as he looked at Ye-Ling in front of him. Zi. Two slender thermal sights shot out instantly, passing directly through the locomotive's body. Bang. The locomotive's body exploded and no bones were left. After passing through the locomotive's body, the heat vision headed towards Ye-Ling. Seeing that Ye-Ling was motionless, Homelander had already begun to imagine the outcome of Ye-Ling having his upper body blown off by heat vision. Zitsize. The heat vision hit Ye-Ling directly in the chest. But this time, the invincible heat vision seems to have turned into a water gun. Bursts of red light burst out on Ye-Ling's chest, like welding. But in fact, even Ye-Ling's clothes were not worn out. The red light dissipated, and Homelander was horrified. Looking at Ye-Ling in front of me, it was like seeing a monster I had never seen before. Gritting his teeth, Homelander fired his heat vision again, this time with all his strength. The power of the heat vision was turned to the maximum, teeth were clenched, and the masseter muscles on both sides of the face were protruding. Veins popped up at the corners of his eyes, and blood vessels were exposed under the skin. Ah! Ye-Ling curled his lips as he faced another heat gaze. Boring. Step forward and you'll meet the Homelander's maximum power output. Red light lasered on Ye-Ling's chest, and the red energy continued to escape. The warmer air distorts the surrounding light. But Ye-Ling seemed to feel nothing and walked towards Homelander step by step. Not a single thread on the clothes on the chest was damaged. Every step Ye-Ling takes is like stepping on Homelander's heart. Come to Homelander and wave your right hand. Snapped. A loud slap to Homelander's face. Boom. With huge amounts of force, Homelander instantly turned into an afterimage and was knocked into a nearby building. After passing through several walls, Homelander finally stopped. The swollen left side of his face had lost all feeling. His body was so powerful that even rockets could not normally cause damage. At that moment, pain was felt all over his body. Homelander felt like at least 10 of his bones were broken. But compared to the physical pain, the self-doubt in his heart was even more difficult for him to accept. Ever since he could remember, what company had told him. He is invincible. No harm can come to a strong body. His super strength makes him unbeatable. Heat vision is an excellent offensive tool. Tell Flight to let him travel the world. He reluctantly raised his head, his vision blurred by blood. Ye-Ling's figure stood at the hole in the wall that was smashed out. 397, the light shines from behind, simply outlining a tall silhouette. But this scene stuck in Homelander's mind. This will be a lifelong psychological shadow for Homelander. Suddenly, Homelander's lips felt a drop of liquid fall into his mouth. A hint of sweetness mixed with a hint of bitter saltiness. It was the smell of tears mixed with blood. Tears. The fear in Homelander's heart deepened. I immediately wanted to stop my tears, but the next moment more tears poured out of my tear ducts. Not only did it not stop, Homelander burst into tears. The more he tried to stop it, the more tears poured out. Even the next moment. Homelander cried. This scene was not only seen by Ye-Ling, but also by other walled heroes who arrived. Queen Maeve looked at the scene in disbelief. He covered his mouth in surprise. The lamplighter who came over held a lantern in his hand and was shaking. The light in the lantern continued to flicker. So, is it really, Homelander? The person who asked the question with a trembling voice was Deep Sea dressed in green. The fear in his voice was overwhelming. Black, dressed in black, said nothing and stood motionless in the dark. Crack. There was a shutter sound. More shutter sounds followed. Crack, click, click. The enthusiastic New Yorkers around them took out their mobile phones and recorded Homelander at the moment. Hey. No, don't take pictures, don't. Stop taking pictures. Stop taking pictures. The lamplighter immediately stood in front of the crowd to stop the taking of photos. Shanghai also wanted to reach out and grab the phone. Maeve just covered her face and left. The 7 is finished. If these photos are released, the image of the group will directly collapse. Since you can't stop it, you can only choose to leave. Maeve looked back at the place where she and Essie was standing just now, but there was no one there. Damn, he ran so fast. Suddenly, Maeve's expression changed, she turned around and punched the air behind her. Bang. There was a crisp sound in the air. Transparent man, you pervert, if you dare to reach out to me again, I will crush your third leg. A cry of pain echoed in the air. Hey, Maeve, you are still the same, so hot. Roll. Maeve punched again, but missed. The transparent man's mean voice has already sounded in the distance. I have to go back to the company and come see you next time, hee hee. Maeve glanced at the direction where the transparent man's voice came from, and raised her middle finger. Addy, in the ruins, Homelander looked at Ye-Ling who came in front of him. With tears streaming down his face, Hui endured the pain and opened his mouth. Please, don't kill me, woo woo woo. Ye-Ling glanced at Homelander. It's so ugly to cry. In Homelander's frightened eyes, Ye-Ling's eyes lit up with purple light. In an instant, purple-red light occupied Homelander's entire field of vision. Bang. Homelander's head exploded. This scene made everyone present stop what they were doing. Looking at the now headless corpse of Homelander. Immediately afterwards, more people took out their mobile phones and rushed to take pictures of Homelander's body. But this time, Lamplighter and Deep Sea never stopped the crowd from taking pictures. After the two looked at each other, they decided to run away. Just kidding, Homelander is dead. What's the use of staying? Don't wait until you die on the spot. In Vought's laboratory. Homelander's headless body lies on the test bench. Madeline stood aside, watching with a gloomy expression as the experimenters continued to examine the corpse. Her hands kept clenching and opening fists, and it was obvious that Madeline was not at peace at the moment. As the superhero project leader of Vought Group, Madeline has been smooth sailing. He controls Homelander through his own devotion and psychological tricks. Let Homelander make your career prosperous again. According to normal development, it won't be long. Madeline can go one step further and join the board of directors of What Corporation. Become one of the real core powerful figures. But now everything is ruined. Homelander is dead and the army is gone. The 7 superheroes formed a complete joke. Madeline didn't even dare to read what was written in the news. His biggest career is to create the Super 7 and promote it. Now it's all gone. When the transparent man came back to report, Madeline almost fainted. Until now, Madeline's mind was in confusion. Suddenly, the laboratory door was opened. A middle-aged black man walked in. Some of the gray hair was spotless and had obviously been carefully groomed. The suit he wears is also a high-end customized product from Italy. Every step taken is almost consistent. There was no expression on the calm face, making it difficult for Madeline to guess the man's mood. As the man approached the laboratory, Madeline's aura weakened. He even looked at the man with a hint of timidity. Mr. Edgar. Edgar looked at Madeline, who looked uneasy, and adjusted her collar elegantly. Both Homelander and Locomotive died, and the other superheroes also left the scene in embarrassment. Madeline, your plan to become a superhero has failed. The company will suffer substantial losses. Although Edgar's tone was calm, these words made Madeline feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Madeline knows best how dark the Walter Company's methods are. Because she is the one who often uses the company's methods. Mr. Edgar, Madeline was interrupted by Edgar as soon as she opened her mouth. Let me finish first, you are just talking useless nonsense. You haven't taken any action since it happened. Do you have a solution in your head now? If not, just listen to me. Edgar looked at Madeline with profound eyes, who shuddered and closed her mouth knowingly. Don't take Homelander too seriously. You've always been biased towards him. We at Vought are not a superhero company, but a pharmaceutical company. These superheroes are just incidental products. Even your baby Homelander is a defective product. What is really valuable to us is the secret recipe of Compound No. 5. The military needs it, not the people. Those guys who go around taking pictures with their phones all day long have no idea how the world works. So, leave Homelander alone. Contact the media to minimize the impact. In addition, the most important thing is to find the person who took action and express my apology and goodwill to him. Madeline's eyes widened when she heard this. But Mr. Edgar. But Edgar had turned away. A powerful person should be respected if he comes to disrupt the plans for Compound No. 5. You can just pack up and leave. Looking at the closed laboratory door, Maid was speechless for a long time. Madeline then reacted and took out her phone to make a call. Maeve, I need you. New York night. A Porsche parked in front of the Continental Hotel. Madeline turned to Maeve and said. No matter what he asks for later, I must agree to him. Maeve looked ugly. Facing Madeline's request, she just nodded and said. Okay, but you have to promise not to threaten me with your family again. Besides, Homelander is dead now. If you send a transparent person to spy on me again, I will kill you. Looking at the angry Maeve, Ma. Dellen smiled and said. Maeve, this is not only for me, but also for you. If the company abandons the superhero project, think about what will happen to you. I bet that without my control, the transparent man will find you first. Maeve said nothing and glanced at Madeline hatefully. Transparent people are indeed very troublesome. Not only is the whole body transparent, the skin on the body is as hard as a super alloy. In a one-on-one situation, Maeve is not afraid. But Maeve has a girlfriend. As an ordinary person's girlfriend, she is not a transparent person at all. Once someone is noticed, it is impossible to guard against it. Opening the car door, Maeve was about to get out of the car. Madeline spoke again. Wait a minute, Maeve, put this on. Looking at the clothes Madeline took out, even Maeve couldn't help but blush. But eventually Maeve changed into clothes. Finally, he was covered in a coat. Walk towards the Continental Hotel. Under the guidance of Karen at the front desk, I got on the elevator and arrived at Yeling's floor. Boom. Knocking on the door, Yeling's voice came out. Come in. Walking into the room, Maeve stepped on the soft carpet and immediately saw Yeling sitting on the sofa. Even though Queen Maeve's orientation is that of a woman, she still has to admit it. The moment she saw Yeling, Maeve was also a little moved. Walking to the sofa, Maeve hugged Yeling and said respectfully. Mr. Yeling, I am here on behalf of what company? I hope you can forgive the trouble caused to you by what company. In fact, after killing Homelander and Locomotive, Yeling's anger disappeared. I have no interest at all in compound number 5. It's just an inferior version of super serum. Not only is it unstable, it is also prone to mutation. Although there are many kinds of super abilities, most of them are useless abilities. Vought makes so many super babies every year. Only about 100 people can eventually become superheroes. The fact that what company sent Queen Maeve to apologize can only show that what company is afraid of Yeling. After figuring out the joints in an instant, Yeling put his feet on the table. Tell me your apology, I hope it will satisfy me. Hearing Yeling's words, Maeve's heart skipped a beat. This obviously made the lion open his mouth. But then I thought about it. Anyway, Madeline said that she could agree to any request. Even if the request is outrageous, Madeline will resist it. According to the company's wishes, the company will agree to any request you make. Yeling raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Even if the formula of compound number 5 is announced. Compound number 5? What is that? Yeling's words made Queen Maeve frown. Although I don't know what compound number 5 is. But the alert Maeve believes that Yeling will not say anything that has nothing to do with the company. Looking at Maeve's confused expression, Yeling guessed that Maeve had just debuted. I still don't know what compound number 5 is. Yeling leaned back on the sofa with his hands folded behind his head. Just as he was about to speak, he looked towards the door. The figure disappeared instantly, bringing a gust of wind inside the house. The blow made Maeve's coat lift up, revealing a little bit of spring sunshine. But Yeling appeared again, holding something empty in his hand, as if he was holding something transparent. Hollow Man. Maeve looked at the transparent thing in Yeling's hand in surprise. Shocked and angry. It was obviously Madeline who sent him to monitor him. Transparent people think they can eavesdrop without anyone noticing. You can even watch Maeve's wonderful performance to satisfy your perverted voyeuristic desire. But as soon as I reached the door, my neck felt tight. A big hand grabbed his neck like a vice and lifted him up. Wait. Wait a minute. Crack. The transparent man, whose defense was said to be comparable to that of super alloy, had his neck snapped. After dying, the body emerged from the air. A vulgar and ugly naked man appeared in Yeling's hands. Looking at the transparent man with disgust, Ye opened the window. Looking down at Madeline who was waiting by the car, she threw the transparent man down. Below, the nervous Madeline is about to light a cigarette. Relieve some tension. Snapped. The fire lit up. Bang. A figure fell from upstairs and hit the roof of the Porsche directly. Make the entire roof dent shape-shifting. Madeline looked at the naked man on the roof of the car and took out the lighter and cigarette in his hand. Scared out of my mind. Looking up, I saw only the open window. The transparent man died in front of her eyes. Madeline felt 1,000 fears deep in her bones. Madeline, who was extremely frightened, could only hug her shoulders helplessly. In the room upstairs. As Yeling cast her gaze again, Maeve shrank. Looking at Yeling's face reminded me again of Yeling standing on Homelander's body like a Mephisto during the day. What did you just say? Chapter 80. Watch Yeling throw the transparent man downstairs. Maeve felt indescribably happy. Now that there is no transparent person, Madeline's attempt to threaten herself is simply nonsense. But I think of the compound number 5 that Yeling just mentioned. Maeve bravely spoke up and said. You just said compound number 5, what is that? Yeling stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and a bunch of molecular formulas immediately appeared in the center of the living room. There are also images of various gene segments changing. To put it simply, it is the source of history for you Vought superheroes. Do you think your ability is innate? Maeve nodded when Walter Company found her. She also naively thought that God had given her this power to protect world peace. But with the involvement of what company, things gradually changed. But the company is already tied to it. Leave the company and live like an ordinary person? Maeve, who knew the character of Homelander and Madeline well, did not dare to think about the consequences of doing so. Because the company wanted to fire him and Homelander, he was forced to break up with his girlfriend. Although they contacted her secretly, she didn't dare to let Homelander know. Madeline also uses her girlfriend to control herself. And after seeing the company's public relations tactics, Maeve didn't dare think about the consequences of disobeying orders. In these days, I have seen Homelander kill hundreds of people. Our abilities all come from Compound No. 5. Maeve looked at her hands, and her strength far beyond that of ordinary people still existed. But now I feel like a joke. Think of yourself constantly exercising to strengthen your ability. In the end, he was just a drug addict. Fortunately, Maeve is mentally strong enough after experiencing the dangerous days. If it were Sean Guang, he would probably break down and cry by now. Maeve laughed miserably, haha, it turns out I'm just a joke. Don't deny yourself in a hurry. Although your super ability comes from Compound No. 5, becoming stronger is indeed the effect of exercise. So what, without Compound No. 5, I am nothing. Maeve spread her hands, obviously completely disappointed with herself. But thank you anyway, without the transparent man, Madeline can no longer threaten me. I have changed my mind now. I want to take back the life that belongs to me. Maeve raised her head and looked at Yeling. There was a twinkle in his eye. Help me. Maeve opened her coat and walked to Yeling. Wow, it's very nice, but I didn't actually think about it, hiss. The next day, Maeve woke up from the soft big bed. Opening his eyes, he recalled his initiative and craziness last night. His cheeks immediately turned red. It seems that men are also good. Get up and press the head of the bed. Squeak. The metal of the headboard is directly shape-shifted. Maeve pulled back her hand in disbelief. Looking at the shape-shifting head of the bed, Maeve was amazed at her own strength. He obviously controlled it as usual, using only part of his strength. But it caused so much damage. It can only mean that his strength has increased dramatically. After feeling it carefully, Maeve felt that her strength seemed to have tripled. Is it just because of last night? Maeve recalled last night's scene again in her mind. His face turned a little redder. Clatter. Listening to the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Mei Xiao stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Open the door and walk in with a smile. He didn't care at all as Yeling's eyes wandered over his body. You didn't tell me that you have such magical power. I used to like women, but now. Yeling raised his eyebrows, with a hint of evil in his smile. He held out his hand to Maeve. Together. Maeve held Yeling's hand and smiled. Definitely. After Maeve came out of the Continental Hotel, Madeline, who had been waiting outside all night, came over immediately. He grabbed Maeve's hand and asked. Did he agree? Maeve pulled her hand away from Madeline's. With a sneer on his face he said. Originally he agreed, but you actually sent a transparent person here. Now that he's angry, you can wait to be fired from the company. Madeline's eyes widened when she heard Maeve's words. Pointing at Maeve, he said, then you stayed with him all night. Maeve just smiled and said. Yeah, he's very good, but it's a pity that a veteran like you doesn't have a chance. Only a pervert like Homelander can be satisfied by you. After saying that, Maeve turned and left. Madeline is left in despair on the street. Among the top floors of what company? This is the office of Doctor, the actual controller of what company? The entire top floor is exclusive to Edgar. If not for anything else, just because without him there would be no today's glorious what company? Edgar, you promised that Homelander's power can crush all opponents. But now, you're going to give me this answer. Sitting in front of Edgar was Secretary of Defense Ross. At the moment, Ross's eyes were fixed on Edgar, and while talking, he knocked on the table to emphasize. The subordinates on the side had already buried their heads as low as possible. He was afraid of offending the powerful General Ross. But Edgar opposite him still looked calm. He waited until Ross finished speaking before speaking. Sorry, Secretary Ross, as for the guarantee you mentioned, that was not what I said. That sentence came from Madeline's mouth, I must emphasize. Vought has never made any guarantees about Homelander's ability. Listening to Edgar's calm response, Ross became furious. Snapped. He slapped the table and said, Isn't Madeline the director of your company? She doesn't mean what she says? Then she's here to fool me. Edgar walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside the window and said. She was indeed a director of the company, but not anymore. As a department that engages in external cooperation, I think it is understandable that her words are a bit exaggerated. Besides, Homelander is just a defective product. It's just a giant baby. Mr. Minister, you don't think that such a super-able person can be obedient, do you? Ross snorted. Huh, the funds from the Ministry of Defense have already been invested. But I can withdraw at any time. You can also ask the CIA to start an investigation against you immediately. Just 3 days ago, we found compound number 5 in the terrorist space. You have to give me an explanation for this. The threat in Ross's words was already very clear. But Edgar still had that calm expression. He walked up to Ross and said, Mr. Minister, I think you can let the CIA investigate. Let's see if we can find out that all the crimes committed by Walter Company are inseparable from you. If I remember correctly, where you sit under your butt. 3 generals have already set their sights on it. You think if I hand over the evidence in my hand to them, will they be willing to keep the Vought Company? As he spoke, Edgar took out a few letters. These are all interactions between Edgar and Rose's opponents. Looking at the letter taken out by Edgar, Ross was furious. Have you already colluded with them? Edgar put down the letter and smiled. It's just a simple truth, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Look, in order to avoid your eyes, we have already exchanged letters. Definitely, as long as we continue to cooperate happily, they will not get any bad news about you. After Edgar finished speaking, Rose's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. Looking at Ross, who was known as General Thunderbolt, Edgar showed a confident smile. Politicians in beautiful countries are all equally greedy. As long as the benefits are sufficient and there is money in their hands, politicians will obediently lick it. Even if there are occasionally 2 politicians like Ross who can't tell the difference between file size. 2 taps will tell him whose hand the rope belongs to. Compound number 5 was indeed reverse engineered from Captain America's blood in Rose's hands. But so what? Compound number 5 is now the property of Vought Corporation. Whether you give it or not depends on your mood. Although plans to add superheroes to the Department of Defense need to be put on hold for now. But Edgar had already obtained his pass into the center of power. Rose's support is no longer very important to him. After a period of silence, Ross spoke. Even if I continue to support you, the Super 7 have become a complete joke. How should we deal with this? Edgar sat back on the main seat and reached out to press the button in front of him. A video starts playing. One of the congresswomen, who looked Hispanic, was giving a speech. Vought superheroes must be supervised. We can't let them do whatever they want. Evidence suggests Homelander and Locomotive planned a bank robbery. When the thugs succeed, they will show up again. This is a prepared heroic drama. The female congresswoman in the picture is constantly presenting evidence one after another. Proving Homelander's dirty dealings with Locomotive. Collude with robbers and terrorists to create one crime after another. They are all liars. Superheroes need to be regulated. The people below were excited as they looked at the pieces of evidence being released. They waved their hands and shouted, "Supervise them. They are disgraceful liars. They must pay." Watching the congressman receiving support in the video, Ross lowered his voice and said, "You want me to wipe your A?" Edgar shook his head and said, No, I think you understood it wrong. For products that have failed, we will deal with them without hesitation. Investing any more money would be disrespectful to the company. Newman will run for Congress by introducing a bill to regulate superheroes." After listening to Edgar's words, Ross showed a sneer. "Haha, we have already launched the superhero registration bill. All superheroes under your company are registered. This approach simply won't work." Edgar pointed to the video and motioned for Ross to continue watching. Newman in the video took out a file and said, "This is the Locomotive's registration file, but I want to tell everyone that it is a forgery." In other words, the Department of Defense was equally complicit in Homelander and Locomotive's despicable acts. Hearing Newman say such words, Ross couldn't sit still. "Stand up and slap your hands on the table." Snapped. "Edgar, who allowed you to do this? It won't do you any good to have the Department of Defense involved." Edgar pointed to the envelope in front of him and said, "Don't worry, Secretary Ross. The failure of Homelander and Locomotive is irreversible. Then why don't we take advantage of the opportunity and reuse it?" Ross was a little confused by Edgar's words. Waste utilization. Edgar looked at Rose as if he didn't want to talk to a fool. No matter whether the Ministry of National Defense is involved in fraud or deception, it is impossible to abolish the Ministry of National Defense. So as Mr. Minister, what should you do if you discover this situation? Before Ross could answer, AI had already given the answer. As the selfless Minister of Defense, you should stand up immediately. Expose all officials in the Ministry of National Defense who are involved in fraud. Looking at the envelope Edgar pointed to, Rose suddenly understood. This is to take the opportunity to eradicate the opponent. After figuring out the joints, Ross sat down and looked at Edgar across from him. Clever. Horrible. Cold-blooded. This is what Ross said about Edgar. In the face of such an unfavorable situation, a new situation can be opened up. The situation is so big that Ross thinks he is not as powerful as Edgar. As for the treatment of his subordinates, whether it is Homelander or Madeline, they are all cold-blooded, and the negative impact of the Super 7 has not yet fermented. Edgar was already prepared to sacrifice them. Suddenly, Ross had a second thought and looked at Edgar. Edgar, I have more than 3 opponents, and there are more than 3 who can contact you, right? Edgar smiled politely and said. Thanks to Minister Ross, he actually guessed it. Congratulations to you. Faced with Edgar's sarcasm, Ross snorted and said. I'll do as you say, but as soon as possible. Also, the weapons project for Yelling must continue to be developed. After saying that, Ross got up and left Edgar's office. Watching Rose leave, Edgar's eyes were slightly mocking. It's really the temperament of politicians. They always want to control everything. Little do you know, I am the dog with the rope tied around its neck. After speaking, he looked at the secretary and said. Tell Newman to point the evidence at those 3 Department of Defense officials. Notify the Public Relations Department and raise the profile of the matter as soon as possible. I want to see this news appear on everyone's mobile phone before 6 o'clock today. The secretary followed Edgar's instructions, noted down. Then asked. What about the weapons development against Yelling requested by Secretary Ross? Edgar looked at his secretary as if he were a fool. The secretary immediately knew that he had made a mistake and said immediately. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgar, I'm too talkative. But it was too late, Edgar said, you're fired. After finishing speaking, Edgar pressed a button. Immediately, security personnel came to ask the secretary to drag him out. Edgar picked up his cell phone and dialed Newman's number and began to issue tasks. Wait until the secretary's begging for mercy disappears. Edgar walked to the window and sneered as he looked at Ross's leaving motorcade. Why do you have to fight against powerful people? After speaking, Edgar picked up the phone again. Mr. Yelling, I'm sorry to bother you at this time. I'm just here to tell you that Secretary Ross still hasn't given up on targeting you. Water Company is no different from being your enemy. On the contrary, Woshi Company is willing to meet all your requirements. Very good, I am very happy to get Mr. Yelling's understanding. Yelling hung up the phone. It's true that I have a problem with you, but I can't control what Maeve does. After saying that, Yelling looked at the girl sitting next to him on the park bench. A girl in a taupe sportswear, her blonde hair was styled into a bun. Although she is still young, her figure has already become convex and curvy. The tight-fitting design of the yoga pants on the lower body shows off the girl's strong legs. The heroine of the black robe, Starlight, was originally named Anjeni. After a fight with Maeve in the bathroom in the morning, Yelling felt refreshed and suddenly wanted to come to the park to bask in the sun. I actually met Xin Guang, who was going for a morning jog. By coincidence, Xin Guang sat down next to him. What a coincidence. Think back to yesterday's events. Yelling thought of the lucky skill that he had used many times. This spell is really useful. Chapter 81. Xin Guang looked a little sad at this moment. Looking at the news pushed on his mobile phone, his eyebrows drooped listlessly. Fingers kept swiping across the screen. It seems like I want to escape from the phone screen that is occupied by news. But the next news push was still Newman's accusation against the Premier League 7. Brave Congresswoman reveals Homelander faked evidence. It's such a good subject, it's worthy of journalism. Xin Guang turned around and saw Yelling's face. With sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, there seemed to be thousands of stars in the deep eyes. The corners of his mouth were raised, revealing a lazy smile. What a handsome man. With just one glance, Xin Guang's face showed a hint of shyness. What Yelling just said also aroused Xin Guang's approval. You also think that this congresswoman just wants to get into power by slandering superheroes, right? To Starlight's surprise, Yelling shook his head and said. Rather than saying that the female congressman is out of position, it is better to say that this is the waste recycling of what company? Seeing the female congressman on the news, how could Yelling not know what Edgar was thinking? The congresswoman is nothing more than a pawn in Edgar's hands. Also a man-made superhero using compound number 5. Headshot girl. It was simply a prepared drama. Edgar's move was to send Newman to Congress. By then, Vought Corporation would have controlled both the upper-level Congress and public opinion. He also cut ties with heroes with misdeeds like Homelander and Destroyer. A vicious plan that kills 3 birds with one stone. Definitely, some naive Starlight would not think so much. But Yeling's words made her more interested. What do you mean? Are Newman and Vought together? But she is clearly attacking what company? An organization to oversee the heroes of Vought Corporation will also be established. Isn't this the enemy? Xingguang's series of questions made Yeling feel funny. That's just a superficial manifestation of 083. Do you know Newman's life experience? Unlike civilian heroes like you, she comes from a dedicated superhero academy. Yeling's words made Xingguang even more curious. The man in front of him seemed to know a lot of secrets. In addition to being amazingly handsome, he now also has a sense of mystery. Superhero Academy? What is that? Starlight, full of curiosity, spoke as expected. Yeling will definitely be happy to answer. Godokan University, only those with super ability can enter. Definitely, maybe the university wasn't called this name when Newman graduated. Suddenly, Xingguang reacted. How do you know I have super ability? In response to such inquiries, Yeling responded directly. Definitely because I am also a super able person. As soon as his eyes moved, the phone in Xingguang's hand immediately flew into Yeling's hand. Awesome. Is this psychokinesis? You can think so. Looking at Xingguang's mobile phone, Yeling found that Xingguang's mobile phone cases were all Queen Maeve's peripherals. You like Queen Maeve very much. When it came to Queen Maeve, Starlight suddenly became interested. Even the dim eyes ignited a different light. I would love to be a hero like her. You can protect others. Have you seen that video? She stopped an out-of-control school bus. She saved a busload of children. Speaking of this incident, Yeling remembered that Maeve had a broken bone at that time. It's definitely not a script. Well, it's true that not all superheroes are jerks. But I think these goals of yours were taught to you by your mother, right? As soon as these words came out, Yeling became even more mysterious in Xingguang's eyes. How do you know? Faced with Xingguang's doubts, Ye said, don't be doubtful yet. You may have some doubts later. Haha, don't be so surprised yet. Have you never met your father? Your mother has raised you by herself for so many years but has never worked. Where does the money come from? Starlight's mind was instantly filled with these questions. She had never thought about this problem. But today, when Yeling spoke, Xingguang also felt something was wrong. Don't say that Xingguang doesn't think about these issues. Yeling bets that high school students who have completed happy education in the beautiful country may not even know where the capital of the beautiful country is. If you ask on the street, most of the answers will be, New York. After thinking for a while to no avail, Xingguang looked directly at Yeling and said. Tell me what you know. I believe you have the answer I'm looking for. Yeling returned the phone to Xingguang. It seems you are quite smart. But the answer I give here may make you uncomfortable. Starlight returns home. I saw my mother preparing a superhero costume for herself. Water vapor is lingering, and water vapor is constantly spraying out of the iron. The woman has a smile on her face. Just like a good wife and mother doing housework. I heard the door open and saw Xingguang coming home. A smile appeared on the woman's face. Hey, my sweetheart, how was your morning practice today? I'm keeping an eye on the website data for you. You gained a dozen more supporters this morning. I'm going to put up some of your training videos this afternoon. The woman put down the iron and opened the laptop. He held it in front of Xingguang like a treasure, and the satisfied smile on his face did not fade away for a moment. But Xingguang was unmoved and just stared at her mother. The mother finally realized something was wrong and put down her laptop. The satisfaction on his face turned into concern. He stepped forward and hugged Xingguang and asked. What's wrong? Did you encounter something unhappy? But Starlight broke away from her mother's arms. He said with a cold face. Mom, I have a few questions to ask you, and you have to tell me truthfully. Listening to her daughter's words, the woman instinctively felt something was wrong. But he still smiled and said. Definitely, I have never lied to you. Okay, Mom, you said my father died in a car accident not long after I was born, right? The woman looked at Starlight strangely. Definitely, but why do you ask? It's been many years, it's all old news. Xingguang nodded, tears already flashing in his eyes, and continued to ask. The family's expenses over the years have all come from father's accident insurance compensation, right? Yes, that's right. Your father is a good man. It is because of this money that I can support you by myself. Hearing this, Xingguang's tears began to well up. The woman stepped forward to wipe away Xingguang's tears and asked with concern. What happened? Tell Mom. Don't do it alone. Starlight broke away from her mother's arms again, staring into her mother's eyes with a pair of beautiful eyes. I have one last question. Is my super ability innate? The mother in front of Xingguang had a trace of panic in her eyes, but she still answered. Yes, born. Your ability is a gift from God. You are destined to become a hero that attracts everyone's attention. Suddenly, the woman seemed to have thought of something and continued. Don't listen to the news on the internet, it's all slander against the Super 7. Those media like this, don't be influenced by it. The auditions for what company are coming in half a month. You have to stay in shape. Listening to her mother's words, Xin Guang closed her eyes in pain. After opening his eyes again, he took his mother's hands and asked. When you signed the consent form, did you have a second of hesitation? Xin Guang's words made her mother's eyes full of doubts. Annie, I don't understand what you are talking about. Starlight laughed, with tears in her eyes. I just went to the insurance company and there is no accident insurance at all. The check we get every month is from VOD, right? My father is still alive, right? My ability comes from the drug, Compound 5, right? A series of questions made Xin Guang's mother feel like she was struck by lightning. The expression on his face gradually changed from confusion to anger and fear. It seems like these are memories buried in the corner. Starlight's words made her think of everything now. No. It's not like that. Not knowing where the strength came from, mother suddenly broke free from Xin Guang's hands. Listen to me, it's not like that. I really do it for your own good. Starlight looked at the excited mother in front of her and sneered. I never signed the Walter Company agreement, did I? You believe in God, but do you know that sinners who betray their daughters cannot go to heaven? Starlight's words choked her mother speechless. But then the mother pointed to the Starlight and said angrily. Aren't you enjoying all this? Without the agreement, how could we have what we have today? What's wrong with being a superhero? I have planned everything for you, you just need to go on and live a comfortable life. Why do you question me? Faced with such accusations, Xin Guang wiped away the tears from his eyes. He said lightly, only the most shameless poisonous insect would sell an unborn child. Although it was just a light word. But it seemed to have huge amounts of power, causing Xin Guang's mother to take several steps back. Bang! The iron was knocked over and smashed to pieces on the ground. But Xin Guang didn't stop and continued. If you want to become a superhero, just sign an agreement with Walt. Why sell me? You have deceived yourself for so many years. What are you being noble about? My father didn't agree, so you tried every means to drive him away. Just because of your hopeless vanity. After finishing speaking, Xin Guang picked up the laptop on the desktop. Bang! The laptop was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. From today on, I quit. I will never come back to this home full of lies. Starlight's mother, on the other hand, stood up and rushed towards the laptop. A vain attempt to collect scraps of computers. No. What have you done? We are about to enter the audition. What's wrong with being a superhero? You can't leave. Mother reached out and grabbed Xin Guang's arm, pulling hard. He kept ordering Starlight to stay. But her strength faces the Starlight fundamentals with super ability. Not worth mentioning. Starlight instantly withdrew her arm, turned around and walked towards the door. But the next moment, the door was blocked by two tall figures. Behind the two tall figures, there was a group of armed men with live ammunition. Starlight suddenly turned to look at her mother. At the moment, the mother stopped crying and had already stood up and retreated into the inner room. The feeling of betrayal made Starlight feel angry. Get out of the way. Starlight's two eyes lit up. The palms of the hands are also like two huge amounts of light bulbs, lighting up with dazzling light. The two people on the opposite side also took action without any explanation. The two of them were like twins who knew each other well. One left and one right, rushing towards the Starlight. The rays of Starlight seemed of no use to them. When the two people rushed closer, Xin Guang discovered that their eyes were actually gray-white. There are actually two blind men. Although he is blind, he can still accurately identify the position of the stars. The activities will not be affected at all. The intended meaning has been made undisguised. The two men had tower-like bodies, and the muscles in their arms made their suits bulge high. Two black fists instantly hit Xin Guang's shoulders. Bang! The two punches that arrived at the same time only made an explosion on Xin Guang's shoulders. Boom! Huge amounts of power caused Starlight to be knocked away, instantly flying through the wall and out of the hospital. Starlight crawled up from the masonry of the wall. The light in the hand disappeared, but electric current began to flow in the hand. He stretched out his hand and sparks exploded from the nearby telephone pole. The raging electric current gathers in the palm of your hand. Push forward hard. The electric current turned into white chains and enveloped the two big black men. Huge amounts of electric current hit both of them instantly. But the two of them were obviously super ability people who had received strengthening compound number 5. Even though the skin and flesh on his body had been blistered by electricity. But he still maintained his fighting power, and even stepped forward with electric current. Fly towards the Starlight. Starlight had no choice but to raise her fist and attack the two men. But in terms of fighting, Guang is obviously far behind. He was suppressed and beaten severely by the two men. When Guang tried to condense electricity again, he found that there was no electricity around him. One of them laughed ferociously and said, "We have cut off the power supply for 10 kilometers around. Don't even think about extracting any more electricity. Follow us back to the company obediently. You are company property." With a cold face, Guang once again assumed a boxing stance. "I am not the property of Walter Company, I live for myself." "Humph, it seems you haven't suffered enough yet." The two set off again, after a few simple words. The injuries on both of them have recovered as before. The overwhelming fist came towards Guang, suppressing him so that Guang was unable to fight back. "Haha, if the company doesn't think our brother's super ability is not cool enough, it's your turn to be appointed." As they spoke, the two men's hands became more serious. Starlight was knocked away again. 2.1 Starlight climbed up and tried to gather electric energy again. "Save your energy, there won't be any electricity within 10 kilometers here." But the next moment, crack! A thunderbolt fell from the sky. The two of them were stunned for a moment, and Guang's hand has already lit up with surging scarlet lightning. The intense light swallowed the two of them instantly. The healing ability simply cannot keep up with the speed of lightning damage. Watching Guang strike hard, Yeling, who was sitting on a bench far away, dispersed the snowy light on her fingers. In the Stark building, Tony looked at Newman, who was accusing Vought on the news. His fingers were constantly rubbing his chin. "Yeling, you make me look stupid by doing this. The front foot has just formulated a research and development plan for a battle armor against the English 7. As a result, Yeling directly killed Homelander and Locomotive on the back foot. The Super 7 exists in name only." However, Tony didn't have a good impression of Congressman Newman, who was cheering in the news. "It looks like it's exposing the superhero, but it's actually cutting Homelander and Vought." With that said, Pepper came in with Tony's takeaway. "Tony, how many times have I told you not to eat so many burgers?" Taking the takeout from Pepper, Tony took out the burger and took a bite. There was a satisfied smile on his face. "Pepper, you know I can't live without a double beef burger." "Oh, damn, this cheese tastes amazing. Honestly, you should try this too." Pepper decisively refused. "I won't touch that thing, my body fat won't allow it." "Tony, in addition to your takeaway, I think you should also take a look at this." After saying that, Little Pepper took out a document from behind his back. Compound No. 5. Chapter 82. He took the document handed over by Little Pepper. After Tony flipped through it for a while, he roughly understood the contents of this document. A chemical agent reverse engineered from Captain America's blood and mixed with mutant genetic research technology. This thing has something to do with Hydra? Tony's eyebrows wrinkled, and the beef burger in his mouth no longer tasted good. He looked up at Little Pepper and asked, "Who sent this document?" Speaking of the person who sent the documents, Little Pepper's eyes became unkind. "It's Queen Maeve, the superhero." Putting his hands on his hips, his words had a sour taste. Tony immediately smelled danger. "When did you meet him?" "Tony, why does she come to deliver documents to you as an employee of your rival company? Although I can't understand the formula above, but the content inside is very dangerous to Vought Company." He looked at Little Pepper with an expression on his face that said he had to give an explanation today. Tony realized something was wrong. He immediately put down the double cheese beef burger and said, "Listen to me, Pepper, I haven't been to a bar in 3 months. I swear to God, I really have no contact with Maeve." Obviously Pepper didn't believe what Tony said. "Okay, I admit, I dreamed about her once, but it was only in a dream." Finally, Pepper left Tony's office in anger. The double cheese beef burger was also cold. Tony chewed his hamburger with a grimace, took out his phone and dialed Yeling's number. Last time, until the news about the serum. Just from Yeling. This compound number 5 could not have flowed from the hands of what company? Neither can the military. That can only have one source. And on Yeling's side. Starlight stood in front of her with a determined look on her face. "Everything you said is true. My previous life was a scam." Yeling looked at Guang, who had just killed 2 super ability users and a security team. At the moment, Guang's face had a hint of blood. Being able to remain so calm even after killing someone for the first time. This is a bit different from the performance in the original work. "Nice look, what are you going to do now?" After hearing Yeling's words, Guang looked confused. "I don't know, I just..." Yeling smiled and said to Guang, "You just killed 7 people. If you follow the law, you will be convicted of first-degree murder." 03. So what are you going to do? After hearing the consequences described by Yeling, Xin Guang felt relieved. Wipe away the dust on your face from the battle just now. Then let them come. As long as they come from Walter Company, I will kill as many as they come. These words made Yeling raise his eyebrows. With his intervention, Starlight's development has embarked on a different path from the original work. Feeling Yeling's gaze, Xin Guang suddenly became a little shy again. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Do you have any extra clothes?" Yeling then looked at Xin Guang's sportswear. In the battle just now, Starlight's yoga library was riddled with holes. Snow-white skin was exposed from the rip in his pants. The sleeves of the sports sweatshirt on the upper body have been shattered, and the front chest is also in tatters. A white sports vest is looming inside. Definitely. Yeling reached out and grabbed into the void. There were ripples in the space beside him, and Yeling reached in and pulled out a coat. Put the coat on Starlight's shoulders. The large coat blocks the spring light of the stars. I don't usually have women's clothes prepared, so I'll just make do. Xin Guang didn't say anything, but wrapped her clothes tighter. I'll take you to meet someone. I believe you will be happy. 10 minutes later, Starlight saw Queen Maeve at the Continental Hotel. Maeve looked up and down at the blonde girl in front of her. If Yeling hadn't told the story, Maeve would never connect the girl in front of her with 7 lives. You must know that when I killed someone for the first time, I was relieved for 2 or 3 days. Later, I came out only after the intervention of a psychologist. But the girl in front of her could not see any discomfort. Even the current Starlight is like a little girl chasing a star. After seeing Maeve, she came up to her in surprise and asked for an autograph. Queen Maeve, is it really you? You have always been my idol. Such enthusiasm made Maeve a little overwhelmed. He said with some shame, "No, I'm not worthy. Let's change to another idol. There are too many lies told by Vought. Those superheroes nowadays, alas, don't deserve it." After hearing this, Xin Guang said generously, "No, I just simply like you and it has nothing to do with Walter Company." Looking at Xin Guang showing an innocent smile, Xiao looked at Yeling strangely. That look seems to be saying, "What have you done?" But Yeling spread his hands and acted like it was none of my business. Soon, Starlight pulled Maeve along and started asking questions. He even started asking about Maeve's relationship with Yeling. Even Maeve, who has always been open-minded, was shocked by this question. "Well, actually we just met each other less than a day ago." Starlight's eyes widened and she covered her mouth with one hand. He looked pretending to be surprised. "We've only known each other for less than a day, and you've already?" Maeve immediately reached out and held down Starlight, interrupting her conversation. "It's not as simple as you think, it's very complicated." A smile appeared on the corner of Xin Guang's mouth. "Complicated? Why don't you tell me what it feels like?" Facing Starlight's continuous questions, Maeve was already a little overwhelmed. Yeling looked at Xin Guang in surprise. He thought secretly, "You won't be ruined by me, will you? Why do you feel like Starlight awakening is something amazing?" Feeling that she couldn't continue, Maeve took Starlight's hand and said, "Come with me first. We just need manpower for what company's plan." The thought of participating in an operation against Vought Corporation. Xin Guang became excited and immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay. Let's prepare a big gift for what company? Wait until Maeve and Starlight leave." Yeling stood up, frowned and looked downstairs. In the parked car, a smartly dressed woman got out of the car. "Why is this woman here?" Susan, a high-level agent of the CIA. The immediate boss of the original male protagonist. Yeling knew without guessing that this woman was here to find him. Just, why? Could it be that the effect of lucky skill has not dissipated yet? Soon, there was a knock on the door. Ever since the Continental Hotel in New York was assigned to Yeling, Yeling has changed the rules. No longer a hotel specifically for killers. It can also be open to the outside world, but the price is not as expensive as usual. It's more expensive than the killer's gold coin payment. "Come in." As Yeling spoke, the door was pushed open. Susan, dressed in a smart suit, stood at the door. Her chestnut hair was combed into big waves, just reaching shoulder length. It neither appears neutral nor affects the concise image. The black high-heeled shoes under her feet exposed the smooth insteps, which was a bit unbecoming of a senior agent. Her chest was tightly bound in the suit, with no skin exposed. While Yeling was sizing up Susan, Susan was also sizing up Yeling. As a trained senior agent, I was stunned by Yeling's appearance for a few seconds. But Susan still started looking for clues in Yeling. However, such a small thought could not escape Yeling's gaze. Yeling, who had seen through Susan, lay down directly on the sofa and said, "Tell me, what are you here for? Or if you have anything you can use, come to me to trade." Susan straightened her expression and said. Yeling, your current situation is very dangerous. The CIA can. Yeling directly stretched out his finger to interrupt Susan's words. Stop. If this is all nonsense, you can leave. An invisible force pushed Susan's body outward. The moment she was pushed, Susan wanted to resist this force. But there was no way to resist. Seeing that she was about to be pushed out of the room, Susan immediately grabbed the doorframe of the room and said. No. Wait. I'll negotiate a deal. As long as you can help me investigate what company. I'm willing to pay any price. Oh. Yeling stopped moving. Listening to Susan's words, I keenly discovered the details. Susan said help me, not the CIA. The difference here is huge. Feeling the invisible power disappear, he immediately stepped in. Panting, Susan came to Yeling. The action just now consumed a lot of physical energy from Susan. The skin is a little red at the moment. Any price? Yeling glanced at Susan and asked casually. Susan did nod seriously and said, I found the photos from that day. I found you in this photo. Susan took out a photo, which was the scene when Yeling killed Homelander that day. Yeling said indifferently. Do you think I will care about Vought Company if I dare to kill Homelander? However, Walter Company gave me huge amounts of chips, saying it could meet all my requirements. Now do you think you can be more satisfied, or Vought Company can be more satisfied? Susan choked at Yeling's words. I didn't know what to say for a while. But after a brief mental struggle, he said. As long as I can defeat What Company, I will be promoted. The CIA will be your spy. Susan's words surprised Yeling. I can't see you being so willing. Actually willing to betray the CIA. Speaking of the CIA, Susan sneered. Oh, the CIA has been penetrated to some extent. I've also investigated you, and you are the person who hates trouble the most. As long as I can sit in the position of director, you will definitely not be interested in getting involved in the CIA. Susan made it clear. After finishing speaking, he secretly looked at Yeling's expression, trying to find the slightest change in his expression. But Susan, who was proficient in micro-expression observation, couldn't see any of Yeling's psychological activities. Just for promotion. Susan nodded decisively. That's right, for someone with great power like you, you don't know how attractive power is to people. Because you can transcend the rules. But we are different, we are only human. But even if I risk my life, I will find the most powerful person to offer my loyalty to. Ba bang bang. Yeling applauded. Okay, okay. For the sake of your honesty, I will promise you. After Yeling finished speaking, he threw out the formula for compound number 5. What's this? Susan looked at the document in her hand. There were too many symbols on it and they were too profound. This is the formula for compound number 5, the source of super abilities for the heroes of Vought Company. It's in their blood. Looking at the document in her hand, Susan suddenly realized. You mean, these Vought heroes rely on drugs to stay alive? Yeling sat up and changed his position to lean on the sofa. Pretty much. Without this drug, they are nothing. There are also children who were injected with compound number 5 at an early age. Yeling's revelation surprised Susan even more. Human trafficking. Are they also involved in human trafficking? Yeling looked at Susan with a strange look on his face and said. Why are you so unexpected? I wouldn't be surprised if What Company has an island full of dirty deals. Susan calmed down. What just happened was not an accident, but excitement. One more crime. The excited Susan immediately picked up the materials and left. I want to jump into the investigation immediately. But after walking to the door of the room was closed by an invisible force. Yeling's voice sounded behind the ears. You took that much from me with a bad check. Isn't this inappropriate? I think I need to collect some advance payment first. Susan felt Yeling's breath behind her ears, swallowed and said. How much do you want? Haha, there's no point in pretending to be stupid, Susan agent. Yeling's strong arms wrapped around Susan's waist. Huge amounts of power made it difficult for Susan to resist. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. No, it's still 450 days in vain. Pull the curtains. In a military base in the desert. Ross looked at the equipment in front of him, turned to look at the experimenter beside him and asked. Have all indicators been tested? The experimenter in a white coat nodded and said. Mr. Minister, everything has been adjusted. Human experiments can begin at any time. Upon hearing the answer, Rose's eyes flashed. Good. Just let me do it. Rose's words instantly made everyone around him break into a cold sweat. What? No, Mr. Minister. This experiment has not been tested on humans yet, how can you try it rashly? Mr. Minister, If something goes wrong with you, what will the Ministry of Defense do? However, faced with the persuasion of a group of people, Ross silenced all the voices with a wave of his hand. There is no need to say anything more about what I have already decided. Time is running out, I must start now. Neither what company nor Yeling will give me any more time. After Ross finished speaking, an adjutant said. But, Mr. Minister, this experiment, bang. There was a flash of fire. A gunshot rang out. The adjutant's brain flew out, and a bullet penetrated his head directly. There is a bloody hole in the forehead, directly on the back of the head. The high-powered revolver in Ross's hand was still smoking. A murderous iron-blooded aura emanated from his body, completely cutting off everyone's desire to dissuade him. Looking at the adjutant's body, Ross said directly. Don't think that I don't know about your deal with Edgar. He thinks he can control me with this method. That's too ridiculous. After saying that, Ross took off his coat and lay down in front of the gamma-ray generator. As a gamma-ray was emitted, Rose's cry rang out. Not the same as Rose's pain. After seeing off Susan, who was determined to leave the Continental Hotel, Yeling decided to sleep at the Continental Hotel that night. If I go back with the scent of another woman, Lorna will definitely go crazy, right? At 10 o'clock in the night, the sound of the door being opened was captured by Yeling. In the darkness, Yeling saw clearly that the starlight had quietly touched back. What is this little girl going to do? I saw Xin Guang tiptoeing towards Yeling's bed. Looking at Yeling, who was sleeping soundly, he showed a bad smile. Huh, 220320122410. Yeling suddenly felt cold. I also heard Starlight whispering to herself. Same as Maeve said, great. No, how did Xin Guang become like this? Could it be that I was suppressed too much before? Are you so bold now that you have released it? But now Yeling can no longer think about it. Just like that, the room in the Inlu Hotel began to glow intermittently. It's like a naughty child playing with the light switch. Chapter 83. The test subject escaped. The top floor of Vought Corporation. Edgar, who was working on documents in his private office, received a report about Starlight. The recycling department took action immediately and didn't stay. The whole army is destroyed. Okay, you don't need to follow up on this matter. After hanging up the phone, Edgar quickly pulled up Starlight's file. Starlight has been under the surveillance of Vought since birth. Date of birth, blood type, allergy medication history, which school you went to, favorite foods, etc. It's all recorded in the archives. In the hands of what company, there are still thousands of files like Starlight. Since so many super ability people have been cultivated. Of course there are also those who are disobedient. Ed has a special place for products like this that are complete failures. A mental hospital is perfect. It's no different than a prison. At the same time, it can also be used to warn those with super abilities, killing two birds with one stone. The administrator of such an important prison is definitely Edgar's confidant. Pick up the phone and dial. Soon a woman's voice sounded from the other end. At the same time, there were some faint sounds of begging for mercy and screams. Storm, there is a job now for you to come and die. A test subject codenamed Starlight escaped. The file will be sent to you immediately and bring her back as soon as possible. Storm on the other side of the phone said in an impatient tone. Okay, I'll do it. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Edgar seems to have become accustomed to Storm's style. I didn't mind the Storm's attitude. Instead, pick up a recent file report. I saw the white report saying, Emperor's Plan. After reading the plan, Edgar stood up immediately. Just ask the new secretary to arrange his schedule, now he wants to take off immediately. Must seize this opportunity. As a business elite who has been in business for many years, Edgar has great faith in his ability to judge. Soon, the helicopter arrived at a certain seaport in Alaska. Here, Edgar met the person who provided information about the Emperor's Plan. Wearing a black leather windbreaker, his black skin almost blends in with the surrounding environment. The black eye patch made it difficult to see his expression clearly. The expression on his face never seems to change. Former S.H.I.E.L.D. director, King of Agents, Nick Fury. The first time Edgar saw Nick Fury, he felt huge amounts of pressure from him. No politician has ever been able to give him such oppressive power. So Edgar concluded at a glance that the person in front of him was the same as himself. They are all people who are willing to do whatever it takes and even sacrifice everything for their goals. Mr. Edgar, I think the fact that you can come in person says a lot. We don't have to beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Just call me Fury. After saying that, Nick Fury walked directly towards the frozen sea. Edgar followed. Mr. Edgar, what do you think is the most valuable thing about what company? Edgar straightened his collar, which was somewhat ruffled by the cold wind. It's definitely compound number 5 in our hands. I believe Mr. Fury has already investigated it. Nick Fury nodded, seeming to agree with Edgar's words. The original mother copy in your hands actually comes from rs.h.i.e.l.d. In the beginning, Dr. Erkins created this potion. But there's only been one success story. That's Captain America, Steve Rogers. Later, we got 8 blood samples from Steve Rogers. What you got is one of those. Although someone later copied the super soldier serum. But the effect is actually not ideal. Your potion has been partially improved. But there are still big flaws. Edgar took 2 steps forward and came to Nick Fury's side. He said calmly. Yes, but we have used a series of means to minimize the impact of the medicine. Admit Nick Fury, but Edgar doesn't care about flaws. Mr. Fury asked me to come here today, if you just want to say these things. Then it seems that it's time for me to set off and return. What company still has many things to deal with? After finishing speaking, Edgar just turned around. 2 figures appeared behind him. None other than Phil Coulson and Hill Agent. The bodyguards Edgar himself brought have disappeared. Mr. Fury, what do you mean? Nick Fury squatted down and wiped away the snowflakes on the ice with his hands. It's just a little insurance measure. What I'm going to show you below won't be convenient for too many outsiders to be present. Edgar pointed to Phil Coulson and Hill and asked, where are they? They are definitely not outsiders anymore, Mr. Edgar, it's better not to waste your time worrying about this kind of thing. I think you should come see this. When Nick Fury finished speaking, a huge amount of disc was revealed under the ice that was wiped away by his hand. Looking at the disc, Edgar showed a puzzled expression. But then, Edgar suddenly realized that what kind of disc it was clearly an eye. A monster's huge eyes. And under the ice, there is a huge monster with eyes as big as a man frozen. The Emperor's plan is real. Looking at the huge amounts of ice, Edgar felt that his breathing became a little faster. Tell me, how do you plan to cooperate? Nick Fury stood up and opened his hands. As you can see, my team is short of money. New York. Queen Maeve's home. Only Maeve's girlfriend, Elaine, is home alone. At the moment she was still sitting on the sofa watching TV, she was not yet aware of the impending doom. Clang clang clang. There was a knocking sound on the glass last time. She followed the sound and saw a figure in a cloak floating outside the window. Homelander. Her fear of Homelander made her immediately think of Homelander through the cloak. But she immediately remembered that Homelander was dead. Then who could this figure be? Before Elaine could figure it out, there was a loud bang and the window shattered. Bang. Wow. A figure rushed out from the glass fragments in the sky, and grabbed Elaine's neck. Really, I'm already very polite. Why don't you open the window for me? Hello, my name is Storm. There was a smile on Feng Feng's face, but the strength in his hands gradually increased. One hand grabbed Elaine's neck and lifted her up. A dark red leather uniform also has the logo of Walter Company printed on it. After discovering that Elaine does not have any super abilities, a look of disgust appeared on Storm's face. And, tell me now, where is your little girlfriend? I can consider letting you live. Looking at the Storm in front of her, Elaine sneered. Oh, don't get any information from me. You don't even want me to live, hypocritical guy. After hearing Elaine's words, the corners of Storm's mouth twitched. You're very smart, but I hate your smartness. That's why I'm going to make your death painful. Feng Feng stretched out his hand, electric current lit up in his hand, and pulled a kitchen knife from the kitchen. Slap Elaine on the face with a kitchen knife. Very good, I like your look very much. To be honest, I haven't seen you look like this in many years. Feeling the coldness from the blade, all the hairs on Elaine's body stood up. What's even more terrifying is the look in Storm's eyes. It only took one glance to tell that Storm's hands must be bloody and murderous. Storm threw Elena to the ground, and her thick-soled boots directly broke Elena's calf. Ah! Elaine screamed, but was covered by the Storm. SHH. Don't scream, it won't be fun if you scream. Wait a while, I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece, and you can scream again. The cold blade flashed with cold light, and Elaine felt that death was coming. Bang! There was an explosion, and the door flew directly towards the Storm. Storm looked at the flying door and smiled. Just in time, let's take it back together after cooking. He stretched out his hand and felt the light fall on the door. The electric light hit the door panel with a burst of sparks, but Maeve behind the door was not affected in any way. He grabbed the door panel and shot directly at Feng Feng. The powerful impact directly knocked the Storm out of the window. Maeve immediately came to Elaine. He said with concern, "Stop it, I'll take you to the hospital right away." As he spoke, he was about to pick up Elaine. But Elaine pointed behind her and shouted, "Look out." Maeve turned around and punched, smashing the flying rocks into pieces. Storm appeared at the window again, with an excited look on his face and said, "Come again. I'm not done yet. Finally I can have fun. Oh, if you want to run away, I will kill your little girlfriend first." After saying this, Storm smiled. But it made Maeve look embarrassed. Fighting is not difficult for Maeve, but it is difficult to protect Elaine during the fight. What's more, the opponent is a powerful super ability person. But the Storm didn't give Maeve time to think about it, and rushed directly. He punched Maeve in the face. Whoosh. Before the fist arrived, a bright light came on. Like a huge amount of flash bombs, it instantly filled the eyes of the Storm. Maeve immediately covered Elaine's eyes. The intense light made Storm dizzy. The next moment, two fists hit Feng Feng's face together. Bang. The powerful force caused Storm's face to shapeshift. He was kicked out of the room again. When the light dissipated, Elaine saw that the person coming was Starlight. "Take her away first, I'll deal with this guy," Starlight said to Maeve. "But you." Regardless of Maeve's obstruction, Starlight rushed out of the window and jumped down, crashing into the Storm. At the moment the Storm is still blind. Only a strong wind was heard. Bang. Starlight's kick from the sky smashed half of Storm's shoulders into pieces. This was the result of Feng Feng hearing the sound of the wind and dodging in advance. Otherwise, the head will be broken into pieces. This time it also made Feng Tian shout out in pain. But then the laughter of the Storm came. "GG, I haven't felt such severe pain in many years. Come on, keep going." Storm suddenly raised his head and smiled wildly. The eyes that had just been blinded by strong light have recovered. Suddenly grabbing Xingguang's calf, the raging electric current surged towards Xingguang's body. Zitsize. Strong electric light flashed on Xingguang's body. The pain of the electric shock made Starlight feel pain, but it was just pain. And this electric current bounces back toward the Storm under the control of Starlight. Crack. There was a flash of lightning, and both of them were bounced away at the same time. Storm looked at Xingguang with even more anticipation. "Very good. Very good. You must be a guy who can make me happy." The right shoulder that was kicked to pieces by Starlight began to grow countless flesh buds. The flesh and blood of the wound continued to grow, and the muscles and bones were intact within a few seconds. Only the skin is not covered. Feng Feng moved his right arm, tore off Brick Tuan's fighting picture and threw it away. He looked at Starlight and stretched out his fingers. "Second round, come again." Before he finished speaking, the Storm turned into a black shadow and rushed forward instantly. The fist went towards Xingguang's throat. He also had lightning on his body. Starlight, who was already on guard, put her elbows in front of her body. But suddenly he was tripped down by a force. Snapped. Storm's calf swept across, directly breaking Starlight's balance. Xingguang, who was falling downwards, could not use his strength and was directly kicked in the abdomen. Roll out several times in a row. "Oh, you're so young. Who taught you your fighting skills? It's like playing tricks." The Storm exploded with speed, catching up with Xingguang in an instant, and stepped on Xingguang's belly. Huge amounts of power stomped Starlight straight into the ground. The concrete floor below showed cracks like spider webs. Bang. Violent vibrations were transmitted to the surroundings, causing the surrounding billboards to flicker on and off. The street lamp on the street even hit the ground directly, bursting out a ball of sparks. "It's just the beginning." Storm clenched her fists and pointed at the star circle, down. Bang. 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 Constant bombardment echoed through the streets. During this period, a passerby wanted to take a photo, but was accidentally ignited by a bolt of lightning from the Storm. This hand directly caused passers-by to stay away. But gradually the Storm felt something was wrong. Xingguang didn't even cry out after being beaten. Looking at Xingguang's face again, he saw Xingguang's mocking smile. "Why are you laughing? I asked you why you are laughing." Storm punched Starlight in the face. Snapped. The fist was caught by Xingguang's palm. At the same time, countless billboards and street lights on the street began to flash. Even the car lights on the street started flashing. Bang bang bang. There were bursts of explosions and sparks suddenly appeared. In the eye of the Storm, the eyes of stars are getting brighter and brighter. The force coming from the caught, Zhao Qian's, fist became stronger and stronger. "BCH, have you ever been beaten by a light?" Crack. Starlight broke his palm, and Storm's wrist was instantly broken. The other fist hit Storm directly in the stomach. The severe pain caused the Storm to turn into a prawn. "It's not over yet, BCH, try this." Starlight grabbed Storm's hair, and her fist was like a wave. Punch after punch hit Storm's face. A violent storm of punches hit Feng Feng's face beyond recognition. Realizing that something was wrong, the Storm wanted to take off and escape. but his head was directly strangled by Xin Guang. Let's see if you can recover with this trick. Ka. The sound of bones being dislocated sounded, but his movements still didn't stop. Tear. On Titan. Thanos, sitting on the throne, listened to Ebony Maw's report. Master, I have already arranged the wormhole. It can be turned on immediately, constantly transferring monsters from the monster factory. Even if the poisonous monster is defeated, it can greatly pollute the earth. Thanos nodded. It's done well, but these are all consumption methods. Has the power gem been found? Hearing Thanos's inquiry, Ebony Maw's expression became a little nervous. Before Ebony Maw could finish speaking, Thanos raised his hand to stop him. The space in front of the throne rippled, and a man wearing strange armor appeared. The 5 Obsidian generals were immediately alert. But the man didn't feel nervous at all. After seeing Thanos, he called him by his first name. Looks like you're Thanos. I am here to discuss cooperation with you on behalf of the Council of Kong. Thanos' eyes moved slightly. Ebony Maw took action, but didn't feel any entity. Don't bother, I'm not in the same timeline as you. Finally, Thanos sat up straight. His eyes sparkled with interest. Chapter 84. Ever since the Super 7 existed in name only, all advertisers have withdrawn their sponsorship. Even the rewards from self-media have dropped by 90%. So for a hero like Deep Sea, who is not very popular to begin with, there is almost nothing to do every day. He has no interest in fighting criminals or anything like that. In the past, it was just a show, but now there is no one to arrange it. But now the Deep Sea has a new hobby of his own. That means going to the sea every day and talking to marine life. This is also one of the abilities of the Deep Sea, being able to communicate with marine life. There are structures like fish gills under the ribs of the Deep Sea. His physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people allows him to withstand the pressure of sea water. It's not a problem to go 1,000 or 2 kilometers deep. Among marine creatures, the one that likes to talk the most in the deep sea is the octopus. His best octopus friend is named Timothy. Today Timothy told him that something was wrong in the ocean recently. Many marine creatures have fled offshore. After listening to Timothy's story, Shanghai decided to see what happened in the sea. After all, the lives of many of my ocean friends are at stake. After bidding farewell to Timothy, the Deep Sea swam toward the depths. I really met a lot of ocean friends along the way. But these friends couldn't tell what happened. It just means that I feel a very dangerous atmosphere. There are also many people who advise against going deeper into the deep sea. But Shanghai confidently replied, I'm a superhero. As it gets deeper and deeper, there is gradually no marine life around the deep sea. Even the seawater smells strange. From time to time, a knot or two of rotten seaweed floated around. An unpleasant feeling lingered in Deep Sea's heart. I also started to retreat in my heart. It was pitch black all around, and there was no light at all. Suddenly a huge amount of black shadow appeared ahead. Deep Sea instantly became nervous. He plucked up the courage and leaned over. Only then did Deep Sea see the black shadow clearly. It's the carcass of a huge blue whale. To be precise, it was half a corpse, as if it had been bitten in half by some huge amount of creature. The corpse decomposed very quickly, and the fishy smell filled the chest of the Deep Sea. It made him want to vomit. No, we can't go any deeper. The Deep Sea floats toward the surface. Call. Coming out of the sea, the Deep Sea took a big breath of air. But he immediately choked and coughed. Cough cough cough. What's going on? This air. Deep Sea opened his eyes and saw clearly his surroundings. There was a large amount of viscous material floating on the surface of the sea. It exudes a foul odor and is glowing with fluorescence. 143 At the same time, the bodies of various water birds and small fish were floating on the sea. The entire sea is like a dead zone. I still feel a little dizzy after the Deep Sea cough. Looking at the green sea surface, the Deep Sea wiped his body. The fluorescent green in the palms is difficult to wash off. Poisonous. No, I can't stay here anymore, I have to leave immediately. The Deep Sea will dive away immediately. But the windless sea suddenly began to have waves. The waves are even getting bigger and bigger. Soon, the sea surface started to churn, like boiling water. Looking down to the sea. Although it was also completely dark, a shadow was rising rapidly in this darkness. Watch the huge amounts of shadow rush towards the sea. Deep Sea felt a sense of fear in his heart. Just by visual inspection, the size of this thing is no less than 70 or 80 meters. Absolutely big guy. Run. Must run quickly. The Deep Sea plunged into the sea and swam towards New York. Wow. The shadow broke through the sea, and the huge waves brought up instantly lifted the Deep Sea that had just dived into the sea out of the sea. The Deep Sea finally saw the true face of the huge shadow. Blue-gray scales cover the body surface, and one scale is almost as big as the Deep Sea. The two large square horns on the head are flashing with green fluorescence. The gaping maw of the abyss immediately reminded the deep sea of the half-remaining blue whale carcass. Two giant claws slapped on the sea, causing waves more than 10 meters high. Huge amounts of roaring sound rippled across the sea. If it weren't for the mutated body in the deep sea that can withstand super pressure, just roaring can shock deep sea's brain into pulp. Monster. A real monster. After falling from the air into the sea, the deep sea swam towards New York with all its strength. As for the monster behind, its slender tail slapped the sea. The entire huge amounts of body swam forward. We are about to catch up with the deep sea. Damn it, why are there monsters? Damn, I don't want to die yet. Help. Deep sea sent a distress signal to What Company through the chip in its body. The radio signal quickly reached What Company. Sea signals from the deep. What Company also sent rescue forces. A helicopter, a security team. There was a lot of grumbling from the team in the helicopter. Damn it, we have to go on a mission this late at night. He's just a piece of shit, Joker, who made us come to the sea to blow the cold wind. That guy can talk to fish, why don't he find a fish to save him? Ha 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 ha. In the midst of the laughter, someone suddenly raised his hand. Wait, what do you think that is? Look in the direction of your finger. There is a green fluorescent substance floating on the sea. What? It's quite pretty. That thing is moving. It's alive. The fluorescent light approached quickly, followed by a huge wave. Just now, because of the dark night, I didn't see the waves behind me. I didn't realize it until I got closer. Pull it up. Pull it up quickly. The team in the helicopter shouted in panic. The flight attendant even yelled angrily, shut up. I know how to fly a plane. The plane rose rapidly, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at the distant waves. But looking down, the green fluorophore stopped below. That thing is below us. What on earth is that? Wait a minute, the locator of the deep sea is right below us. What, you said the deep sea is in that green thing? What the hell is that? As soon as he finished speaking, the sea began to churn. Wow. The sea surface was broken, and the 10-song abyss temple rushed up from below. Huge amounts of mouth make a 10-meter-long helicopter look dwarfed. Damn it. This monster swallowed the deep sea. The monster below swung its tail. The slender and powerful tail allowed it to jump higher. Open your mouth. Bang. The helicopter in the sky is like a tin can, being shape-shifted by huge pressure. There was a flash of fire and the helicopter burst into flames. But it's not even a tickle for the monster's giant mouth. Swallowing the helicopter whole, the monster fell into the sea. After hitting a wave, we continued towards New York. The unusual movements in the offshore area quickly attracted the attention of the Ministry of Defense. Ross is sitting in his office. Her hair, which was once gray, turned black. Even the skin condition is developing towards a youthful state. Obviously, Ross survived the gamma experiment and gained considerable benefits. At least physically, he has regained his youthful state. The laboratory has become a ruin, and all relevant personnel have been dealt with. After hearing reports of unusual movements in the offshore waters, Ross immediately dispatched ships. Issue the order, if anything goes wrong, just fire. But judging from the radar display on the destroyer, here comes a big guy. Satellite. Bring up the satellite image. Show me clearly what that is. Soon, the satellite image came out, and a group of green fluorescent substances appeared on the screen. Ross frowned, what is this? Mr. Minister, according to calculations, this thing is about 9 kilometers long. What? 90 meters. Ross was really surprised by such huge amounts of stuff. Is it some new type of submarine? Authorized to fire and torpedo it? We must not let it get close to New York. Receive. As soon as the order was given, the destroyer immediately launched torpedoes. 4 shots in a row. The thing didn't show any signs of hiding and rushed forward. Boom. All 4 shots hit. Huge amounts of shockwave are set off beneath the surface of the sea. All 4 torpedoes hit, and even the aircraft carrier should have sunk. But after the torpedo passed, this thing didn't slow down at all. It also rushed towards the destroyer at high speed. Torpedoes ineffective. Torpedoes ineffective. That thing is coming towards us. Boom. The destroyer was hit directly by the green fluorescent light. That thing is a monster. Monster. It, ADSA, does not require destroyer reporting. Everyone in the Ministry of National Defense has seen everything in the photos sent back by the satellite. On the sea, huge amounts of blue-gray monsters rushed out of the sea. There is green fluorescence on the back. Directly knocked the destroyer away from the middle. Huge amounts of steel ships were torn apart and damaged like cardboard. Watch as the ship bursts into flames, splits in half and falls to Aquaman. Rose's face became extremely solemn. The fighter plane will take off immediately. The target monster must be intercepted. Take off from the air base, I'm going to the front line. Naturally, the explosion off the coast of New York could not be hidden from the major forces. Edgar immediately contacted Fury after receiving the news. Mr. Fury, I think you should give me an explanation for the monster that suddenly appeared offshore. But Nick Fury denied it. Mr. Edgar, if I had the ability to develop that big thing on my own, you won't receive my invitation. But the key task now is to determine whether that thing has anything to do with our plan. You have to make sure our plans don't get leaked. Nick Fury hung up the phone after speaking. Edgar called for Black. After taking off the mask, Black has the same face as Homelander. He looked a little dull at first glance, but his eyes revealed madness. I need the situation on the scene, so I'm sending you there. Bring the equipment and record all the data on that monster. Black took the device and showed a crazy smile. Without question. Do you need me to kill the monster? Edgar thought for a moment and then said, observe first. If the army can't solve it, then take action. Don't expose yourself to the media. Black smiled and agreed, okay, I will choose the opportunity. After saying that, Xianzi left the office. After Blackie left, Edgar dialed Storm's phone number. But it says shut down. This is very unusual. Edgar knew that although Storm was a sadist, he would not refuse to answer the phone. Even in Storm's most enjoyable execution moments, Storm would answer the phone. This situation doesn't look good for Edgar. In desperation, Edgar had no choice but to call New York. Yeling, who possesses super perception, definitely noticed the appearance of offshore monsters. At the moment, I stood high in the sky and looked at the monsters fighting with the fleet below. This monster is no stranger to Yeling. The tailed rat from Pacific Rim. It's just different from the female standing rat shown in the movie, this is a male standing rat. More brutal and cruel. Somehow, yeah, you also felt the changes in the world. Many creatures that did not appear in the original work gradually appeared in this world. From the Continental Hotel, to shape-shifting King Kong, and now to the Pacific Rim. The impact on the world is growing. This time even monsters appeared. If he hadn't recognized the tailed rat, Yeling would have doubted whether there was a kingdom of light in this world. The tailed rat is not a threat to Yeling. The most important thing is the wormhole connecting the monster factory. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared in Yeyu's field of vision. Rose. And Ross looks much younger. Take a look at Rose's condition. Yeling switched the field of view mode and switched to the force mode. Ross, who originally looked a bit stronger, immediately changed his appearance. The red gamma energy on his body is constantly surging in his body. It's like it's about to overflow. It seems like this guy has made it this far. Red Hulk, look at his condition. Yeling knew that the monster in front of him was definitely not something that the fleet could deal with. Rose will definitely take action when the time comes. It just depends on which monster is more powerful. Yeling withdrew his gaze and looked to the other side. A figure is approaching the scene. The body is also filled with surging energy. Homelander. No, it's Black. Because of the similar energy to Homelander, Yeling almost admitted his mistake. It seems to be a clone without a doubt. Edgar wants to get involved too. This is looking at the tailed rat. As expected, he is a businessman, always moving towards making money. Soon, the preliminary results of the following battle situation appeared. The steel ship was severely damaged by the corrosive venom and powerful force of the tailed rat. It turned into pieces of debris floating on the sea. In the helicopter, the adjutant asked Ross. Sir. The fleet has failed, we should retreat. Ross took off his military uniform shirt, revealing his muscular body. No, the fight starts now. After saying that, Ross jumped out of the helicopter. During the fall, red gamma energy erupted from Rose's eyes. A fierce red light enveloped Rose's body. Bathed in red gamma energy, Rose's body began to change rapidly. The muscles on his body began to grow exponentially, turning into a huge red monster with all muscles in just a few seconds. Ross fell into the sea and caused a wave. He casually grabbed a piece of wreckage from the destroyer and threw it towards the tailed rat's head like flying darts. The more than 10 meters long wreckage was thrust into the tailed rat with strong winds. The debris punctured the scales on the tailed rat's head. A piece of green blood splashed up and fell into the sea water, emitting a stench. The tailed rat was shaken in pain. The wreckage was thrown away, but the wounds began to heal quickly. Roar. The tailed rat looked at the red giant and roared. In response, the red giant roared at him. Roar. Stepping on the water under your feet, stamp down. Setting off huge amounts of waves, the red giant jumped up and punched the tailed rat. Bang. Huge amounts of force directly broke one of the large square horns on the tailed rat's head. As the big corner fell into the sea, the tailed rat was also hit by the punch and fell into the sea. Another large wave arose. The black man in the sky holds a device that records the data of the tailed rat. Rose's data was also recorded. Seeing the battle scene, Black was also very excited. The waves are flying and the fluorescence is surging. Although it was a battle between one large and one small, it was quite intense. For Black, as a Homelander clone, not only was he unable to pave the way, he was also unable to take action freely. Great. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgar, I have to fight them. This excites me so much that I am so excited. Chapter 85. Soon, the battle in the sea was decided. Huge amounts of tailed rat heads burst out of the sea. The whole body stood up high and arms spread out. Whoa. The wing membranes under the armpits are exposed, and the arms vibrate to fly away. The next moment, a red figure jumped out of the sea. He came directly to the head of the tailed rat and grabbed it with both hands. Buckled directly into the skin and flesh of the tailed rat. Rose's whole body muscles were tense, and big muscles were wrapped around them. At the moment, his body had grown several times larger than when he had just transformed. Roar. The red arms stretched to both sides. Tear. The entire head of the tailed rat is divided into two parts, reaching straight to the chest. Fluorescent blood spilled across the sky onto the sea. Rose's entire body was bathed in it. Looking at the heart still beating in the chest of the tailed rat. Take off with both feet and it will be like a Titan meteorite drop. Plop. Like jumping into a pool of water, Ross directly smashed a big hole in the huge heart of the tailed rat. Immediately afterwards, the whole heart was like an unstable boiler. It kept vibrating, and bulges began to appear everywhere. Bang. A red palm pierced the heart and then tore it sideways. Tear. The entire heart was torn open and the inside was minced. Fluorescent blood flowed out. Rose walked out of the heart covered in fluorescent blood. Look up to the sky and scream. Roar. Huge amounts of carcasses of standing tailed rats lay on the sea. Create a wave of waves. Before Ross could release his transformation, Black fell directly from the sky and landed in front of Ross. Homelander. Ross looked at the face in front of him and wondered. Unlike Dr. Banner who loses control when he becomes Hulk, Rose doesn't lose her mind when she turns into the Red Hulk. It just gets very bellicose. Looking at the resurrected Homelander again, Ross was confused. I even began to wonder if Edgar arranged for Homelander to fake his death. Usse showed a hint of a ferocious smile. Although you guys can be forgiven for thinking I'm that giant baby. But it always makes me angry. The black eyes shot out red heat vision, hitting Rose's shoulder. He directly beat Rose and fell into the water. Then he came to Rose in an instant and punched Rose in the face. Bang. The wave created by one punch was no smaller than the huge body of the tailed rat. Ross was like a torpedo driven into the water. The whole body sank toward the sea. But Black didn't stop there and plunged into the sea. He quickly caught up with Ross and kept hitting Ross with his fists. Ross, who had nowhere to rely on in the water, seemed to have become a large red sandbag. Let the black fists and feet leave fist marks as big as file size on his body. Bang bang bang. The sound of muffled fists spread under the sea. It shook the surrounding sea as if it was dancing. A few seconds later, a red figure flew out of the sea. Puff. Rose flew high into the air, followed closely by Black. Each hit launches Rose higher into the air. Ha ha ha. Fight back. Where was your anger when you fought with that big guy just now? Where's your power? Hurry up and take action. Black was constantly spewing trash at Rose from high in the sky. But Rose's eyes were closed tightly, as if he had passed out. Not a word was spoken. Black was very dissatisfied with such a reaction. He grabbed Rose's head and said bitterly, "Don't be such a loser. Show some energy, or I will kill your daughter. Don't think I can't find her if you hide her. Vought's archives have everything." As soon as these words came out, Ross's eyes opened. He grabbed Shien'Er's arm and said, "That's enough, although your tricks can't fool me. But I'm still angry about it. So, your goal has been achieved, and now I'm very angry. After saying that, use your hands hard." Crack. The black arm was crushed into a ball of rotten flesh. Not only did Heilongjiang not feel any pain, but he became even more excited. "Right, that is it. Use your power." Ross grabbed Black's arm, turned half a circle in the air, and threw it towards the coast. Boom. Black turned into a black cannonball and hit the beach. There was a wave of sand in an instant. Rose fell from the air, stepped out with his big foot, and stomped down towards Black. Bang. Rose's big red foot was blocked by Black's other intact arm. The powerful force was transmitted to the beach, and immediately pressed the large area of sand into solid land. The big red feet were slowly moved away by the black ones. Black's face with blood was revealed. Even though he had been beaten to a point of bleeding, there was blood oozing from his mouth and nose. But Xianzi didn't care at all, the blood was like a stimulant. The more blood there is, the more excited he becomes. Ha ha ha. That's it? Use your strongest strength and beat me to death. As soon as Xianzi finished speaking, Rose's huge fist came down. Bang. Right in the middle of the black face. Huge amounts of force hit Black's entire face, shape-shifting. The nose was beaten to pieces. It became a bloody mess. Huge amounts of palms directly cover the black head. The other hand grabbed the black foot and lifted it up. Use both hands to pull hard to both sides. To tear Black in half. Black grinned and kicked Rose in the head. Kicked Rose in the neck. In an instant, he broke free from Rose's huge palm. Continue, that's what it's like. After saying that, the heat vision hit Rose directly on the head. The laser enveloped Rose's head like a face wash. Finally, a wound appeared on Rose's face. The kick in his neck also broke the bones. But for both sides, such injuries are nothing. Black's nose, which was broken just now, is almost healed now. The burns on Rose's face began to recover despite the heat vision of washing his face. Looking up at the black half of the skull, it looks terrifying. Just when the two were about to enter the next scene, a roar came from the distant sea. Huge amounts of roaring sounds, although not the same as those of the dead-tailed rat. But both can also embody the power of new monsters. Then, the two stopped moving. Black looked into the distance and saw new monsters through his powerful vision. Hey, he's a big guy, much taller than this guy just now. What, after the fight, why don't you mock the guy first? Ross didn't say a word, turned around and walked towards the sea. He plunged into the sea water and rushed a long distance in an instant. Two huge amounts of arms swing, like a red shark swimming in the sea. Black followed closely behind and flew over the sea. The air waves formed by the high-speed movement directly broke through the sea surface and raised the water walls on both sides. On the Atlantic Ocean, a whirlpool of water is forming. It exudes terrifying power. Huge amounts of whirlpools span the entire sea surface, and are thousands of meters long. In this whirlpool, roars continue to come out. It seems that there are countless monsters about to emerge from this whirlpool. Two intense rays of light lit up from the vortex. Those are the two eyes of the new monster. Soon there was a look of surprise on both Rose's and Xian's faces. Connect to another space. Are there countless monsters on the other side? Although Xi's face had recovered from the wound, it was still covered in blood. But he showed a more excited look. Ross didn't care so much. After roaring, he jumped towards the center of the vortex. It seemed to be smashing back the incoming monster. But the next moment, bang! The red figure flew out upside down, faster than jumping down. What hit Ross was an energy torrent more than 10 meters thick. The burning energy left Rose with no good flesh on his body, falling on the sea like a huge amount of well-done steak. Although Rose's body was constantly repairing, the energy remaining in the wound was constantly preventing the repair from being completed. It only took a moment for Rose, who transformed into a red Hulk, to lose the ability to resist. The corners of her mouth are almost reaching the base of her ears. In my mind now, Edgar's order has disappeared without a trace. Completely filled with the desire for battle and blood. Roar. In the center of the vortex, a huge amount of head has broken through the space wormhole. The four blue eyes on the huge mouth more than 10 meters wide are swollen and full of the desire for destruction. There are blue lightning-like lines on the black skin. There is a constant flow of energy in it. Green venom flowed from the corners of his mouth. There is no need to erupt, just the poisonous gas floating out makes the sea water near the vortex turn black. When Xian saw it, his figure instantly took off and rushed towards the monster's head. Boom! The monster's eyes exploded immediately, but it seemed as if it didn't feel anything. After Xianbai was stunned for a moment, his eyes shot out heat towards the monster's brain. But the toughness of this monster actually exceeds that of the tailed rat. The heat vision was shot on the wound, and it was extremely difficult to destroy it. This thing's body can energy absorbing. After Black reacted, he stopped his heat vision. Want to fly away? But I saw a darkness above my head. A huge amount of paw snapped down. Whoosh! The black color flew away, allowing the monster to miss it. But then a torrent of energy spurted out from the monster's mouth. Just a brush and the black right leg disappeared. Obviously, the black body is not as powerful as the red Hulk transformed by Rose. Torrents of energy are in hot pursuit. Although the recovery speed of black color is amazing, if it is completely covered, it will disappear directly. Seeing that there was no way to solve it, Xianqi flew directly into the distance and left the battlefield. And a golden and red battle armor appeared in the distance. There were raging flames coming from behind and flying towards the monster. JARVIS based on this guy's head, estimate the length of his body. Okay sir, after estimation, the monster's total length is about 180 meters. Wow, what a big guy. Let Veronica prepare. Space-based weapons. After saying that, Tony flew towards the monster's head. A row of floating cannons unfolded behind them. Laser energy is emitted simultaneously. In an instant, all 4 eyes of the monster were shot out. The laser kept moving around the monster's body, cutting through every inch of skin like a cutting machine. The green blood flowing out dyed the sea surface fluorescent green. But under this layer of fluorescent green, the sea water has turned black with a vengeance. Mr. Stark, I don't advise you to do this. According to analysis, the monster's blood will cause serious pollution to seawater. After J.A.R.V.I.S finished speaking, Tony stopped cutting a lot of lasers. The floating cannon converts into a shaped bomb attack. The bomb's shot were like steel nails, deeply inserted into the monster's body. A muffled sound came from inside the monster. But despite the continuous explosions inside, the monster's actions were still unimpeded. Tony frowned and asked. J.A.R.V.I.S, where's this guy's brain? Soon, J.A.R.V.I.S's answer sounded. Mr. Stark, after preliminary calculations, the monster has 2 brains. Finished positioning for you. In Tony's visor, 2 hearts immediately appeared. Its place is not in the head, but on both shoulders. So the eye bursting has no effect on the monster. Okay, let the Veronica system aim at the monster's shoulders. Aim completed. Emission. In the Earth's extraterrestrial orbit, a satellite suddenly shot a huge amount of metal needle downward. The strong kinetic energy drives the metal needle to quickly break through the atmosphere. 0.00. The acceleration of gravity makes the metal needle go faster. Soon we reached the top of the monster. By the time the monster wanted to open its mouth and spit out a torrent of energy, it was already too late. The metal needle instantly penetrated the brain in one shoulder. The severe pain caused half of the monster's body to twitch. The entire whirlpool in the sea was disturbed. Boom. Powerful kinetic energy is released through the metal needles. It spreads rapidly in the monster's body. The half of the body that had lost its brain exploded. The rest of the body was also out of balance. Another brain is also exposed. Tony blasted this fragile brain with a direct shot from his palm. Snapped. At the end, the brain turned into a pile of minced meat. The entire monster lost its vitality and fell into the wormhole. Looking at the monster's body, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. But it's not over yet. Looking at the huge amounts of wormhole, Tony's mind pondered ways to close it. The impact of the space-based weapon just now could not be turned off. The stability of this thing is beyond imagination. This thing is full of weirdness. Can monsters master such technology? Or is this the ability of a certain monster? It's just that he can't determine the situation of the wormhole, and Tony doesn't dare to rush through the wormhole. Tony felt that behind these monsters, there was an invisible force staring at the Earth. The other side of the wormhole. Ye-Ling came to the monster factory. The ground here is all charred earth, with no trace of moisture visible. The air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. Countless crisscrossing pipes are laid on the ground. Water and geothermal heat are constantly extracted from the ground. In countless breeding chambers tens of meters high, monster larvae are cultivated. Which ones are needed will be transported to the ripening room through pipelines. Under the stimulation of various energies, the growth process is quickly completed. The entire planet is a complete harvesting factory. These monsters are entirely the product of genetic engineering. Animal and plant genes extracted from the original ecological environment of this planet. Then, various monster larvae are cultivated through integrate processing. There is only one person operating this entire monster-making planet. Ye-Ling has been found. There is not much flesh on the skinny body, just like Shukinki has few hairs on his hair. Like a skeleton covered in skin. The black clothes on his body are printed with the logo of the 5 Obsidian Generals. Floating in the air, the devices around him kept flashing. With the blessing of psychokinesis, Ebony Maw controls the entire monster planet alone. And this planet is just one of countless planets whose civilizations have been destroyed. A monster factory like this, Ebony Maw has thousands of them. Now only the first wormhole has been opened to Earth. There will be a second and third one soon. At that time, a group of monsters will appear on the Earth. Even if the superheroes attack with all their strength, they can't stop the monsters' destruction. These monsters are nothing more than consumables. No need to feel bad at all. Once the power on the Earth is almost exhausted, it will be much easier to attack the Earth. It's also easier to find a few gems. Suddenly, Ebony Maw stopped moving. He turned to look at Ye-Ling, who was floating above the factory. His eyes narrowed and he immediately pressed the release button.